on the team, but they have so many other talents. Like, I could easily see Kaveni dropping 25. I could easily see Diffuser dropping 25. So I feel like it was just kind of his day in that game. But again, yeah, I think they're going to be worried about Ashen, at least in this match.
I would be.
Yeah.
Well, after not making the Salt Lake City Major, which was a shock for M80, it feels like this stage has gone a lot better for them. And I mean, in terms of the SI points race, which all these teams are always thinking about, it feels like they're in a good position now, right?
Wrong.
Okay.
The stage definitely has gotten better. Absolutely, the stage has gotten better. But in terms of their SI points, due to the poor performance during kickoff, it set them back pretty far. I mean, when you look right now, they're the 29th lowest rated team to be able to make that top 24 SI. But just even going today, some of the other teams accumulating points from other regions, they actually dropped to 30. So now, arguably, if they can finish this stage, get first place, that only puts them at a total of 480. Currently, right now, all of those teams above them are still in contention to get more points. So realistically, depending how things go, they could stay relatively in the same space. However, they need to get first here to set themselves up for success later down the road going into the next stretch.
Yeah, and it's going to be later down the road where they're really able to kind of get a lot of SI points, right? Because if you're looking at EWC, I think the big thing to note is the winner.
No points.
Yeah, there is no points, and the winner qualifies for SI. But I mean, to win EWC, that's quite a feat. So again, they're not really going to get any points from that event. They're just going to need to set themselves up going into stage 2, going into Osaka, where there is going to be a lot of points on the line.
But like you said, maybe they could come out with a win in the Esports World Cup, and then they would be able to make it. But that is definitely the harder path here for M80. But this is a team that is no stranger to grinding their way through. I mean, they've been tearing this league apart. We talked about the addition of Savage and what that would mean for this team, how they would shape up. Feels like we've gotten our answer that this team is just lethal.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but they've been kind of proving the doubters wrong, and I was one of the doubters. I will have to say, with that roster change that they made, taking out Hot and Cold and adding on Savage to the roster, and there was a lot of people, again, maybe I was one of those people that were saying, look at their schedule. Yes, they were winning, and they were flawless for a while, but all their hard teams are at the end of the road. Well, then the end of the road comes, and, well, there's Wildcard. They end their flawless streak. But again, now we're going to take a look at the stats. It's not even just the fact that they almost went flawless. They played every single team just like everyone else did, and they still came out on top in every single statistical category that matters. And again, I'm not cherry picking stats here. I'm not using something that you guys can't find. Like, this is the attacking win percentage, defensive win percentage, trade percentage, cost. This is the big 4 stats that really matter, and they are on top of all of them, showing what a juggernaut they are.
Yeah, and it goes into what you were talking about. You know, any single player that you can highlight on this team could have a pop-up performance similar to what Ashen does, but it's the reason why that all 5 individuals and their supportive staff really is what's allowing them to thrive and be so successful. They overcome adversity time and time again.
Morning, Alex.
We question what it's going to look like in best of 3s, and they are still putting up that performance. However, it's going to be going against Wildcard, the only team that knocked them off their high horse, and it's in a best of 3 series. So I can't wait once we get into those maps and see where we're going.
Well, you mentioned Wildcard, right? This team that truly has been, we say this a lot, but like improving every single game. And there's no doubt about that. From a pretty decent group stage to so far
hoodie
playoffs, they have also been
it only appears for Pro League.
What it means to take advantage of the information.
Thank you for liking my live, Alec. What's up, Lamb? Yo, good morning, Lamb. Holy, it's 8 o'clock where you're at. The hell?
Yeah, for me, they definitely are, because, again, we all know the information meta on attack, the Dokkaebi, Deimos, Snake, but they do really well on defense, right? We see just in that
already
series
live?
last
Yeah.
week versus Dark Zero.
Well, because,
out
like,
of 20 defense rounds,
the thing
ran
was,
the full 6 times,
what was
Valkyrie
it?
10 times, Echo once, Solus 8 times. And the
When they
biggest
last
stat of
played
all,
Pro
though,
League for
is the fact
NAL,
that there was only 2
it started at 1
rounds
o'clock for
out of
me,
that 20
which was 11
total
o'clock for
defense
you.
rounds that they didn't run
But
a
now they
single
started.
information or vision operator.
Now they're starting this game
using
at
this
10 o'clock.
to specifically get
So
kills.
Yeah, and I mean, if you were watching that series,
it's
especially
like,
on the Night Haven Labs in particular, how many C4s were we seeing that were just countering
you woke up
Dark
7
Zero,
hours
opening
ago.
up the shield? And you
At
think of it
1,
from a mental
man, your
aspect,
sleep
you're
is
dying
cooked,
to all
bro.
this utility, you're dying to all this information. It really makes
Damn.
you even question your own play of, am I about to get C4'd? Is a C4 going to come hurtling over? They're even wasting C4
Lamb, you need
because they've
to,
already
you need
done so
to,
much utility
you need to go
and
sleep,
making
bro.
it work. I mean, this was an insane C4, but again, they are utilizing that information so well. And again, it was a big contribution to their success over Dark Zero.
And it's just what I don't see other teams doing. I see a lot of other teams still running a lot of traps to kind of counter the shields. But these guys, they're not worried about it because they're just going to use C4s and they're going to get some chip damage. I mean, we see so many getting thrown at them. It was like Dark Zero really.
We got winning M80 versus Wildcard.
I felt bad.
So there's two caveats to this. One,
really on shield.
M80 already lost to Wildcard in a BO1. But BO1s and BO3s are different, right?
Gives them demand advantages. Then they're able to fall back.
Really
they know
different.
Exactly what take is happening, and it's just it makes defense so easy for them.
I have an
overtime thriller in the group stage. It was on Clubhouse.
It's 10:02 where you at? Yeah. You're on Central. You're on Central. You like me, Alec? Wait, Alec, you live close to Paul, so yeah.
We're not going to Clubhouse here. That was one of the earlier bans from M80. We will be going to Labs and Cafe with potentially Chalet there in the future.
Let's see, about 1 p.m. and woke up at 1 a.m. Yeah, chocolate lamb.
Expanding more reps on maps. I mean,
yeah, my parents would never let me do that. Like, never,
ever. Again, when we're looking at Nighthaven Labs, where did Wildcard find a lot of success? It was the information.
Yeah, through Moss Balls, yeah, so one thing time.
Attacking, what do you ban? You ban out the Cade, you ban out the Bandit, you ban out maybe a shield operator or information op, whatever that is. The question is, now do you pivot your bans? Do you get rid of those information and make them have to rely on seeing things firsthand, not relying on a vision, not relying on a camera? That's the big question for me once we get into this.
Yeah, and obviously M80 saw that game as well, so I expect a Valkyrie ban or some kind of ban on Wildcard. But the Cafe is interesting. Both teams, last time they played it was versus Dark Zero and Wildcard. Yes, theirs was a 7-5, but at the same time, M80, that was the time they got to 7-0 DZ in a game that we hyped up. We couldn't wait to watch.
We built way too much hype around it.
And M80, they look like they actually took the strategy from Wildcard of layering back and using those C4s and playing that information meta. So I almost want to see both these teams kind of play it against each other.
Well, Spiker has talked to us himself about the power of C4 maxing, as you guys have said. Like they're aware that when you bring more C4 ops, more C4s, you're going to maybe get some more round wins. Like, do we expect them to be able to be successful with the same strategy against M80?
No, it's not AR.
If it's left up, I mean, absolutely.
Yeah, if it's left up, I do. Just
Land, thank you for staying alive. It's not. It's it's Alec.
You bring the more kills, or the more you win your defense.
Trust me, you'll know it's AR.
Too many. That's too many. We're throwing at that point. But these are really good maps where you can bring at least 3 or 4 of them. And again, it's kind of like frag grenades when you're able to cook them. Like it's going to give you those openings,
back,
right?
Yeah. Bring those back,
or at least the ability to throw them back.
Yeah, right? For sure, dude. That's old. That's really old. That's way before.
Now we're speaking to
some of these kids now, but. I mean, yeah, especially on a small map like Nighthaven Labs, on a map like Cafe, I mean, you really can make use of those C4s properly. And if they aren't throwing away some of these C4s, they could just end the series just based off C4s. So
that's
again,
the guy that got AR, his ult.
What bans are going to look like, and if we see a little more
I'm so confused what cool.
What we're going with those.
What?
Do you have your eye on anyone in particular before we get into this game, right? You mentioned Ashen earlier and him
here's Lamb.
#1 rated player in the NAL right now.
AR.
Kyle, I mean, I'll start with you on this. Is there anybody you're watching that is going to be the difference maker in this series when these two teams go up against each other?
Well, I like looking at the shield operators. I'm pretty biased there, so I'm kind of always looking at Savage and where the spearhead's going in from, because I think he's just been playing so well IGLing on the shields.
Yeah,
but
see, there you go.
To really highlight,
you're gonna make some coffee. You're hella tired. Cool. Go make some coffee. Go make some good coffee. I love coffee, by the way.
Obviously a top 3 fragger in the NAL, but
you can never go wrong with coffee.
Well, I think if you're looking at bias towards,
all right, I made it lost chocolate. He's yawning. He's yawning at 10 in the morning.
Baby Shark.
I'm right there with him, though. I'm right there with him.
Find that gap. They can swing that opening pick going into their favor, and then what they can do from there.
Nighthaven Labs, where this series begins.
Oh, beautiful arm sleeve.
This one to be a marathon, so settle in. Potentially a good 3-match
Alec
series
owns
coming your way now.
me and Lamb.
M80 and Wildcard.
Yeah, how'd you know?
And if Wildcard are involved, you know it's going to go the full distance. When M80 and Wildcard last fought Ollie in a best of 1, it went all 15. When they played DZ earlier, they had a map go all 15, another map go all 12. This team seems to invite longer series. And if the previous M80 series is anything to go off of, maybe we will have a 20 bomb
birthday by all right, AR.
Players on M80.
It's one of those things, isn't it? Wildcard.
M80's winning. Yeah, look at the social prediction, bro. 68 to 32 is crazy.
And the third place they got out.
Your controller finally got horrible stick drift after 2 years. That's good then, honestly.
Because some of those games
2 years
weren't that pretty. M80 on the flip side, they have had some very pretty games. They've had some very dominant scorelines, and they went through the group stage almost flawless, save for that last play day against Wildcard. Even Ashen dropping an ungodly amount of kills wasn't enough to drag them over the line in an overtime game.
Bro, is he playing with like A30s or 20s?
To a full 3-mapper this time. We get to find out maybe what would have happened if that was a 3-map series. Because I think if you could have made an argument for any game in the group stage,
no, Ashen has an old headset on.
A lot of people would have wanted to continue to watch M80 and Wildcard duke it out. Fortunately enough, we get to watch that here today.
And in our upper bracket final to see who will be the first team to move into the grand final of NAL Stage 1 to decide who will be the best team in North America. I think the top 4, given how things have shaped up in the past few months, is, I think, pretty expected. The Rebellion making it in just at the end there, but then DZ, Wildcard, and M80 as a pretty clear top 3.
Mouse got Rift Stick. Gosh, bro.
If everybody's wondering about anything, of course,
go back to sleep, Lamb.
We got the Salt Lake City grand final rematch in the lower bracket, but I think an M80 DZ final is on a lot of people's minds. But Wildcard as well, as you said, through sheer grit and determination, have made it here, but also quite a bit of skill, really making, I suppose, very clear room for themselves and a very clear space
Where are the
for
bands?
themselves
Grim and
inside
Thermite,
the past year, really
Bandit,
surprising a lot of us at Reload,
and
performance all the way back last
Mira.
year.
Okay.
Consistently making international events after that one before, struggling even to really.
I know, yeah. He just told me he slept from 1 p.m. to 1 a.m.
Roster. Now here, the upper bracket final, try to see whether they can get one over M80, just like they were able to do in that best of 1. Bands have gone through.
But we're gonna see how powerful Wamai is.
But just the Bandit this time.
What's up, AR?
Things up a little bit, Ali, as we're trying to get a little bit of everything from these ban phases.
I think both teams are trying to target everything, aren't they? You know, both going for a little bit of hard breach, so important on labs. And then, of course, the information that Grim can provide is just paramount. Mirror is a fantastic operator on any map. And
AR, what are we talking about, bro?
You can really get some easy mirror tricks off. You can get some great lines of sight. It can make connection a little bit more difficult. So good removals to start. Nothing to contest that IT breach.
Wow, Ashen already got a kill on Spiker. Who's Spiker?
That's a name that
the Sledge.
We are going to be seeing a heck of a lot up in the top right of our screens tonight. Ashen opening things up there. Great entry. Actually got the diffuser down outside as well. He will be, or could be, getting pushed from the bottom of these aqua stairs. Baby Shark will be there. It's currently got Echo highlighted in the Logic Bomb phone call, but can, of course, switch that around. I'm sure he's been able to spot Ashen out there at the top and maybe send a phone call that way. You can see he's just switched over to it now.
He's going to be a difficult player to take down, though. As the desk mentioned, highest rated player in the league. Only player, I believe, averaging over a 1 KPR up to this point.
Does he have flashes? With the clear Wamai.
Hit by the phone call. Ashen will lose a lot of damage, but that's the benefit of having the shotgun in this position. If you just hit that mouse quicker at that close range, it's going to be difficult for any attacker to get one over on you. Savage losing a lot of HP. Might just lose a Yokai as well. Yes, he will, as Adrian attempting to open up the...
It's a Warden, though.
Diffuser just around the corner inside of Electrical. Preparing for a swing as he hits the prone. Maybe even contemplating a push out into connector, but a difficult spot on this position. If anybody gives him a look over on the window, especially if he commits.
Yeah, I don't know what that was.
From connector, and that's indeed what happens. Adrian gets the kill, and it's all tied up with a minute to go.
Kind of felt like Diffuser was dead there no matter what he did. I think he was just trying to play for a quick kill. There's a bit of information that they are worried about those Yokai drones. They are well and truly known about. Baby Shark going to be sending that phone call over towards Savage, as I'm sure they're trying to eliminate some of that information for a time being and make a bit of a push off the back of it. But there's a stalemate right now. Kansan and Gunnar both in electric. Kansan, I don't think he knows that Gunnar's tucked in quite close.
When you could see him waiting. But the longer this goes on and the less Gunnar moves, the more likely it is Kansan just walks forward, understandably thinking that it's clear, but he still checks the corner. Kansan not letting anything slip by him today as Adrian makes his push into the site. Ashen finally falling on the Aqua side.
Dog, have any traded?
So even though M80 might get some trades,
wait, the Echo's still up.
Savage, who was damaged oh so long ago.
No Echo
Jones. Win this
Jones.
off time or kills as Yokais have been spotted and shot. Now off with bearing 9.
Oh, good try.
Good with it after that entry. Wildcard pick up the first on top floor.
Brilliant push there from Wildcard. You can really see that they
guys
took their time over that. There was a 4 versus 5
only
as well.
anyone that has a
diffuser
stick can
really
have
early on over
stick
toward
drift.
Akron.
Okay.
We're still able to get out there, collect it, make a push happen through electrical and connector. There wasn't too much of a focus on the IT side. There was a bit of a push in there at a later point in the round, but I think they very nicely demonstrated how you can pick apart quite a bunker setup that top floor ends up being for attackers. You know, you've got Azami, you've got Smoke, you've got an Echo. There are a lot of tools that you're really looking to build quite the base with, quite a fort to defend yourself from. And M80, they attempted that and did a great job, but ultimately there wasn't enough places to hide. Something that really struck me there is already we're seeing some of the recent changes that have come through. Obviously Diffuser getting caught out on the phone call there and pushed into a different position. And before the timer would have typically have reset, Baby Shark's then allowed to call Savage because the timer now is per individual. The cooldown
You said my fade is fading like lightning McChicken.
As opposed to being a global cooldown. So you can chain them together a little bit. And if you have success and you're able to take that player out, then you can very quickly move on to the next stage in the plan, as opposed to having to wait for that cooldown to come out again. So it's kind of a buff to Dokkaebi in a lot of ways, which I'm sure a lot of people didn't really feel like they needed. But Wildcard using it really well there in round 1.
Well, especially if you're going to have bunker setups like that, and you can drone that pretty early, and you know you can save all 4 calls for the late round.
Oh, he tricked it.
You could just chain them together.
Yep, exactly. So if Wildcard spot those bunker setups, I imagine Baby Shark is going to feel pretty happy that he doesn't need to throw a lot of those Dokkaebi calls out early and that he can now chain them together late, where he might not able to do that before. Spiker also can't really chain those Deathmark trackers together, not at the same time, but Dokkaebi call and a tracker will both be sent after Savage on the middle floor. Understandably, will try to make his way back. Losing some HP after the call explodes. It's M80 not contesting the second floor all that
Any
much.
tips, Alec? I have none, bro.
Quite wide on the middle, trying to contest the vertical.
I'm not good with that stuff.
To burn some time to clear them out. It's a 3-person roam right now with 1 player playing the link position back. As you can see.
Oh my gosh, Ashen.
Again with an
Oh, I got traded though.
Traded. Wildcard good at minimizing these early advantages acquired by M80.
Watch yourselves. Hostile.
Far better on the trade this time, isn't it? Immediately, Ashen is punished and taken down. And with it, a large portion of that mid-floor presence as well. You can't really see any outlines at the moment that are going to be occupying inside this mid-floor. And with Adrian's movements there and just sort of very nonchalantly dropping down the hatch, you can kind of assume it's all clear. We do have a little bit of pressure coming in at the bottom of these EXO stairs, but I doubt that Savage is really going to go for too much of a look up there at this point. It really is just about bunkering down and going, right, okay, which hatches are they open? Which vertical angles have they got? Fortunately, it was Camden that got taken down.
Not any
vertical angles. They're going to be far
Oh, because the Bucks dead. I didn't know that. Didn't know that.
Sort of DMRs and breaching charges to make those, and they will be far less effective. So M80 can breathe a sigh of relief from that point of view. But there's still a heck of a lot of time here that Wildcard have got to set themselves up.
So they're going to set themselves up for an EXO push.
Into some sort of attack on this site.
Should go EXO.
Again, as you mentioned, with those
get the main
changes,
breach.
Any kind of bunker setup is a bit more vulnerable to just a barrage of calls sent towards the site. Spiker also with 1 Deathmark tracker in pocket as well. Not as much nades necessarily to root out players on the site, but even still some smokes to cover angles.
Wow.
Ooh, and Savage, huge 1v1. Wildcard have done a
and he's gonna go for default plant. I mean, this is textbook right here.
In particular, 4-0 right now. Great on the cover too. Wildcard holding every angle they need.
Yeah, that was textbook.
Get every kill at the
that was a
end
textbook push right there.
Even good for these
Any tips for hard stuck rubber? Hang it up.
Wildcard are just uncontested so far on Nighthaven.
It feels like they're picking them apart, doesn't it? I wouldn't be surprised to see the tactical timeout come really early. I know we've not seen all 3 sites, but we could argue that we've seen the 2 primary bomb sites that M80 wants to try and utilize for this map. So really wouldn't surprise me.
Top and bottom, really?
Fabian pull the plug and just go, right, you know what? Let's just have a chat, figure out what's going on, understand what we can try and do to counter this now in the match. Because Wildcard, they're getting every last drop out of everything at the moment. Great opening clear, really quickly into the top floor of the map, transitioned that very nicely into that mid-floor clear, which then wasn't sort of, there was no sort of extension in there, there was no sort of hold on to try and be like, okay, we may have lost Ashen, but we can maybe play a little bit more time. I think M80 needs to be contending a little bit more, because these bunker setups, with the tools that are available to Wildcard at the moment and how they are using them, it isn't working too well. We haven't seen that same level of C4 usage that we were kind of expecting from in this matchup. I think it was Wildcard more predominantly that we're going to be using those C4s, as it's something that they like to do. But M80 again, we need to see that sort of utility come to the fore a little bit more. They've got 3 this time, and they're starting to bring a little bit more information. Whereas previously it was Echo, this time it's Savage on the pulse. So they might have a little bit more active information.
Bro, I don't laugh like that guy.
And not just have some yokai drones that they're trying to assist themselves with in various holds across the map.
Ashen been finding himself in these duels early, but Wildcard just opening up that window to start, not looking to actually hold it actively for the time being. We talked about the layering, and either the site we just saw or this one, definitely the two that we'll see that strategy available if either M80 or Wildcard want to go for it. All they had Kairos use just to open that breach, but bringing the ace as well. Wildcard have plenty of options to open up some of these exterior breaches, and of course, it being second floor.
And Ashen gets the first pick again.
Further of an extension. Ashen now 3-0.
Pretty cool. He cut the dope.
It's
actually
not
massive.
M80 rounds, but we're looking for him to put up the kills, and they've been high impact. Just not a lot been done with them afterward.
I think this is probably the most high impact kill that he's gotten as an opener now, isn't it? You know, we've had the diffuser left on the other side of the map. We've had him taking out Bulk on a basement defense, but this time he's gotten rid of Dokkaebi, and Dokkaebi has been a huge.
Oh, Gavini hit not. What?
The wind and sends it straight in.
What?
On the top floor, 2 kills back to back. Diffuser just getting caught flat-footed. He didn't have a clue what was going on.
Oh, he's getting active. No, he's getting active. Holy, hold up.
On for an ace, but winning a gunfight with the M10-14 close to the corner. This will be a difficult one for Adrian to win. Flashbang goes out, watching the cover instead, letting his teammates handle, hollowing out the B site. Ashen now first into the fray and last out of the round. He'll fight to take Kansan on the way into the grave, but he's already got 1 foot in. It's just incumbent upon Wildcard to escort him there. They put it in the post. At least get the benefit of ego. Even 1 player going to take the vertical angles. Wildcard leaving no stone unturned. Ashen, if anybody came to play, it's him for the side of M80. 5-0 right now. Still at 25 seconds to go, but again, Wildcard have retaken these vertical angles. Candelas will blind him down below, force him off of the counter diffuse. That's Spiker's last Candela, but Adrian has got plenty of angles.
Dude, Adrian just got in there.
Round 3, the main man opening out these executes for Wildcard.
Can someone make sure Diffuser has headphones? He has a headset. I don't know what he's doing.
It was a very quick trade. But rounds 1 and 3 have been 4 versus 5. Ashen gets the opening pick, and they just go, nah, so what? Bang. We are just going to hit you where you are weakest. That push through the top floor from Adrian was fantastic. Honestly, it looked like he was playing some sort of terrorist hunt or aim trainer at that point, because everyone was kind of just looking the other way, right? He got the great opening pick onto his army.
My fade is too great.
Coming out of, I believe, electrical. And then from that point onwards, it was just all about the push. It was all about that press, keeping the tempo up and not letting anything get in the way of that, and recognizing, hey, storage. Plant down on storage, post plant from the window, get someone upstairs in IT. It's almost impossible to.
Nah, he was floating. He was floating.
And I think for Adrian, how good has he been so far at finding at pushing it at the exact right time, whether it's upstairs in that clear, whether it's downstairs in round 2, realizing the exact right time to push in and put the diffuser down.
Shopify has got to win.
He's not wasting a single second, knowing exactly
sort
when
of
the opportunity and not hesitating, not
they
second
don't
guessing.
have
And it's been
to,
the right
you
decision
know,
every single time. And obviously, Wildcard as a whole,
but we'll see. They played easy
right
after
now,
this,
setting up these clears, going for these executes. But Adrian on the individual.
Oh, he does have a headset. Okay, didn't know that.
Coming out of this tactical timeout to counter somebody if they're just hitting shots like that and basically reading the game as perfectly as Adrian has been throughout these first 3 rounds. We'll see what M80 can do, though. They've lost every single site despite going up 5-4 to start every single one of these rounds. I imagine second floor will be the first one we'll see from M80 coming out of the attack.
It's got to be a big timeout, that, hasn't it? That, you've got to get a little bit of value off the back of that, because it is their only saving grace at the moment. It looks like they're maybe a little bit cold coming into it, maybe not had the sort of correct warm-up, maybe we're expecting the map. It's not a map that we particularly associate M80 with, isn't Labs. It's a good map for Wildcard. It's an okay-ish map for M80. It isn't one that we really think of and go, oh yeah, M80 on Labs, sign me up.
Lamb, that's a crazy thing to say.
But at the moment, it's running a little bit deeper. change out of attack, as far as I can see for this top floor, is mainly just going to be the sort of information change. We've got, you know, we've obviously seen a little bit of pulse play, we've seen a little bit of echo play. This time we're getting a little bit of aggression from Savage, getting himself in on the action.
And
nice and early.
Savage brought
letting him know that he's there. Quick
beepers.
Jump out of electrical window.
Okay.
Warning shot towards spawn. We'll give the wildcard players something at least to think about a little bit as they move through. But realistically, I'd say that the information in this round is probably as lacking as it has been so far for the M80 players. Maybe that is going to be the counter. Maybe it's going to be, you know, relying less on that information and worrying about where they are and just reacting in the moment and staying a little bit sharper.
Well, and especially switching in the tuber out, if Wildcard have been so good at setting up, just maybe once they commit to those positions, just trying to freeze them, slow them down as best they can, especially Adrian 8-0 right now has been moving in so quickly when he's got some of that control. Wildcard, though, it'll be a slow beginning of the game, as it always is when you're attacking the second floor and not going for a rush. You've got to open up the IT breach. You've got to open up the connector breach. The standard steps every team needs to trod. And
Oh,
of course,
gosh.
after that, clearing out those Kivas, pushing your way into electrical and connector itself after that. C4
That was a good C4.
Great line by Gunner. 4-0 now for M80, though this is the first one that a player not named Ashen has got the opening pick for M80.
That's another one that's a little newbie in the most recent patch notes.
It's
the C4 on the WAMI.
Another C4.
Expect to see a lot more WAMI play in not only your ranked games but also in competitive as well. Speaking of the WAMI, Gunner will fall to bay. Zafir, again, another staple, another operator that has been changed in the most recent patch. A lot more utility now available in Zafir's launcher. So again, expect to see a little bit of a resurgence of that op as well. Bay's already putting it to good use here. Froze now on the connector breach then. Two Selmas there just waiting for that Zoto to expire. Savage has sent his last one, but there is an engagement brewing downstairs. Gaveni got himself to a real unorthodox position here for the Azami, and Bane's just going to be watching.
Oh, what a pre-fire. What a pre-fire. That was, wow.
Style and takes him down.
Yeah, Gaveni able to weather
Horrible
the storm,
commentating,
standing
sorry.
on side of Garage. Behind these Kibas as well, you can see this Zoto and these smokes, and especially Gavini winning that mid-round fight. That might be the big difference maker for M80, able to retain this advantage, keep this position alive. Spiker down as well. Baby Shark with plenty of time to pick him
Damn,
back up.
M80's going to go up 1-3.
Got the positioning to do so as well. So clearly concerned about some kind of swing or push from close. All of the denial has been used by M80. The Zotos, the smoke canisters have found their targets. Both remaining wildcard players tagged up, worse for wear. Savage losing the fight on the column, but again, this advantage acquired by Gavini to make it a 4v3 has been traded down, and with such low time, there's barely anything for Spiker to do. Gavini pushing in, even wins the fight with the deagle.
Nice, M80 won.
Big round from Gavini.
Just got off a flight and the plane was legit taped together. Nice.
He gets M80 a much-needed advantage and converts it into a win.
Finally,
wow, it's pretty loud.
Opening pick traded into a round win.
How you doing, Zane?
Hasn't been a trouble for M80 so far.
I was saying I'm good.
Brilliant on that opening engagement. And finally, we start to see the fruit of that lane. Maybe it's Ashen. Maybe if Ashen gets the opening pick, they lose the round. If somebody else gets it, maybe that's going to be the round win. We'll have to keep an eye on that and see if it's a stat that trends. Of course, it would have no real bearing to anything. It would just be a little bit of fun. But
Head back on for, I didn't even know you were on vacation.
Finally, we start to see them take advantage of the good positions that they've been putting themselves in. They give Wildcard a bit of trouble on that top floor, and now
Dude, Diffuser and Savage are 0-4. Damn.
The top floor was given away pretty much for free, as it sometimes often is for this basement site. But I think there needs to be a little bit more presence up there, a bit more phantom pressure. Just give Wildcard something to worry about, because with their efficiency in the drone phase and how good they are at setting up these pre-plays, they can move.
How was your vacation, Zane?
They need to try and deter that as much as possible. A couple of rotates being made up here. We've got Gunner currently just going to be reinforcing into connector as well. So it should give them something to at least play around. Savage going to be joining in. Likely some mute jammers dotted about. I like this more. I think it looks a little bit better. You need to waste more
Thank
time.
And it's a strategy that worked out quite well last round, though albeit in a different way, wasting a bit more time on or around the site rather than off of it. As
Bro, I'm seeing Brava DMR.
HP at the beginning of the round. Didn't have as much impact in round 4 as he had throughout the first 3, but still.
Launching him, I think this was the best pick ever.
Utility he has. The kill would have been nice, but softening him up is at least a consolation prize once he pushes in later on. opening up, again, these exterior walls down below. It's here quite a party gathering outside of the breaches, especially outside of Animus. 3 players right now downstairs at the moment. So the rest of Wildcard just seeming to try and gather as much information. You mentioned their drone game, and that's a perfect one right there.
It's going to be a lot more direct, isn't it? They've not got any soft breach, so there's no real point in taking that vertical control. They're instead going to try and utilize the Aurora to close off some of those doors, close off some of those lines of sight, and really make something happen with that. The Aurora cooldown again, something else has been changed in the patch. Wildcard really on the cutting edge here with what they are utilizing and how quickly they've adapted to this mid-season patch that's come out for us. That reduction in time on the Aurora device activation, the doors going down, it really can make it so that you can burst in and bam, bam, you've got two doors closed off. You've got, you know, far less to watch, far less to worry about. They are going to need to cause a bit of a ruckus upstairs, though, and just keep M80 believing that it isn't a direct, because if M80 get a sniff of it, they will rotate back.
You can tell Baby Shark as well, I was about to say, trying his best to stay hidden as long as he can, cut off the roamers.
Got traded.
The trades this game have been really good from both teams.
It got traded.
Generally within 5 to 10 seconds, Baby Shark down for the count. He's able to take one on the way out. Kanza now creeping down below. He's going to make a hell of a lot of noise as he moves in. It is a full direct take, but the Solus, while they know she's up above, you can see the solution.
Gosh, that's so easy for Ashen.
Kanza felled by Ashen. As Wildcard's plan to bait out the plant, force the Solus to move. Hasn't worked so far, but finally,
whose map pick is this? I believe this is Wildcard's map pick.
Such a good job getting these kills. The diffuser stuck down beneath the diffuser. We've got one outside reach, one upstairs. Bay now chances it. Looks to push in. One player, bottom XO. This is a must-win fight for Bay. Oh,
wow.
The door closes at the perfect time.
Yeah, but he's got an impact, no?
If that door was even a couple seconds slower
no impacts.
for one patch ago, Bay has to take that fight, but Wildcard adapting so
my
quickly
gosh.
to the changes of Rainbow Six Siege. Safeguards Bay, moves us into the post. Now puts Gunner in a 1v. Spotted around the corner. Bay survives to get the final kill, and Wildcard take the lead.
Man,
keep the lead alive.
I got some sort of follow, Nutty. I don't know where.
Understanding.
I got followed, but okay.
It is fantastic.
Am I scared from 80? Nah, not really.
They are utilizing
the loser of this game goes to the lower bracket, so they still have a shot to make it to the grand final.
Showcasing just how fun and refreshing and different it can
be. Like the loser of this game versus the winner of Shopify really versus DZ.
You look at that take on paper and you go, oh, no soft breach for attacking basement on labs. Not sure about it, but it's perfect because you've got the distraction elsewhere. You've got the players upstairs. Spiker himself had to rotate up and sort of finish off the job. The timing on the door was brilliant.
Yeah, they use the upper building.
Easy as you like in the post as well. See what I mean? You've closed 2 doors. You've got half as much to watch. It becomes so realistic to watch it. You can wiggle peek onto one angle and you can just listen for the vault on the other. And as soon as you hear the vault animation, bang, you swing on contact. You both swing together. You can't look in 2 places at once.
Damn, Diffuser and Savage still 0-5. Both 0-5.
You can tell Spiker at the end there, understanding how close that came, especially
they've got to be my ranked teammates.
How quick that reaction needed to be. But
1 or 2 seconds the other way and we'd be calling them frauds. We'd be telling them to bring soft breach. We'd be like, keep that in the oven. It needs to cook a little bit longer. You just go the old traditional route.
But it's still a testament to how far Wildcard have come.
No, he's just had a lot of questionable moments.
Close rounds like that against a team like M80, but now they're able to problem solve. They're able to calm. And Spiker, in particular, is a leader who's developed so much over the past few years, able to get the team together and operated with such key utility in that moment, able to put it in the right places and just somehow form a very beautiful late round execute from around that very nearly and probably in most other worlds should slip through their grasp, but really well thought out by Wildcard. And now on the possibility of a 5-1 half, as M80 still looking better and improved after that tactical timeout, but Wildcard not really breaking or losing much momentum after it. We'll say, from storage. Could always face some issues on this clear, especially if M80 are playing things differently. Bringing a lot more traps this time, to be sure.
Why'd you red
I think they've just got to try everything, haven't they, at this point? They've tried the information game. That hasn't really worked too well. They've tried, you know, sort of just picking good guns and taking gunfights. That kind of worked a little bit. That was the round that they were successful in. Now we're seeing
Agent got a first pick on Gavini.
Adrian
again, the same time. Type.
Gavini first to fall. Diffuser double down on. It's usually been the opening pick going the other direction. This time, while get the opening pick, they're going to be even more dangerous.
And I mean, last time it required Adrian getting a double kill just to bring it back 4v3. Now clearing the exact same position, wildcard 5-3 with basically half the round to go. It's just getting worse and worse for M80 as wildcard are steamrolling them right now. Gunner making a heavy rotation across. Waiting to see if the player hops into the single window. You can even see M80 are playing things well. They're understanding their strategies, their win conditions, and their protocols.
They're not playing it well. They're down 3-5.
Somebody close around the corner, and A side. Kansan spots him up above. And Spiker also anticipating anybody looking in through the single window. Instead, walks in through the breach, walks over it briefly. Gunner below, can he spot him? Can he get the angle? But Spiker falls off. He sees him, but there's only so much you can do. Sprays that whole Scorpion mag into the floor. And you've got no C4, you've got no explosives. Spiker's just gonna rotate to the other side, and Baby Shark will take him down with the canister.
I can't with the commentator.
Labs. They have come prepared, and
I really can't. I don't know what she's talking about. I really don't.
5-1. What a start for the wild card side on their.
What did she say? She said M80.
I know you're standing by the telestrator.
M80's playing this really good. They're down 3-5,
that you like?
and it's 1-4
for them. I mean, they have a good attacking strategy. They understand what they need to do in the late round, but in round 1 and 2 specifically is what I wanted to highlight. Now, there's key positions here. You have electrical being the main key position here. You have site, you have connector, and you have IT. Now, what needs to happen in this situation for M80 to swing this into their favor is Gunner needs to win this big 50-50 here on Kansan. If he wins that pressure, that not only alleviates the electrical pressure, but now he can assist Ashen to go for this double peak when both Adrian and Baby Shark play, and then it falls into Gavini taking this gunfight onto Bay. However, it doesn't fall like that. It doesn't fall into his favor. Kansan ends up pushing him, gets that pick, which now sends Adrian and Baby Shark to swing into Ashen. Gavini, thankfully, they trade here. This could have been a dire situation if Gavini wins that, but the round falls apart for them. A great execute for them, big 50-50. Now, this for me was where M80 gets a little lackadaisical, doesn't understand positioning too well. You have, let's see, you have one player on the other side of the map, you got 2 players in sight, you got Savage all alone inside of EXO, and Gunner's playing that hallway towards EXO.
You'd win this.
3 players of
I think
Wildcard.
anyone would win this if they weren't M80.
You have Spiker outside the breach. Now, what
I think Savage and Diffuser are both 0-6.
Another player, Gunner specifically, double up with Savage. But
like even in the round they won, even in the one round M80 won, they did nothing.
This pick on a Savage, then immediately go for a plant, and because of that, it now lets Wildcard
except getting first pick and dying and looking like an absolute idiot.
In a barrel because all of M80 now is having to take these gunfights that are disadvantageous for them. And again, we saw round after round, it was really small mistakes for the side of M80 where if they just correct some of those, this might have been a completely different situation.
Fire everything with SMG12.
Yeah, they were just playing too
Shoot,
scared.
one of them should try that.
They were giving up
that might be a play.
We saw it in round 3 as well. Ashen gets
and then Adrian's having like the world's fattest game ever. He's 10-2.
He just rolls at him on the top floor. So after the timeout, they tried to correct it. Fabian comes in. He says, hey, we're playing way too scared to take more gunfights. Obviously didn't really help him that much there. Wildcard just, again, they just continued their dominant half with that 5-1 attack. This is their map pick, but now they get to go onto their defensive side.
Doesn't matter. It's their map pick, and they started. They wanted to attack Nighthaven. If you know Nighthaven, it's a defender side of map. So like, M80 attacking Nighthaven is not. It's not prime. That's not ideal.
They got rid of the Cape, probably same thing with the Thatcher. A lot of Thatcher play seems to be the new thing. This seems to be kind of the new bans on Labs, run the Thatcher, prevent the C4s, and there's that Valk.
I mean, they have the wall denial, they have the Valk, they have the C4s. I mean, it's every little bit of piece of information that they need and the utility behind it as well. I mean, I think it's really going to be a cut clean case for the side of Wildcard.
Yeah, just about 2 rounds away from wrapping this first map up. Wildcard, a 4-round lead right now over M80.
And just playing extremely well right now. Desk obviously mentioned M80 playing quite scared on that defensive half, but at the same time, even when they adjusted, Ollie, Wildcard not losing any of these fights either. It feels like everybody is hitting their shots exactly when they need to, and obviously a lot of praise has gone Adrian's way, but the rest of the team also showing up. Meanwhile on M80, obviously Diffuser and Savage struggling, Ashen doing quite well, but despite 4 opening picks, now down 1-5, and so much praise sung for these Wildcard defenses. They only need 2 of them to close out Nighthaven.
There's a couple of true like exit frags in there as well that are kind of padding the stats for some of the players on M80. So you kind of, you can keep the opening picks. They're an impactful kill. It didn't win the round, but the kill still had good impact and it had the potential to.
Oh,
there's a couple of exit frags in there that they've got when, you know, they've been sort of 1 versus 4, 1 versus 5, that you kind of just remove because they're kind of meaningless. So from that point of view, it starts to look even worse, doesn't it, from an M80 perspective? I mean, Savage, Diffuser, and Gunner having 2 kills between all 3 of them is the problem in and amongst itself. There is going to be an attempt at tricking onto this wall.
I would try to take that can opener off.
Claws there, but Diffuser should be able to get onto this with the Thatcher. But of course, the 2-brow just making things a bit more awkward as well. Oh, very smart there from Baby Shark. Diffuser needs to be careful.
Yep.
He's only got 1 impact left, and Baby Shark's been really nicely juggling those cage claws so far. I don't think that that's getting open, I'm going to be honest.
And
it's just going to get open. But look at the time.
Well, look at the time, but here's the thing. Even if it doesn't, the desk mentioned saving those EMPs to stop the C4s, and if Spiker or Baby Shark rotate down below to use them, you can't really use those EMPs to stop them because, well, you have 0. Ashen has also tried using his Firebolts to dislodge Bay from the rafters, also looking to do the same with the Blackbeard. Wins the fight on Adrian down below. So they have the advantage to affect this pinch onto Bay, but with the lack of that utility...
Does he not have any... Oh, he already wasted his...
Perfect opportunity
he already wasted his fire.
Maybe
Okay.
even more time. Bay tries to cross, but Ashen not only catches him, catches the player behind. Gavini finishes off the kill, and despite the excellent utility juggling from Wildcard, M80 have just slaughtered the defense.
It's much better this, isn't it, from M80? They look like they are far more comfortable on the attack here tonight.
No, Ashen looks like he's the only one that's showing up. Him and Gavini.
That IT wall. He is a little bit split at the moment from Kansan, but they don't have the fortune of playing buddied up. They need to win their own individual engagements, and there's still 45 seconds to hold on.
I don't know what that was. I really...
Diffuser will fall. C4 placed to the feet. A chance for Baby Shark maybe to retreat back in Kansan.
They're gonna double up on the BB.
He knows this is where all the push is coming from.
Yeah, hitting the flank. Do they know this? Blackbeard ready for it, but he hits the pre-fire. Now Blackbeard
I
trapped
love
in
this
the corner,
double.
Trying to quickly push in, catching Gavini on the headshot, and Kansan hits the flash. 2v4
oh my gosh.
Wildcard. Baby Shark calling in.
Damn.
Kansan with the assist. Map point on Nighthaven.
Calling in the big guns, and Kansan says, yep, I'll be right there. A brilliant flank.
Yeah, that's prime LeBron and D-Wade right there.
By the way, still a Valkyrie camera up there inside
what
of
the
Electric.
hell?
They had 2 yellow pings. They knew exactly where these players were, and we have just seen the most passive Blackbeard round I have ever witnessed in my life. Savage is known for playing the shields. Like, this is what he's good at, and he's just cowering in the corner.
That's actually a nasty. That's a little bit of a nasty shot right there.
Plays like that don't signal that the series is over, but signal, you know, Nighthaven, I think, is going one way if Wildcard can win rounds like that. But to be fair, I do want to acknowledge, obviously, that while there was a lot of utility used early to stall time quite effectively against M80, M80 very good at getting those picks. Ashen able to effectively clear the garage position and basically be a one-man army on 2 different floors to deal with the players supporting and actually holding that position. Able to, you know, generally counter a lot of the utility, end up getting the IT wall open. So there's quite a lot of good things that happened in that round before M80. Obviously unfortunate how it ended, but still possibility to gain a lead early in round 8 and hopefully prevent another 2v4.
Ashen another first pick. That's like 4 or 5 first picks that he's gotten.
I mean, I've sort of stopped getting excited about the opening pick because it just hasn't really held any semblance to what's going to happen in the rest of the round, has it? Spike is getting tagged up as well. He's going to risk a cross there. Is he going to risk a challenge? No, just another cross. He's just sort of playing chicken at the moment as he's running along the lane that is being watched by Ashen. The only player with any significant sign of life right now on this M80 roster in terms of scoreboard contribution, 11 and 6. But we've seen this film before. We know how this goes. Ashen, what was he good for? 22 kills in the last matchup that these two played against each other. And even that wasn't enough. So it isn't all about one player getting a slew of kills.
Hard breaching.
I would always rather have them more equally spread. Kansan and Adrian rubbing shoulders with one another. Spiker and Baby Shark again, very similar. Bay just occupying that middle ground. And considering that M80 got an opening pick, they've not really worked too quickly off the back of that. It hasn't really opened anything up for them. Wildcard is still able to hold quite firm here, and Bay, despite being called out on Deimos, is going to be pretty happy to sit here and just gently challenge onto the window still.
I mean, based on the position, he's not really facing any pressure. Nobody coming in from kitchen. Gunner's still over by bottom house. I mean, he's free to swing that window. Think about taking that 1v1. Certainly, it's not the Deimos around the corner. See, Wildcard, despite losing, they've also not really adjusted much.
Wow.
Gavini, oh, what a big double kill.
Where do you get that from?
Garage, finds both the Pulse and the Sentry roaming around, and now at this point, this is where things get tricky. Wildcard might have been able to work a 4v5, but now with Spiker on low HP, tracked by the Deimos, Adrian looking to make a big play with the TCSG, blitz around the corner, hits the ADS, tags him up quite nicely.
Oh my gosh, Diffuser got a kill.
For M80.
Wow.
Lost a lot of rounds between here and their previous victory in round 4, but not dropping a single body is a good way to start a comeback.
Well, it's the only way, isn't it? They need to believe in themselves now from this point onwards and just take it one round at a time. We've seen a little bit of a start there from a couple of players that have been quite quiet all game long. We've seen a continuation in the performance from Ashen, who's been putting in a good shift so far. But that now needs to sort of build. We need to build on it from here, don't we? Because, as you said, Wildcard, they're only one round away right now from locking up this map. It is their map choice. It is Wildcard's map pick in the best of 3. So there is always that to sort of take into consideration. Best of 3s often simplified down to win your own map pick and win the decider, and just ensure that you get somewhere that you are comfortable on that decided map. And your opponent's map choice, well, that's not always something that you can control. But it would be a hefty comeback from here if M80 were able to chain 4 flawless rounds together, especially given the siege that we've seen up to this point.
Still early days in the defensive half, and what we've seen so far from Wildcard is a 2v4 and a loss.
5 seconds remaining.
Obviously, they get the benefit of a small sample size, or only a small sample size of victories being required to close out this half, given the 5-1 lead. Say if M80 are able to chain those together, could still very well do so as well. Especially if we're going to see Savage on this Blackbeard, maybe try to take a bit more of a pronounced role in the clear early on. Obviously, it was a bit of a weird position they found themselves in round 7 in the late round. But now is M80 defending the middle floor site, storage and control, extending upstairs as teams normally do. We saw Wildcard work that clear quite well on their attacks. Obviously, stands a shield. We'll see Savage take a bit of a very pointed approach to the defense on the top floor with this shield.
The shield just doesn't really concern me too much. And I know Savage is a dangerous, dangerous player on it. But with the way that we saw him play it in the previous round and the way these rounds have gone, I'm just not all that convinced right now. We need that bit more support maybe coming in on the shoulder of it. Obviously, it's the Blackbeard, so you're expecting it to be a little bit more active in a lot of ways.
Well, thank you so much.
Best
Thanks
change
for
this
follow.
round for me is going to be Gunner.
So I think it's gonna win. I mean, Wildcard's gonna take this map, but if it goes, if maybe plays like this on their map pick, which is Cafe next,
try and counter a lot of that.
It's gonna be a pretty easy win for Wildcard.
Did give the upstairs a little bit of a glance, but instead is now going to be just turn his attention toward lobby corridor.
Oh, what's up, Paul?
And seeing if you can bait anything out down here while the rest of the team do some of that more heavy lifting work upstairs. We've got Ram, so some of these vertical angles will start to get open now. But a lot is going to come down to Savage on this top floor clear. He needs to be the point man, moving through and just ensuring, yeah, every corner checked, nothing going on up here. We can now start to work, but look at where Mr. 94 is right now.
Weapon himself sitting
wow.
on Aqua, but a nade
there you go.
Low at the bottom of the stairs.
That's Savage's first kill.
Savage
Hold up.
able to ADS in time, cut his head clean off. Another very quick trade.
No, Spoit's not on M80. That was like 2 years ago.
Paper, you might say a zombie for
Spoit's on Shopify Berlin. They play against DZ
Bay wasted 2 minutes
after the
or so.
series.
Gunner goes down as well. They spot Adrian beneath the window. So that rat play from the Thorn won't quite work out.
Adrian has no idea. That bar might kill him.
Stairs looking to creep in, hopefully in tandem with that Blackbeard. Ashen, 12 and 6. Best rated player inside of the league. Good for M80 in the few rounds they've won. Now making his way down the steps as Savage makes his way into the site. Wildcard.
Blaze, thank you so much for the follow, man. I appreciate it.
Looking to try
thank you,
and
thank
layer,
you.
Play these vertical angles, like the desk mentioned, looking to layer.
Oh.
Maybe even C4 Max try to land one through the vertical hole. Spiker down.
Oh.
He attempts the retake, but Adrian lurking inside a garage. Whips up 3 with the secondary.
Where the hell's
got to run, tail tucked between his legs into the fray with simply no.
What's yo? I have no idea. I have no idea where Adrian was. You're fried. Oh, Shopify again. You forgot. You're good. You're good, EBK. You're good, bro.
What was going on down below? They just failed to remember.
Who do I have in the Shopify series? I have Shopify just because Shopify and DZ versus each other in the SLC final, so they're gonna want a little get back. To answer your question, this was wildcard map pick, and it's not a BO1, it's a BO3. BO3. The next map is Cafe, and that's M80's pick. The Decider Chalet. Really, you're thinking it's gonna be a 2-1 split? Okay. You think M80's coming back? Okay. So you think it's a 2-1 split with who? Wildcard taking it or M80 taking it? Think M80 roster is overrated? I don't. I just think that roster. I think the roster is just held on for too long. Like they've had their spurts, but they've had a lot of downs. You're a casual. What are you watching right now, Chase? You're watching Pro League. Watching the NAL Pro League, so the North American League. So this is M80 versus Wildcard. 2 North American teams. And whoever wins this game goes to the grand finals of the Group 1 stage, and whoever loses versus the winner of the Shopify versus DZ game in the losers bracket for a chance to play in the grand finals. Oh, my mouse is. Cafe is extremely strong on 80 side, aggressive util heavy. Map cheese will be utilized. Interesting to see when a my ban will come in place. You know, you want to hold Bake, you want to hold Bird. Is Omai going to be a necessary ban or what? Appreciate it. No problem, Chase. I don't know. I saw somewhere that said that email, it was banned yesterday in email and in APAC. So it'll be interesting. Asher will force bans on what ops exactly? Because I know it. I know the sort of role he plays. Eating shotgun cloud, etc. Okay. I don't know. You know what? That first game was a warm up for them. So let's hope it's not a 2-0. Because I mean, that'd be kind of boring. Do you want to join DC? Yeah, I'll join DC. Oh, dang, thank you so much for the follow, man. Thank you, man. You love who? You love Gavin? You love Gavin? Oh, yeah. Yeah, and you watch him play ranked, he just runs around and kills everyone. He's super talented, I'll give you that. I think he's just been on that team. He's been on M80 for so long. It's like crazy. Yo, Paul, I'm in my DC. Let me know when you join so I can share the screen. Turn this off for a little bit. He just loves Jaeger. Maestro is a really good friend. Play team. Oh, got you. No, he's cool as hell. It's good because we'll see him in EWC. I was lucky a little shocked that they missed out on SLC. He's actually a D1 drinker. Okay. Props to him. I can never. All right, Paul. I started sharing my screen. You're gonna bounce. Gotta get back to work. All right, I'll see you, Dylan. Thank you for coming in. Peace to you too, Dylan. Ooh, I'm 3 away. I'm 3 away from 100 subs on the Red Apple. Nice.
What's happening here, miss?
What do you mean, what's happening?
Why am I staring at the red app chat?
What are you staring at?
I'm staring at the red app chat.
Okay. What about it?
I thought I was watching the Pro League game. What's going on, bro?
Yeah, you are. What?
Not actually.
What are you talking about?
I'm just staring at a frozen moose camera and a. There we go.
What?
What's yeah?
Oh, yeah. I turned my camera off for a little bit. Okay. You scared me there.
Well, no, but your camera was frozen because you had your stream.
What? Whatever that means.
What does it mean?
Well, it's a walk in the park for Wildcard on their pick of Labs, a 7-2 win to start out this best of 3. True domination here from Wildcard. It seemed like M80 still hadn't gotten warmed up yet. I mean, they start out on the attacking side, they roll through, they shift over to defense, and nothing changes. Wildcard stay composed, and they stay with the control.
Again, that's the beauty of a best of 3. You should win your remat respectively, and that's exactly what they did. I'm expecting the exact same thing, similar to what we saw with DZ. I mean, similar with the DZ Wildcard matchup. When they went into Chalet, they got dominated, but the spirit was high. They were in good moods. I'm expecting the exact same outcome from M80 once we transition to that second map. They wipe the slate clean. They know where things went wrong. They fix it going into their map. But ultimately, yeah, I mean, Wildcard, that was absolute dominance from the start to the finish.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely want them to win their map pick, but you don't want to go in there and lose in, what was it, 2-7?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't pretty. It wasn't pretty.
Definitely a little rough. Again, we have to have Fabian coming into the comms and saying we're starting out slow, and they were starting out slow. Like, literally no one was willing to take any gunfights. It was just kind of like constant layering back, just kind of chickening out. And then on attack, what was that 4v2 they kind of threw later into the game? Like, they just couldn't capitalize on the man advantages. The continuing, you said about 50-50s, just kept happening.
Well, Wildcard showing us that clutch potential throughout the game, including in that final round. Here's a listen in the Wildcard comms of what that map win sounded like.
Guys. Yeah, gonna finish office, guys.
I have blue. Smoking game.
I can call the plant. Gonna finish office. Agent,
On 4 ping. Not planting yet.
Evan, can you stop plants?
He's gonna plant. Let's plant near 4 ping. They shot the game. Planting on 4. Smoking in.
Guys, fork window. Fork window.
Fog window dead. Last above, guys.
Just chill, guys. We won the round. Just chill.
Sprinting down blue, it's Orion.
Yo, pick up me, pick up me, pick up me.
Again, it's just the constant
felt like
information
light
that
work for
they're
them there.
gathering and that they have and that they can use.
You know what fork window was,
effectively to
Paul?
win these rounds, and that's why we questioned. Okay, are they going to get rid of those information up?
He called
And again,
Okay,
they're
cool.
abusing it once. I mean, you don't want to say they're abusing it. They're just using
You don't know what
the
it
way that
is?
it is intended to be used, and they're winning these rounds.
Fork window? It's that window right by
effortlessly,
cargo.
essentially by that information. So I hope once we get into cafe, maybe
I don't know why they
we
call it
see a
fork
little
window, though.
more traditional bands go to the side and maybe
That window?
more focused on
Yep,
where
that window,
Wildcard are.
that window
Yeah,
of
we
top
said they were the
cargo.
best at it for a reason, and they definitely showed it. All their defensive rounds again. Now that's 3 in a row they ran vision ops. I'm expecting that to continue on Cafe.
Well, part of maybe the lesson we can take to Cafe, right, is looking at how the patch notes that came out just a couple days ago, right, influence.
There's a
the
forklift
play
in the
here.
hall?
We've
Okay,
seen
thank you,
that
Sebastian.
Actively
Thank you.
in the lobby, the changes
Makes
made
more
to
sense
Zofia,
now.
Wamai, Dokkaebi, Jaeger, straight buffs that have happened here for at least 3 or 4 of these operators. And
For 3, bro.
you have to imagine that these teams are eager to use it. We actually saw it, Kyle, from both of them right away, how these teams are taking these new buffs and implementing them.
Yeah, this is why I love watching Rainbow Six Siege personally. We get to see lots of patch notes. Buffs are always better than nerfs for me. And here's Wamai, a great position outside of the E-box. He's able to give the discs to his player, Warden, and he has that new C4, so we saw him go for the E-box. And then what does the attack do? Well, there's that Zofia impacts from below that we have seen, but now he's got that extra impact, where Zofia has the extra impact. We're going to be seeing a lot more of that. Rora wasn't buffed in this recent update, but very recently, Rora did have an update where the door shuts a little bit quicker. We saw it there, saved Bay's life. He's able to get the bomb plant down, and this was a beautiful strategy to watch from Wildcard. And again, it's why I personally love to watch Siege. We are a strategy game first and foremost, not just an FPS, right? And every time we get those buffs, I love to see how the Pro League players are going to use those new updates.
I mean, I was going to say, we played in a meta where it was nothing but utility that was being thrown, being expunged. Like, you had to use it in order to get into sight to go for these executes. So it's very exciting to see Jaeger be brought back, to see Wamai especially get brought back, which is insane. I mean, those discs and the amount that he can do, also having the deployable shield, and you were also saying the C4. I mean, a lot of insane stuff, and then Zofia's entire kit. I mean, 6 pieces of utility that you can throw out.
Plus 2 speed now, the gun's usable. Like, yeah, Zofia's
a lot.
insane.
The power of Wamai especially, I was playing more during the days of Wamai pixel position in Cafe. Absolute nightmare. Got the shield back. He's got so much potential to be in a very similar position. I'm not saying that's where we're going to see him, but going into the next map, you have to imagine that's going to be a factor.
I mean, that was a very normal thing back in the day. Whenever you saw Pixel going on 3rd floor Cafe, it was guaranteed to be a Jaeger or Wamai there. And are we going to see that again? Maybe, probably not, because Zofia can instantly counter that. A Capitao can instantly counter that effectively. But it's just good to be able to see these operators be brought back into the pool where they did kind of get put to the side due to where our meta was at for quite some time.
And both of these teams showing us that they're not wasting any time adapting to the new update and trying to make use of it as best they can. We'll see. I mean, a lot of speculation, but we dive into Cafe right now to find out, can M80 take their own map pick and send us to a map 3?
And with the performance that Wildcard just pulled out, you have to be concerned of a quick 2-0.
M80's
But I definitely think I'm
still-
more of the mind
okay,
of
jeez.
Gabe on the desk, Ollie. I think that obviously Wildcard performing very well on their pick, but given the way M80 have played, I'm not saying this will also be a 7-2, but I think this is going to be a game of both teams winning their picks pretty well.
Do you?
I do.
I'm kind of like,
personally.
I don't know. I'm leaning. I'm going to be real. I'm thinking maybe wildcard in 2 at this stage, because it isn't that wildcard are any sort of slouch on this map in particular. They haven't played it a lot super recently. Their most recent performance is against Dark Zero, where they were good for a 7-5 win. And I do just start to think to myself about teams that are dominant throughout a whole stage. How many times do we see them be dominant throughout a whole stage and then continue to be dominant inside of playoffs? Usually there is some sort of a cooling off period of like, okay, this team's now quieting down a little bit, getting into more of a repeatable rhythm. Whereas I'm not sure that M80 are in that space at the minute of, is their performance in the regular stage transferring into these playoffs at this moment in time? Because that game against Wildcard on Labs, like, you can say what you like about the way that M80 played and the way that Wildcard played, but they were just failing to hit shots. A lot of it came down to, you know, the strategy and the operator selection and the way that those operators were played. Granted, yeah, that's always going to have a factor. But I just worry when I look across the scoreboard and I see like a heavy reliance on Ashen again to really get the job done. A lot of man advantages that were squandered. That's not really something that's like map specific that is a problem. That's game specific. So I don't know. I'm kind of hopeful for wildcard in this one. I'm feeling 2-0.
Well, you know, might be hopeful maybe 2-0 will happen. I know Min's probably a bit unhappy right now. Said earlier 3 C4s is the sweet spot, but 5 C4s, you're trolling. Well, Wildcard certainly did not hear him. All 5 C4s brought for Wildcard at the moment. A lot of useful primary utility as well. Got the hard breach denial, got the mirror window to create a really nasty fortress on this top.
Yeah, but they're not looking at more util.
And better watch your feet. You move across that cocktail box.
They're playing more for intel.
It really is going to be hot. A lot of C4s, but not necessarily the information to play off the back of him. They've not got the pulse, they've not got the Valkyrie, so it tells me they're going to be playing in a much more aggressive way. Kansan, top of white stairs, waiting to throw C4 out to any unsuspecting player on that cocktail side. M8 needs to be quite hot on this, because they don't want to get themselves caught out by those external C4s that we see be so popular on this map. Spiker as well, challenging at the bottom of that reading door. It's become very popular to aggressively challenge onto that position and not really give anything away for free. First C4 there from Bay, it will be blown, but with the addition of those air jabs, players from M80 are going to feel a lot safer getting themselves out onto the rappel. From a jump out perspective,
yeah, bro, 5 nitros
doesn't help that C4 threat.
And it seems that's what Wildcard's going for. Have a couple C4s budgeted to throw out those windows, and then have 2 to 3 to actually try and deal with M80 as they push in along the 3rd floor. A lot of times been, wasted already. Minute 30 in. Probably going to take another 30 seconds to make their way across the cocktail. I'd say that. Got nobody behind the cocktail mirror right
he did get in there.
Diffuser might try to make his way along the bar pretty quickly.
Oh, who shot it? Diffuser?
By the attack. Ashen opening up map 2 with an opening pick, just like he did on Nighthaven. It's cost a lot of
streaming. Yeah, I told you I was gonna get early streaming.
One defender on the
had to.
And only 1 C4 remaining for Wildcard. This heavy investment in one particular kind of secondary utility not paying off.
No, especially if you're not good for at least a kill. If you bring in 5, you start to think about where you're going to be lacking there. Barbed wire players just going to be allowed to walk in. You've got no information. You've not got a deployable shield to really retreat back to. If you bring in 5 C4s, you need to be getting at least 2 kills, in my opinion. And that is not going to be possible. Instead, it's going to be a flank. 2 players now pushing up wide, and the shotgun just nails Diffuser.
Is there not someone up there? Oh, okay, there was.
Rotate down into the site the moment that call goes out, realizing they need to go quick before the defense retakes the vert. They'll move into the post as Wildcard take the advantage away from M80. They haven't fully retaken it just yet.
But they need to double. They need to double. This Nomad.
Holding an off angle beneath one of the short bars. 2 players roaming around the corner, but Adrian spots it. They've got the advantage, but with players retreating outside, Wildcard have a bit of a, I was about to say a difficult retake, never mind. Adrian hops out the window, mows down Gunner with the shotgun, and Wildcard flatten
people, yeah, a lot of people like Pro League, you know?
Honestly, I'm flabbergasted. The kill that Adrian got onto Ashen.
It's Ashen though, like that's literally his playstyle. He's so aggressive.
And by the time that Ashen's reacted and moved his crosshair into the just general vicinity of the body of Adrian, he's dead. Boom, gone. He has been absolutely annihilated.
And the best part too, if Adrian dies to that off angle, which he probably, him catching that is ridiculous. Wildcard was still swinging 2 for 1, so there's a good chance they get that trade.
That was it. There was a player at the top of white stairs that was tapping away over toward Cocktail. As soon as Adrian gets the kill onto Diffuser, he goes deep down white corridor and flanks in through Cigar and Shop and starts to challenge onto that mirror window and is probably wondering, oh goodness.
Yeah, what's up, brother?
Like, someone's surely going to be playing that. But just a little bit of tap fire pressure that's coming in for the top of white stairs. Adrian's then just... He's a thief in the night. He's gone to the wind. No one's got a clue that he's actually there and going for that flank because it's such an extension. But the fact that Wildcard were flanking preemptively, kind of knowing we've lost the site, we've not got anything to deny it with, we need to go for the retake and we need to go for it now. They're retaking before the plant's even down. It's incredible game sense.
It's definitely been the vibe throughout that round, and of course all of Nighthaven, is that Wildcard's reads of the game. Not only the strategies they're bringing into rounds, though, bringing 5 C4s again. really committing to the C4 maxing bit.
These guys are nice.
I almost have to
better,
wonder, is this intentional?
No, I like this a lot better because they've doubled the information. So whereas previously
I know that's the only thing I was saying is like they bring the nitros, but they've got one set of barb. That's it.
Drone, they could have played for a C4 off the back of the drone. This time they've got Valkyrie cameras and they've got the pulse.
So they're playing, but they're playing a lot more intel to counter
Previously, it was like Hail
the
Mary,
less util.
big Hollywood moments being attempted, throwing them out of the window, hoping that you catch someone. This time it isn't going to be that. It should be much more pinpoint.
Yeah, especially with the black eye cameras and the heartbeat scanner, you'd hope that be the case. The mirror windows will also stall out time on the top floor, still running this mirror arcade setup that we saw in the first round. Makes sense the lineup wouldn't change too much on a
Oh my gosh.
Baby shark! Almost lets that one get away from him, and he will lose his life in the process. Double jump out, only gets 1 kill, and both players die for
That's crazy. You used to coach Spiker?
Greatest investment, especially
Do you used to coach a goat?
one of the players you lost is Adrian. On
If you did, it's a pretty big accomplishment.
Some intel operator for this wildcard defense.
I think Baby Shark downed Gaveni with the last bullet in the mag. Then it got quite scrappy, didn't it, right toward the end? You could see him frantically rushing over just to confirm the kill to get anything out of that, because it has left wildcard a little bit weak here. The C4s, it's a real Marmite strategy, and if it works, they look like geniuses. If it doesn't work, you really start to question it. And we questioned it in round 1. They were able to pull it off. But here again, I do start to worry because of the man count advantage that M80 have got, because of the lack of barbed wire.
Not really for long. It's a bit. He was like 15.
To stop players from just walking in. Players can crouch walk or
You're still probably vital for his development, though.
It's difficult to know exactly what's going on there.
He gets one pick
Oh, wow.
So it's a nice trade. Savage helping the 2-for-1 for M80, quickly swings into reading to get the advantage back. Another player on white stairs could quickly fall. And Wildcard are just hitting their shots today. Spiker with a nice one, falling back downstairs, still has a C4. Can play vertical with the post, and Gunner with the IQ scanner, I mean, maybe spots it through the floor. Instead, Wallbangs cans it inside of mining. Now Spiker might be able to deny play, but with 35 seconds left, they can waste time. They force him off, and the C4 goes wide. Diffuser now with plenty of time to put this diffuser down, and now with M80 in the post,
Did I have winning?
Another 1vx for Wildcard.
I know Wildcard's probably going to lose this round, but I still have Wildcard.
It's unclear what black eye cameras are remaining. Gunner might well have spotted and shot every single one of them. Attacks retreated deeper into dining, trying to hold long angles, create some kind of crossfire, but also just avoid any possible fight. Spiker spotted on the drone. Diffuser gets the initial bite at the apple, puts Spiker down to 1. There's so little time remaining, and neither angle dealt with. Diffuser will finish what he started and tie the game by 2.
Start to see a little bit of a response a little bit earlier in this series, and in a much more convincing way from M80. Not sure how long we can see this heavy investment into this C4 meta that Wildcard are trying to make work and make happen here on Cafe before they have to change things up and just go, okay, the C4's not quite working out for us. Granted, they lost a lot of gunfights and they lost the opening 2 picks there, but again, it was down to aggression. It was because they were really looking to bring the fight to this team.
He says Sploit owns Gunner.
Shark, probably hoping that he gets that kill a lot quicker and that Adrian
That's hilarious,
stays alive for a little bit longer. But it was the round for doubling up. It was the round for 2 people going at the same time, and that was really the winning formula.
This was crazy.
The bodies that M80 were able to pick up early on into the round, they were then
But
able to continue.
it looks like they had a drone on him.
After every problem.
Now with that excellence on the attacking side, hoping this one to at least be a closer affair, even if it's going to be a loss. And Wildcard have certainly had their string of close games inside of the NAL against top teams, M80, Dark Zero, with best of 1s and best of 3s. And try to retake their lead as they attend. Not attend, but defend. I was going to say the primary site, but Cafe is a bit of a weird run. You don't normally see, you know, a default first one to start like we see on.
He's on M8, Gunner, Gavini, Savage, Diffuser, and Ashen.
Sites, but usually I feel like it's the second floor ones that are defended first, and then we go to kitchen.
Yeah, you can kind of watch a whole game of Cafe and just never feel like you get out the mid floor sometimes, because those 2 sites on the mid floor, yeah, they're just kind of both viable. And
I got Wildcard 2, killer.
But we do often get sent downstairs toward kitchen. M80, a lot of the map to clear, and they're going to be making good progress in.
Good thing for the follow, man. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Get himself established here at the top of red. They are going to be a bit worried about with the way that Wildcard have been playing so far, because Wildcard have been very loose on this.
Trev, thank you so much for the follow, man. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
Good thing for them in this round, because the expectation with the lineup is that they're going to be a little bit more static here, and they are going to
Trev, the heartbeat too. Thank you, man.
A little bit more. But M80 aren't really concerning themselves with that at the moment. The progress that they're making is
out here taking. Right now. Oh gosh.
Does need to be cautious. Can't just open all those angles up for free. You are going to
and Creature, thank you for the heartbeat. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Playing in that hot position in VIP.
Gotta go back to work for 2 hours. All right, we'll be watching Spoit when you come back.
Sorry, on the mute instead. Looking to deny still. C4 ready to send out in that direction. Shotgun for those closer range engagements. People swinging down past those white stairs. And the charge to be led by Savage as he's framing up for a bit of a push in on the blitz. He is accompanied now. He's got diffuser on his shoulder.
You heard it, Rip.
Off in the good, safe play. Oh, C4 lands at his feet. Savage, even pulling back in real life, just try and dodge the oncoming shrapnel. But to 1 HP, that's so nice
gosh.
For this swing. Adrian and Spiker can hold on well from Brown and VIP respectively. Diffuser blinded as well.
This textbook.
It's unfortunate timing, really disrupted by that wildcard defense, playing these positions so well. Doing a 4-man swing on a diffuser right now. The tip of Baby Shark's left ear spotted, going for another pre-fire. Diffuser lands it. A nice double swing though. As
who's left though, Gavini?
Started getting a little shaky.
Jay, thanks for the follow.
Bottom white. Kansan puts a lid on it. And is now looking to put Gavini.
He has no idea. Yeah, his idea was behind bar.
Spiker, who swings out from Brown bar and takes the lead back for wildcard.
What's up, Creature? He's what's good? Yeah, not too much, man.
With the shield.
Not too much, man.
Savage is going to play the shield. We poked a little bit of fun at Savage on Nighthaven Labs because the shield play really didn't work out and it didn't have the same level of threat that it often does. Both primary shields, I guess, banned to some degree here in the Monty and the Blackbeard. But even then, knowing that Savage is very likely
Prada, you and Rilo got mod around the same time.
Contingency set up to be able to deal with that. Grim and a Valkyrie taken away here as our start of round 4 bans. But I doubt that it's the bans that are really going to define this game. The information game that Wildcard wanted to play with the Valkyrie, it was good. It was better on Labs in a lot of ways. God, he's just barrel stuffed in there, but it was Spiker that still got the kill. It's that double swing, it's that support. Using the smoke to cook Gavini off from the bottom of those brown stairs as well. So
yo, chill, Rilo, chill. Hell no.
As to when Savage is moving down white with diffuser, Gavini's ideally going to be moving down brown, and that's when they're going to start to try and catch people out, utilizing the smoke there. Again, it's just one step ahead every single time for Wildcard tonight.
And which I feel like both teams have been doing pretty good at mounting.
I yell too much, bro.
But to your point about Wildcard feeling one step ahead, it's always felt like when it comes to the actual kills that decide the round, they're always the ones initiating.
They got a mirror? Oh, they got a mirror. I didn't know that. Okay, I didn't even know mirror was up.
For the 5v4, either A, it's immediately traded, or B, when you get those flurry of mid to late round engagements that like really decide who wins, you know, when 4,
they're still running the 5 C4. Like that's part of the game plan. That's crazy.
Top floor last map to get that double kill, or clearing the top floor of Kansan, or in that round, mounting a double swing like we saw. It seems Wildcard always taking the initiative on attack and defense, and M80 really struggling to match that, and maybe caught off guard by how confident Wildcard are moving on Nighthaven and now on Cafe as well. Bomb drop from Cocktail. Arced perfectly out the window and lands at Savage's feet for the most unwelcome of gifts.
Good luck shooting that one.
Look, if I die that in ranked, I'm off, bro.
A couple of C4 shots today, but
that was hot, dude. That was sexy as hell, bro.
And some of them are going to get through, right? Another 5-round C4 lineup here for Wildcard. They are just
like, that's why they brought it too, was to like purpose type of C4s and hopefully they hit.
I'm not even sure if it's a meta. I think it's just something that they're starting to pioneer and test out, isn't it?
32 viewers on Famous. Yeah, I'm about to drop my day ones.
They are going to be bringing Spiker, and they have done it a couple of times. I need to correct myself. I've been a little bit remiss. I've sort of criticized the lack of
dropping everybody.
They are actually bringing the sentry, so they will have another piece of secondary utility that they can play. The point is more
that was pretty easy.
Have multiple things.
Yo, he's in there. Hold up, he's in there.
He's going to push through and take a Spiker down anyway. Ashen with the diffuser, but the site currently being occupied.
Oh, I like this. I like this by M80.
They're able to take down Adrian through the wall, still going for the off spot. Ashen not going into dining with the rest of the push, instead creeping in. Nice little find by Bay. Wildcard retain control of the vert, so they can force at least the striker off the plant for a brief period of time, but M80 seem to have the cutoff positions held. Quickly rappelling up to the top floor. Gunner finds a couple on the white rappel, and well, now at that point, M80 able to quickly
who's striker?
That's
Ashen.
That oncoming retake from
Wildcard. That was a whiff. Wow.
To counter that diffuser.
Standing still.
Yeah, M80.
That round goes to Gavini.
Through there. I think they're starting to get the read and they're starting to understand. And I am going to go back to it.
That round goes to Gavini. If Gavini doesn't get that entry and that much pressure,
sure, you can bring the sentry.
They don't win that, I don't think.
A couple of pieces of barbed wire. You can bring a bulletproof helmet. You bring a deployable shield, but it isn't enough.
Well, I'll tell you what, Trev. Savage is not tilted after that.
On a map like Cafe, and M80 are starting now to just increase the pace a little bit, and I think that's what they need to do. They just need to put the pressure on here because there's really nothing standing in their way from taking map control. It's not like they've got loads to try and chew through. Again, this lineup, we've gone back to a bit more of the information approach with the pulse. Valkyrie's banned, so again, we're going to be bringing the spike, we're going to be bringing those couple of pieces of barbed wire. But again, I don't know if it's going to be enough to stop M80 from moving through, because as they build confidence, as they get more used to playing against this, they surely just continue to take ground a little bit quicker. Now, there are some tools in this lineup that are going to make it a bit more difficult. Obviously, Wamai with the introduction of a C4 and a Wamai now.
Running around definitely helps you, but it definitely does. I would still be tilted.
And the mirror window's likely going to be played on that top floor.
But he's an IGL, so it's kind of, I don't know. You're not expected to get much on the killing side.
With that Selma, with those Selma charges, unless somebody can assist and maybe bank a nade round to get rid of one of those Cade claws. So expect the mirror windows to last for a good portion of time here on this top floor.
They went same site, brought the same setup. Or no, they bring a pulse this time.
Operator pool for Wildcard in this defense. They have been so dedicated to this intel strategy, with which the desk has mentioned, but also dedicated to this quintuple C4 lineup that we barely even had much variation from the Miras, the Cades, the intel ops, even Sentry being brought as kind of load bearing. I mean, not to have, as you pointed out, not to have any barbed wire is just too great a risk. M10 shots ripping open the mining window, but none of them find purchase in a body of the attacker. Adrian will put it away and put the heartbeat scanner back out to check where some of these players are on rappel. Issue with this 5C4 lineup is I don't think we've ever really seen all of them get used by Wildcard.
You haven't.
Having, you know, secondary utility that lasts after your death, like some more barbed wire, like you mentioned, it does end up feeling like such a heavy investment. I don't know if it's really possible to even use all of these.
I think what you've got to remember is that in either this round or the next, they're going to get 4 or 5 C4 kills, and we're going to call them geniuses.
That's true.
So we do need to tread carefully. Yeah, we do need to tread carefully. We don't want to set ourselves up for a big fall. But you are right. We haven't seen a lot of C4 kills balanced with the fact of how many C4s we've seen brought. There has been a little bit of a desync there. But it is doing a job. It's keeping them at bay a little bit. I do feel like M80 could be a little bit more aggressive. I do feel like they could try and
again, bro. Yo,
I'm imagining someone
that's why they brought it, though. For that right there. For that right there.
The Nomad deleted on that cocktail side. It's okay, so that's 1. So we've still got 2 C4s left.
Well,
we could still get 3 here.
Well, and they've made the perfect argument for the 5C4 because C4 tossed out cocktail window, Ashen dodges it. Second C4 tossed out the same window. Gavini just whipping his way down red stairs. Adrian almost surprised by that presence. Just to quickly flick, tosses it with the M10. Gunner thinking he might be better for it. Kansan gets the kill with the TCSG though. Big round for shotguns. Big round for C4s as well.
Yo, Joey, get out of here. Don't say that.
Not really happy with this development. Has to throw it on his last booty drone. A little frustrated. Just like, all right, well, I'm getting the vert done. Only have the manpower to convert it though. Speaking of which, Gunner not gonna like this one. Somebody gone behind the very couch. He won a map at the Manchester Major. Oh, he flicks on.
Okay, no, he was flash. 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 Hold up. He was flash. Don't even. He was flashed.
Tit for tat first half.
It's flashed.
There's not a lot separating
Yo,
these two
Poop.
right
Thank you so much for the follow, Poop.
And I don't know
Thank
if
you,
I'm just
Poop.
biased with how map 1 went. It feels like
Sport's gonna lose
or the other.
to DZ.
The rounds that Wildcard
We'll
have
see,
won
Casey.
really convincing. The rounds that M80 have won have equally looked really convincing. And we've sort of praised where necessary and kind of.
Oh, Prada, you said they added native MK. Yeah, I dropped the Reddit video on the native MK on console.
Out a little bit there for them. You know,
Adrian got traded.
The entire sort of crux
No.
around. I think big kills like Adrian on red stairs with the
Wait,
shotgun were
actually,
a bit
yeah, he
more of a
did.
problem. And
You're right.
Again, Wildcard just making this such a close quarter.
You are right about that.
And really leveraging some of the more powerful.
Whoever ram
tools
was
in the
got
game
got
right
two of
now.
them.
Obviously,
Was it
C4
Gunner?
has always been fantastic, but forcing,
I don't know who it was.
forcing attackers into continuing to take these close shotgun battles. As a defender, you're going to come out on top more often than not. That seems to be the game plan at the moment as we enter round number 6. And again, another 5 C4s brought. We maybe need to go through and do the maths, because this could be one of those games where it's like 30 or something C4s have been brought in the first half.
And I think there might be there's a slim exception with round 3, the kitchen defense, but I think that aside from round 3, they have run 5 C4s in at least 5 rounds. So we're at what, 25? Then we had Wamai and Mew in round 3, so we'll assume they have C4s. So at least 27 C4s this half.
That's insane.
And I think they have 2 kills.
Yeah, 2 kills. But it's
hey.
something about it is working though. Something about it is working, and whether it's the threat on the rappel, whether it's the uncertainty that M80 are now having to move through, the constant worry about it, that there is something else.
What is
at
secret
play
for
there that
Adrian?
is
Dude, I've
making
got
it,
no idea,
that's
bro.
sort of tipping it over the edge. And I don't want to say making it viable because I'm not sure if it is, but it's kind of.
I have no idea. I wasn't paying attention to when that
It's
happened.
working for me at least on an entertainment value level. I'm at least enjoying myself, and I think that's important. I think that's important, especially if we're gonna keep using the word C4 maxing, which I find funny. Then we might as well just C4 max and live our truth. Wild card, obviously on the defense. Not defending kitchen, normal set rotation after they dropped rating in round 4, have gone back to it this round. C4 unfortunately misses. This baby shark put to quite low HP. Another C4 misses, sent out on cocktail. But at least we're seeing them used, and now with 3 in the late round and everybody falling back, might see the layering we talked about. How about C4
no, it's not it.
That one land? And unfortunately not today. We've only got 2 out of 5 remaining to try and either get a kill or some nice damage onto the M80 attack, as the C4 is not quite working in the 6th.
Bay below. Ooh.
Oh.
Gonna send the C4 and go for
nice.
it. Takes Gunner down. Might have another on the reverse here. The Savage is upstairs swinging the caber. Advantage here for Wildcard.
What
4
is?
C4 sent, 1
They're
kill
doubled on
netted.
the flank.
The conversion rate isn't fantastic, but it has done something to slow down this approach. Still with an ability to make vert, the Savage can continue to open up some of these pockets and give a little bit of line of sight, but it's going to be so telegraphed. You know the plant's going to be going down in that reading door, and that's where Ashen's going to be.
See 2 players.
You know,
you
heard the shotgun, right?
Accomplish in the 44-second post plant.
Oh wow!
Savage down.
Wait, use the mirror. Use the mirror.
Started off this half of the retake.
Right?
It seems like they might want to end it with a lead. Long angle, Gavini waiting for somebody to swing that new balcony. Finds him, takes him down. Diffuser and the 8 both trying to hold on to this top floor as tight as they can. Cans it with a brief tick.
Oh, that's a great pick, Gavini.
AK-12. Gavini doing his best to try and fend off every defender they throw at him.
Oh, that's such a beautiful kill, Gavini.
And maybe just stops this retake from Wildcard. Spiker now beyond the pale. Falls
no, you're
off.
actually him.
On the back of Gavini
wow.
And Diffuser alone. M80.
Wow. If you guys want to know how to play a post plant perfectly, just replicate that. That was perfect.
All square after 6 rounds.
Wamai got a shield? Yes. Wamai has a shield. Wamai has a shield.
Neck and neck right now, Kyle.
Nitro and Proxys.
They're gonna be happy to win that last round right there because for me,
how many kills does Spoit have? Spoit's not on M80. He's on Shopify Rebellion. They play after this series.
We've already heard Fabian in an earlier timeout during Nighthaven Labs, kind of trying to wake him up. But we're also starting to hear
that was such a good post plant by Gavini.
I mean, we could look at the stats and we could cherry pick all day long, but we do have some clips I want to show you that Savage is actually kind of getting sold a little bit here. I mean, here's one of their first push. Again, desync. Normally, when you're a shield player, you need to have this player pushing behind you, right behind you to trade, just going one by one by one.
Don't blame down.
Very animated, very upset about that one as well.
Ashen going 2 and 5. To be fair, he's gotten hit with I think 2 ridiculous nitros or something like that. So like,
with that follow-up because there was a thorn immediately.
So same with Savage. This one is.
They died to that.
Sure, and here's one of those rounds where they're gonna.
That's a crazy nitro right there. Forgot he's on M84. You're good, Casey.
King's the window.
Yeah, he's on Shopify. He got traded to. Who got traded?
All good.
So even my grandma could do better. I mean, like, obviously they're having fun with it, but he is kind of being a little bit sold right now on his side, which is frustrating. Again, the guns need to wake up.
Ashen?
Needs to be more than
I
just
forgot how he
Ashen,
died
and
this past
luckily for
round.
this map, it is
Did he get?
more
He didn't get
than
C. Did he get
I mean,
C4?
it was almost a
No, he didn't
retake
get
on the
C4.
exact same side that they had the first round. So I think it is very important for just their own mental state.
I don't
that
know.
they
All
did
I know
close
is
that
he
series
went.
right
Ashen went
clutch from giving
like
need to be able to close that
11
out,
and
but
6
the
last game and
C4s,
lost. So
5
I guess
rounds,
if he can go
they ran
negative
a
and they
total
win,
of 5
then
C4s.
they're
I thought
good.
I was lying.
Yeah, I mean, you aren't joking about C4 max, and thankfully they get the 3-3 half. I'm sure they would have liked the 4-2. However, for the side of M80, I am still worried, especially once we get to that defense. That's where we're seeing Wildcard and Nighthaven Lab pick them apart, and that's where Wildcard actually ran away with it in their DZ match. They were able to move the defense around, put them where they wanted to, and then they were able to strike. They were able to get those kills. They were able to find those gaps. So if I'm M80 in this situation, use the information effectively here, move around the map, don't allow Wildcard to take the control for free, and let alone give them the space to be able to open up the site, open up a gap for them to be able to expose off. I need to see a little more from them because right now, again, I do agree. It's almost similar to Nighthaven Labs. They do look a little asleep at the wheel.
And what I'm expecting, I mean, defense is a little bit easier just in the sense of, like, you can be on autopilot a little bit in your spots, but I am expecting them to kind of heavy use the information game just like Wildcard did. Remember, they had that 6-0 perfect half against Dark Zero, so they're going to have a similar game
Ying and
plan.
Grim are
Taking off
banned.
the
Those are
mirror,
really
taking
good
off Cade,
bans.
what's going to be up? It's that information.
And what I am curious, I mean, obviously throughout group stage, they were all in the same facility. They were all playing together. If you've noticed coming to playoffs, it's only Savage in that facility. Everyone else is at home. And I am curious if that is the reason why we're seeing a slow starting M80 in comparison to what we were seeing during the group stage where they started out very strong. So I think that dynamic definitely is playing a little bit of contribution in terms of
What
their overall
dynamic?
performance than what we were seeing back in the group stage.
All right, now officially halfway through this best of 3. If M80 can send us to that third map, a good performance here on the defense would help them do exactly that.
And M80 already exciting us a little bit. Completely different site, completely different methodology than what we saw from Wildcard on their defenses. It was C4 maxing all 5 rounds and like a little bit in round 3.
Who's playing next game?
M80 out the gate. We got Cocktail for the first time. We got
Shopify
Castles,
versus Dark Zero.
Architect, Operators. It's a completely different game plan.
Well, it's different in the context of this game, but it looks very reminiscent of something that we used to see quite often in days gone by. Utility meta could be back.
Is that bad? Yeah, that's a good game. It's gonna be a good game. Rematch of the SLC finals.
The
Oh yeah.
C4 change, which in itself is a big one. They also have a deployable shield now, but their magnet system has been changed. Total maximum charge is now 7, was 6. Reduced activation time by a whole second, and the charge frequency, so how often you get them, has been decreased, should I say, as well. You're going to get them at 20-second intervals now, so you have a lot more ability to hold on in certain positions, and one of those certain positions is going to be inside of Piano. Very
Shopify running that next one. We'll see, sellers. We'll see. I hope so.
I mean, I'll tell you how powerful it is now. We're top floor cigar, top floor cafe, and Azami's not banned and not being played.
Yeah, that's actually pretty impressive. I didn't even think about that. Normally, a zombie castle combo is one that will draw bans alone on Cafe. You'll see both of them taken down as the first 2, and not so this time. Only one of them brought. But by the same token, you can see the power of the Thatcher right there. A lot of the magnets, a lot of the utility on this top floor taken down pretty early. Don't even need to burn all that much, though. Still need to. Flashbang caught and will blind the defender playing inside a cigar. That's just a beautiful clear from Wildcard. First half of the round, utility goes in. Spiker.
Gotta see some Veganese of me too.
Start the round.
Me too.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot more Thatcher as well, like you say.
They buffed her so much recently.
Electrification focus now. It isn't just about getting walls open. It isn't just about getting rid of C4s. It is going to be about getting rid of some of that catching utility. Ashen, first player to fall here. You're going to see Bay start to move through now and just eliminate some of those little hiding spots underneath of Skylight. Always a top spot. Spiker. Still with a couple of pieces of kit in the launcher.
Where did that came from below?
C4. Savage,
oh, okay.
He was forced out of there because of the Rotero drone, and he's made it into a positive. He's now got the chance to flank up White as well and maybe have an impact.
Maybe have an impact. Gavini with a double swing.
That's nasty.
Around the corner.
That's nasty. Hey, that's nasty as hell.
as Wildcard begin to whittle down that advantage. And
holy shot from him.
It seems like
oh my
Gavini's
gosh.
the man on Cafe.
R4C's still the go.
Savage getting a couple of kills there as well. It was kind of, it's one of those situations.
I like this util meta. I like Sophia being picked.
You don't force him to drop off the balcony. You don't allow
Gavini might be him. No, he is him.
And then he doesn't rotate up. I think it was White.
Dude, was that a pre-fire or what?
Unfortunate there for Wildcard. They kind of caused that chain reaction in some ways.
That guy got pieced. I mean, look, this is insane, dude.
Static as soon as they got into piano and into
like, oh my gosh, and then he yeah.
Either on that cocktail side or something.
Yo, he's like actually, he's MVP right now. He's 10-4. He's so clutch. It's crazy. Cody, thank you so much for the follow, man. Get slammed. Oh my gosh, bro.
Now after that nice hold and nice 3-piece for Gavini, M80 winning first play.
That's not a pre-fire. That's one hell of a call out. Well, I guess you could say he knew. I guess you could say he knew he was on that door when he killed that Thorn C3. That was nasty.
Round 8, M80's second defense. Seems like we're going to be seeing a lot of this utility play. Ollie, you saw don't mine the castle last time, but now, oh, we've got the dangerous duo. We've got the Jaeger Ramai and also the Aruni tagging on for as much projectile denial as you can get your hands on.
Yeah, projectile denial really going to be the order of the day. Jaeger as well. Scene changes. Back to being a 3-speed, by the way. So it's going to feel very reminiscent of Jaeger of old. I think that the 416 has also received a little bit.
That would be cool because I didn't play R6 back then.
Yeah, I'm not the greatest. No, he doesn't have an ACOG. I'm not the greatest at recoil control, but apparently the recoil has been adjusted. So, I mean, you know, any sort of advantage at this level is going to be massive at that point as well. Any sort of small change, the pros are going to be immediately onto it and feeling it. So, I'm sure that'll have a part to play as well. But I'm kind of more surprised that the top floor has been.
Oh, he's getting in. Hold up. What?
Because it's not really usually typically a good sign, but it might be a sign of good things. This round, however.
Oh, what am I talking about?
Takes Gavini down. And we start to see players dropping off those hatches and immediately rotating back. Not wanting to hold position.
This live tour is it?
Too long as Wildcard have flushed them out.
Oh.
Flushed them out.
Oh.
To drop down below, but M80 clearly ready for it. 4 kills to, I think, 1, maybe 2 in that late round. Wildcard struggling. They tried to speed up the pace and catch M80 players rotating into their positions, but clearly the
isolate this gunfight right here.
With a bit of a clue into what the attack was going for, and without the diffuser walking into every Razor Bloom. He's racking.
Does he not have any roars? He can roar off his flank.
Yes, 4.
M80 weathering the storm against Wildcard.
Thank you. Have
rotating
4
down
priorities,
pillar into reading.
Use them.
Kansas without much to do at this point. Clear 1v1, he could win. Just peeks the angle and wisely. Gunner falls off.
What are you
now
doing?
Aurora chasing this fight upstairs.
He is isolated.
Gunner still not really with a lot of great options beyond retreating, just trying to waste even more time. Kansas should find him. C4 out. Oh, and misses. Not only can't find the head, but loses most of his HP to that fall off C4 from Savage, excuse me. Now drops the smoke inside of the site. Probably in a good position to use these doors and
yeah, jeez.
Position to find this late
he was the best defender for a long time till he got nerfed.
As M80 flawless on the defense so far.
M80 starting to wake
I've been with my main for the past day.
Very sleepy, they look very slow.
I don't think I'll touch Jaeger. I'm not gonna lie to you.
And the same could be said maybe for the first couple of rounds here as well, but slowly by surely and inch by inch, they're getting themselves into it and they are waking up. This is exactly what we need to see. Put Wildcard under a bit more pressure. They've had a fairly straightforward series so far. It would be a shame for M80 to bow out.
You're so excited, got a C4. That's why I'm the main, bro.
In this sort of a
that's why. Oh my gosh, am I so good? And I get so many Wamai discs. It's crazy.
Because they got kind of baited a little
bit.
Right,
1.0 was PCs, no rampage cheaters, no hit MMR.
Burnt around half of the round.
There still isn't. Oh, there's a sort of a hit MMR.
It wasn't as deep as I think Wildcard were anticipating it to be, because Wildcard then looked to continue and take that ground on the
didn't play rank 1.0.
Further that push down, trying to catch M80 almost on the run. And M80 had already turned tail and they've gone, no, we're not running too far. We're going to front up and fight you here.
Well, and to your point about M80 getting settled,
Said the only reason he wasn't your main was because you didn't have one, but now, yeah. I mean, I've been.
Quite similar in a lot of important ways on Nighthaven Labs. Once they got the right,
He's just way too good to like not use him. And I'm hoping to see him get banned of some sort. Like if this goes to Chalet, he has to get banned. Yeah, so Maya's a C4 now. C4 shield and proxies. I don't use the AUG. I use the MP4. I'm not gonna lie to you.
At that point, of course, going down 5-3, but especially at that tactical turning point in the game, quite conspicuous for Wildcard. Maybe we'll see something a bit different. Pretty clear rotation to start. Obviously, it's going to be Kitchen, so it's going to be a slower site anyway. I'm curious if we might see.
You haven't played it 2 weeks. You hop back on. You really should. Really should.
Execute style play, but
I don't like the AUG. I'm not good with it for some reason.
Keep M80 at the brink with their pace.
Sophia mentioned that I remind her of you. I don't see it. Keep your tongue straight. I'm with you.
The voice line's going mental in this one, aren't they?
You're mute Valkyrie. Just play Giga and Castle a lot back in the day.
We should listen to this.
Got you.
We should embrace the law.
I just main support. That's it.
You know?
Some people do. Shout
That's
out
my
to
main
those
right there.
people.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good for you guys. You keep the engine of this game moving.
Looks quite direct.
Saw on your video. Got some potential for streaming. Much love. Thank you, Darkos. Thank you.
Well, you never really know with Wildcard.
Really appreciate that.
And they can do multiple different takes, and they can do them all quite well. We saw a direct take.
Seller, thank you for the follow, man. I appreciate it. Thank you, man.
It's going to be quite similar in that you've got the Roarer. Roarer on this site isn't a new thing by any stretch. It is very tried and tested at this stage.
Yo, Chalet with a Mai, it's going to get banned. It's got to get banned.
Of their own on the side of M80. Ashen is a far more temporary. But he's looking to try and plug up the holes a little bit, and there's so much pressure this bakery side. Diffuser and Savage both looking to try and
what the hell? What the hell was that?
Contact swing. Savage, of course, can place some of those toxic babe canisters as well. As the capital utility comes in, trying to displace Diffuser.
It lands perfectly, forced out of the position. Baby Shark ready with the cutoff. M80 winning some of these important mid-round fights, but as Wildcard are stacking all their resources over by Bakery. Savage runs directly into the back. Blackbeard, who whips his head around, just saves himself briefly. Bastion finds a nice little line. It's in the 2v4, quickly 50% of Wildcard's lead erased. Baby Shark now creeping in.
They know he's code.
Gunner as he rotates on the freezer side. Ashen with one.
Am I gonna see an Ashen clutch?
Out of code check. Create a nice avenue of rotation. Kansan only on 1 HP. It's going to be a long game, a difficult fight, especially if Ashen isn't looking. Coming out of the tack. Baby Shark, big performance on that DMR as Wildcard execute.
They got goofs not banning a zombie.
Closer to tying this half.
They just knew that they would bring what it took to clear the zombie, you know?
Map control. They are so good at going for
Am I for M80 or Wildcard?
Takes. They proved it on Nighthaven Labs. They're proving it here again on Cafe.
I mean,
just pushing in through Bakery, just getting control of Wedding. It's not.
I think I'm more for M80.
It's just a very
I like the teams that
of the kit that they're bringing.
Have a pieces
of utility.
I like the teams that show a little struggle. M80 missed out on SLC, you know. They missed out on the last event.
Recent changes to YMI,
which is not, you know, it shouldn't happen for a team like M80. So
try and use to displace him at the back of that Bakery desk. It didn't happen. He was burnt. We had the Thatcher in, so we had, you know, there was no magnets left.
I'm probably going for M80, but I feel like Wildcard's gonna win it because, like, from what I've seen, they're just really dominant. But they're just really good. Like, you know the name of anyone, but you like their playstyle. M80. We have to remember M80's coach is Fabian, and he's like, you know, he's pretty. You know, he wasn't Fabian on G2 Penta Gold
still trailing by one, still with a lot of work to do
but either way, they've got Fabian, and he's a really good coach, you know. So
got performance out of everyone on the roster here, so it's still going to be a good game.
But I mean, it's nice to see them make a change, you know. Like they got rid of hot and cold, got a new IGL, so it's sort of a new you know, IGL style, and it's worked for them, which is good.
To your point.
Very good.
Wildcard able to win an important round on Kitchen though, dumping so much utility, placing so much focus on clearing out.
Wait, did I hit 100 on the red app?
You see them turn their attention towards that top floor. As we're back on the second floor. Always have this extension.
Ooh, we're one off. We're one off. Okay, all right, cool.
Another, and as we're now on reading, M80 looking to switch things up for us as much as possible. Early default shot. Maybe trying to gather some information. The lack of the mirror window will make this a bit of a different style of take than they otherwise would have thought. Katie down early as look at this quick movement from Wildcard. Adrian down onto Cocktail balcony. Bay in through Freezer. The shield joining in from Cocktail as well. Gunner just falling off. I think tags up one from who knows somewhere. Wildcard as they put so much solipsistic focus on clearing out Bakery, immediately place that same one single-minded attention on Cocktail.
I think this is where Wildcard are really good at the moment, isn't it? It's in these very direct takes, whether it's further into like more of a site take as a whole, or whether it sort of is just about clearing this top floor. They've done such a fantastic job. Gunner getting caught off on the retreat there as well. Savage in action now to try and hold on, and this is where the Dokkaebi calls will start to come. Bay, he's got both available on the track. Ashen lets the phone blow, so he can't be phoned again, but you just know that Savage is going to be next on that dial list. Takes out the default, cautious. Dokkaebi will have access to those cameras.
No way Spiker knows, right?
Defenders into position, and Savage likely playing with the shotgun because he's challenged off this bird with the pistol.
Good shot.
Takes Baby Shark down. That's a very important 1 versus 1.
And that's the definition of working a pick right there. Savage just trying to find the slightest angle onto the head through the vertical. So much patience. He's got the time to do it. Got that kill with 1:22 seconds remaining. This is a long time for Savage and Ashen to coordinate. Even taking the risk, I mean, with such low HP, he's got to. And Dokkaebi call be the end of him. It's now Wildcard creeping in. Nice little pre-fire onto the post-plant position. Ashen ready for it as Wildcard don't vary things up and end up paying the price.
It was a 4v2, now it's a 2v2.
2v2 as everybody except Bay below 50%. Savage, even if he decides, could whip out this heartbeat scanner. Another call goes out, and now as Ashen falls, he
hang it
needs
up.
to take the time.
Damn.
To give Wildcard a few key seconds either to rotate in, to get that information, just to isolate his positions and try to keep him covered. Ashen was able to land a pre-fire, stave off the diffuser one time. Savage doesn't have the time to do it here. He needs to find a kill on the fall-off. Switches to the shotgun. That's right as Wildcard retreats. Sprinting outside. They're ready for it. Adrian, Batman,
split.
Rappel, 2 rounds in a row.
Who's versus who? You're watching M80 versus Wildcard.
So well. We spoke about how good they are at these isolated takes, and then transitioning that into a round.
M80 was the team defending, and then Wildcard was the team attacking.
And just focusing on that top floor.
Who's the best team? And NAL, it should be Dark Zero. They won SLC. They won it all. So should be Dark Zero, but they lost to Wildcard. So I don't know. It's okay, a toss-up.
Which is kind of ironic, given that they had the Lion and the Dokkaebi.
He said, "Go to bed, Cole." Did you just wake up?
As well. And I think M80 did a really good job to hold on.
Spoil's playing. No, Spoil doesn't play on M80. Spoil plays on Shopify Brilliant. They'll play after this series.
In 90, and there's still 20 odd seconds on the clock. There's no need to panic, is there? There's no need to worry. The plant's going to go down. It's going to get held by the other player from Wildcard that isn't planting that diffuser. You know where Savage is going to be coming from. There's drone watching main lobby.
You met Spoil 5 years ago? Was it just a lot of aura when you met him? Just like, you just felt his presence? You watch this game 8 years, just crazy watching them play. It really is. They always know. It's actually kind of crazy.
Not only nullified it, but still putting a lot of these rounds in clutch positions. Both round 9 and round 10 were.
Said DZ wasn't expected to win, but they won. You know.
Get a couple nice picks, and then
no one had DZ, but they won. You know. So it's like.
They closed it out 2v1 both
I don't know.
times.
Feel this aura from 100 miles away.
And that cascade hits this.
I think anyone would.
After the tactical timeout, there's just been nothing standing in Wildcard's way. It seems to get all the control they want. Gunner has the white window.
What does Gunner want to do here?
M10's going to be an odd one on this engagement. Surely switch to the pistol to do so. Maybe waiting for Adrian to propel up, then hops out with a shotgun. That'd be nasty. I'd frankly lose my mind if that happened. Adrian at least open it up, but
I just don't love it. I think he's made the right call in not going for it. Pulse is way too valuable to be sending out there on that sort of a run out. You need someone with like.
I don't know. I'd send it. I'd hop out. I don't know.
Maybe
no balls.
That last Razor Bloom and let Gaveni do it or something like that. You know, the Pulse really could be the difference maker with the way that some of these rounds have been coming down, especially given that M80 are very often finding themselves in a bit of a deficit, and the information on that scanner and that C4 could be a difference maker if needed. So good job he's kept himself safe. Wildcard instead just going to be looking to try and make a little bit of progress on here. It's Savage.
What does Sport currently play? He plays for Shopify Billion.
if he catches someone out there on the drone, or if he calls for Gunner to come over and just confirm that somebody is out on that blacktop, Savage is going to go for this here and immediately domes cans in. Brilliant bit of team play there, and you could see it all sort of working through as a team.
I love that.
And that breaks a streak for Wildcard. They had 8 opening picks
Damn.
in a row on
Damn.
Cafe, and now with that one, M80 finally bringing it back. Of course, it's not resulted in round wins. The vast majority of M80's rounds have been
no problem, Torres.
recoveries from 5v4s established by Wildcard. 4 out of 5, in fact. Now that M80 have that advantage, their first since round 2. Wildcard don't have that quick blitz, that immediate 2-body lead over the opposition that they've had in the couple rounds they've won so far. M80 positioning themselves well to move on to map point and look and push us to map 3. Baby Shark just sees one moving down below, but more work has to be done, I think. No, never mind. Again, trying to move in. Spiker taking advantage of the pace. Solus not in the right position. Not down below. Not up above. Spiker's gotten the diffuser down. But Savage, double kill inside around 11, but it needs to be in the
It doesn't matter. You're kind of holding a sort of an impossible post plant. Low key.
This counter diffuse must come through even in a 3v5. Wildcard will take map in series point to
And he
move
planted
to the grand
in
final.
train.
M80
Wow.
trying to get their wits about them. As Ashen the first attempt, Adrian with a big double kill over halfway, but Wildcard land it. 3v5 now into another 2v1.
Wait, can you give any clutches? They're both low.
Many rounds back,
Oh
trying
no.
to lock it down. It is
Damn.
instead shut out.
It was 5. It was it 5-3 M80? Now it's 5-6. Wildcard's won 3 in a row.
Even in the post plan, even in the
Chabo, thank you. Thank you
Gaveni's
for liking
phone
the
is still ringing. You know where he is. You know where the diffuser is planted. It is just further adding on.
I thought he
to
planted in
that
train.
pain.
I don't know. I'm an idiot.
Such a great hold. The post plan, flawless in its execution. Adrian, how many times are we going to talk about Adrian tonight with the impact that he's having in these kills?
And another thing was a 5v3 too. And Spiker just gets it off.
Another round where M80 get the opening pick, and it still just doesn't matter.
Wow. Is EWC qual? No, Devin. No, Devin. The teams you're watching have already qualified for EWC. They're just playing to see. They're just playing to see sort of where they will play in EWC.
I mean, the fact that the plan went down anyway in the
Like, for example, the winner of this goes to the grand finals of stage, and you know, they should start a lot higher in EWC than someone who will lose this, you know.
Avoid those situations to begin with.
And what you're going to watch today, actually, when we get to Shopify versus Dark Zero, that game is important too, because also, number one, it's SI points too, but number two, whoever loses that game, I believe they do a play-in for EWC, you know? Like, they've made it to EWC, but they have to go, you know, they have to play 2 or 3 days earlier and play in Paris before they can get to the actual, I guess, stage. Yo, Mem, bro, I'm not touching Kentucky, bro. You're good. You're good. You got it. Who won map 1, Lamb? Wildcard did. They won 7-2.
From the losers, Wildcard.
Did you feel bad for Gavini?
Looking for their 7th round right here. EMP out.
I don't know.
Baby Shark on the rappel, ready for the
I would feel bad for him because he's had 2 massive clutches.
They're creating these protocols, and Wildcard are just thinking so far ahead. What else can the defense do?
Oh, jeez, dude. It's just like a... It's just like, what is Diffuser doing?
3 versus 5. This is where it all matters. The same take that Wildcard attempted last time, roaring off inside of that wedding.
And then he's gonna swing with Esme Tall. Oh, no.
Aggressed up, trying to play inside of the smoke. Warden Glass is activated. He's playing for a pick here, Lynx. If he doesn't find one, it's going to be wraps.
It only seems fitting for it to fall on Ashen. Same can be said for Kavini and Gunner. When you're in a 3v5, you got to make plays like that. Oh, what?
And they have a drone on him.
You know that this is meant to be the thing that just swipes it into M80's column. Can't he hit fires him? Hit
What?
by a Gershman. He's not even paying attention. He barely even blinks or reacts. He just one-shots him in the head.
Okay.
And it's a flawless to send Wildcard into the grand final.
Yeah, it's Lamb. It's map 2.
Wildcard with his chance now to fight it out for who is the best
You said
team
you're also
in
from
North
Kentucky?
America.
Don't go anywhere near Memp, I guess.
They needed that win more than they realize.
So,
right
oh,
now.
sorry, Tori. Zed is the best player I've played in 3 years in Pro League right now. You know, it's a big debate. It's a big debate, right?
How about a
But
two-mapper for wild card over M80?
let me think a little bit. I think it. So if someone on FaZe,
just like that, it felt like round 11 on Cafe.
because FaZe, I mean, if you watch FaZe play, they're like actually insane. Everyone's welcome but me. Okay, I got you. Yeah, thanks so much for the follow, man. I appreciate it.
Why is it every single time we think it's gonna be a close series?
I can't think of his name.
Shut up. Yeah, that's what we gotta do. Yeah, we're done talking, Jonah. No, I'll continue the yap since I'm being paid for it. Well, yeah, I mean, I thought Wildcard were going to be kicking themselves, not getting that very last round and Gaveni.
Yeah, Torres, just know that the SAL, the South American League, like, just creates prodigies, bro.
Again, I was thinking something in the
like them Brazilians, they're insane. They're insane at the game. They're insane.
Very last round using that Twitch drone, seeing where those last players, and they were decisive, and that's what I like to see.
I mean, that round 11, that post plant was so well orchestrated.
So game is this was the first series of the day.
And make it seamless to be able
then
to
after like, I don't know, a 10-minute break, we'll get into Shopify versus Dark Zero.
Inside Ashen, and then they just clean up around the site, leaving Ashen in the 1v5, and there were just really nothing for them to be able to do. But I mean, great game from Wildcard. We talk about it time and time again in their matchups, the prep and everything.
I wasn't thinking of 2-0, but I mean, I guess to answer your question, I think I've seen Wildcard 2-0 a lot of good teams. They 2-0 Manny, 2-0. I think they 2-0 Dark Zero. Or no, sorry, they 2-1.
Just those regional
Dark
beasts
Zero.
we know them as, right?
Absolutely.
That's exactly where I was going next. Like, this is a team that we've constantly scrutinized and said, hey, you guys have not found domestic success. Internationally, you're amazing. We are looking at a new wildcard right now.
Yeah, we heard it from Spiker last week. He said it doesn't even matter that they qualified for EWC, right? He's like, we want to be the NAL champs. He's sick of losing to JJ and having
Win
JJ
Shopify versus DZ. I'm gonna say in like 10 minutes, Slam.
Well, we've heard from Spiker a handful of times over the course of the
because they got to go through. They got to go through an interview, and then they'll give us like a 10-minute break after.
Win against M80, Baby Shark. Good to see you. Congratulations, man.
So they're losing in finals. I don't know.
Against
I don't know, man.
M80. I mean, Lax was just talking about.
They have a couple days off.
Can you tell me, like, going into this game, did you change something against M80 in this matchup? What did you do differently that allowed you guys to just, steamroll them here?
We didn't change anything, to be honest, like in the prep. We already knew like what to expect, to be honest. Like we knew they are like a very good team regionally, internationally. Every time we play against them, it's like very, very close. But we just knew that we had to like handle their aggression, and that's what we did today. We've been able to get some picks, and it was working for us. So extremely happy about this win. This win was important for us.
Shark, love to see you here. Congratulations on the win. And speaking about happy, how happy are you with the change to Wamai? Because I heard you guys talking about it a little bit as you couldn't wait to ban it out there the second half of those attacks. What is it about this Wamai now that we're seeing so much of it?
Wamai is insane right now. It's probably one of the best defender in the game at the moment. I think like having a C4, the Wamai are like the magnets. You got like some magnet like super quickly.
Is G2 in? No, they
like this operator is
they
insane.
won't be playing at EWC.
My teammates are just literally spamming it. All the teams are literally spamming it because it's like one of the main like.
Remember they lost to Fnatic
for now,
and then I watched Fnatic get like 7-0 2 or 3 days ago
before, but
in the stage playoffs. I don't know.
We've had like only one scrim with the new Wamai, and we directly like so that it was like a big operator to play for the next play days.
Well, Baby Shark, congratulations. I mean, the stage was phenomenal. Playoffs look to be even better so far. You got one game to determine if you were going to be the champion. We've talked to your other teammates, talked to Spiker a lot. I want to ask you, what have been the big changes for you guys coming into this stage, and even more so for yourself, that has really created all of this success for everybody?
Oh shoot, we have more NAL tomorrow.
To be honest, it was we had like a total change after the SR games. I think Spiker already previously talked about it. We didn't play good against SR during the stage, and it was we were like a little bit scared to play. We didn't play the game we're used to play in international events. So we had like a big discussion with the whole team, what we were expecting, what we wanted to change, what we like. I mean, we're just like looking forward to perform and help each other, be good teammates, and that I think that's what we changed. Like being competitive during scrims and try to give our best. And scrims are extremely important for us, and it worked for us today. Like all the work we're putting in scrims, it worked out today. So very, very happy, extremely happy.
And I got one more question. Spiker made it very clear. JJ Blast was the gatekeeper of you guys getting first last stage in kickoff. I mean, how does it feel that you don't have to go against JJ now in a grand final?
It feels good. It feels very good.
Okay, so you feel the same way towards it?
Yeah, it feels extremely good. I mean, we know that like 5 years is a good team. Unfortunately for them, they're not being able to compete in during playoffs. But I'm not gonna lie. During the kickoff grand final, we just didn't play our game. We didn't play like we're extremely tired because of the game against Dizzy. But that's not an excuse. We just didn't play good. That's it. But now we know what we want to achieve. We want to be we want to win the NL. We want to be the first NL
Thank you, whoever took that
winner for Wildcard.
stupid message down.
And that's it. Just we're working extremely hard, and we're looking forward to win this NL stage 1.
Baby Shark, thank you so much for your time. Congrats on the
Thank you
win,
so
and yeah, good luck in the grand final. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
Well, what a win for Wildcard. They
Here's
close
a
it
bot.
out
I hate
against
bots.
M80 in just 2 maps, taking M80's
Mimp,
map
you said
pick of
if you got a full
Cafe
team of
in
Matrixes, you
regulation,
could take over the league.
7-5 Adrian.
Oh,
Look at
you
that.
you
The
said could we?
series
No, you have a full
MVP
team of
to
idiots.
stand out as the newest addition to this team, as the IGL of this team, to put up the numbers that he did. I mean, Cal, that's impressive stuff.
It is impressive stuff, but I'm going to look on the other side and just see, because we highlighted Ashen as the reason they kind of, like, M80 was even in that first series. Ashen had a decent, I mean, the map 2 was not really good for him, but again, the rest of the fraggers, of course I highlighted Savage. He kind of got sold a little bit, so I had to have those clips to back him up. Diffuser didn't really show up today. A couple of the other fraggers for M80, just kind of not there.
I mentioned the nail in the coffin earlier, that round 11 on Cafe. Let's revisit it momentarily, because it was that 2v5. Wildcard are able to get the diffuser down, and from that moment, things took a turn.
It was a 2v5? That's even worse, bro. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they absolutely did. And as I was saying when we showed it briefly, I mean, it was just such a good plan and strategy of understanding where the players were on the side of M80 and how they can get into sight and set up for the post plant. You hear Spiker do the 3-2-1. He rushes in, they go for the plant, and then inevitably the round just falls right into their hands. M80 trying to go for that retake. Always trying to go for a vertical retake is extremely hard, especially the positioning.
And everyone knows that you're going to go for a vert to retake vert. Because who isn't?
Every single frag and just leave.
You said if any was good, where you feel bad.
They really were never going to be able to win that round.
Yeah, and I also love that.
Take the rest of the day to figure out what the hell was wrong with them, and then go next. You don't focus on that game, you know.
Those team talks that I feel like we talked about.
What happened in VC? Yeah, I'm already in VC, Lim. Just join up. I'm in my Discord.
They obviously know what their struggles are. It's not just us kind of yapping about them, and it's really cool to see them kind of have that talk before this season and really kind of figure out their problems. They're now putting more effort into scrims. They always say you should be practicing harder in practice, so that way the game feels a little bit easier. And I think we're seeing it with this new wildcard. I am impressed.
I'm impressed.
Well, this wildcard team, as we said, moves into the grand final to determine who is going to be the NAL Stage 1 champion. That will happen tomorrow, and we have to figure out who is going to play.
Oh, I didn't get the bracket right.
Matchup,
I didn't get the bracket wrong. Okay,
quite a bit of lower bracket shenanigans. Dark Zero and Shopify Rebellion, they play to see who faces M80 in that lower bracket final tomorrow. But that's where we're headed to next. It's a Salt Lake City grand final rematch about
Salt Lake City grand final rematch in the losers bracket. What happened to my
redemption against Dark Zero next.
How much of a break do I get? God, jeez. 3 minutes? Oh, I'll bet that. Bet that I'll be back in 3 minutes.
Yoko Moose hello.
I mean, how about this? During the final week of NAL Stage 1, we revisit a matchup from the Salt Lake City Major, the grand final where Dark Zero and Shopify Rebellion went toe-to-toe. A matchup that it's not quite El Clasico like we see in SAL, but it's the kind of thing that we know Shopify Rebellion want to get there. They've had a historical problem against Dark Zero, and Kyle, the timing here really suggests that maybe it's time to address it. EWC seeding here is on the line. It's not just get in and you're good. We got some phases to consider.
Yeah, we do have some phases, and again, there is some stakes on this line. The loser of this is going to end up, obviously, in 4th place for the playoffs, winner 3rd, and obviously they can go on to possibly win it. But what's important to note is whoever loses this game is going to have to play in Phase 1 of EWC. That's going to be top 22, so that is going to be basically 8 teams in a little bit of a mini play-in bracket, and only 2 teams are actually going to make it out of there. That can be brutal, where whoever wins this game gets to skip past that phase, and they will end up already top 16 for EWC, which is huge, not only for their chances to win the event and going through all those teams, but also the prize money. I mean, it was almost a $15,000 difference just between Phase 1 and Phase 2.
They definitely did.
Also, this game, I think it's worth like an extra $3,000 as well. So, hey, money on the line. If there's ever a time for SR, like now is the time.
Right, it's one of those concrete examples. There's no abstract, oh, maybe this will impact you later. You lose this game, you will have a much harder road at the Esports World Cup. But for Shopify Rebellion, as we've talked about, this road has always been tough against Dark Zero. We can hype this game up all we want, but when we saw this matchup happen in the group stage, even when we saw this in Salt Lake City, it's generally been a pretty one-sided affair.
Oh, it absolutely has been. It's not even a road. It's getting over the bridge, getting past them. I mean, when you look at the matchup again, Dark Zero leads 15-3, and when you look at that 3 record, that was back then. That is not even what's been currently. DZ has been running a muck on these guys. But fact of the matter is, if there is any day to show up, like you're saying, with stakes on the line, money on the line, having some sense of pride to be able to get over Dark Zero, it's today. You have to beat Dark Zero at their own game. And what I mean by that is the fraggers have to be getting those opening picks, opening up these rounds.
Surf has a lower cost than Canadian?
The supportive staff, the players like Rexon, the players like Surf, to be able to come in, set up. Then it goes into that execute where then we'll see Troy come into the picture to be able to facilitate the round, to put everyone in the position that they need to be to get the rounds going into their favor. The mental aspect as well is going to be a heavy factor in this series, which we highlight time and time again.
Oh,
when
hello,
you're
Lamb.
losing to a team, I felt it going against you when you were on Dark Zero. You
Yeah,
get into these rounds, you lose these rounds, and it starts to come on you in a sense of you just succumb to the pressure. You start realizing that there's many issues that do fall through with it, and it's about keeping that mental in check.
Yeah, the mental's a big one because Troy, I mean, he already had the quote out there that says, during SLC, what are you laughing about?
I'm not laughing at anything.
We got to be laughing at the fact that SR, I mean, yeah, obviously the mental is, it's a total mental game for them because during SLC, I mean, Troy put out that quote that said they can't quite get over DZ, and they do think about it during those games, during those finals.
Well, for DZ here, this is also a moment where we have to look and say, can this team continue the success that they've had, right? This is a roster that won Salt Lake City, that continues to prove that they have the upper hand over Shopify Rebellion. Laxic, I need you to keep it together here. Otherwise, we're all going to lose.
I also wanted to say that they're going to need God on this one because you said not only do they need their fraggers, not only do they need their support staff, their coaches, everybody, but they're also going to need God on this one because
they absolutely
again,
are.
like you said, I mean, 15-3.
I'm on Shopify. We're rooting for them, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what the map picks are, honestly.
Yeah, what did DZ need to do? Now, this is, if anyone as old as me, this is going toward the Bee Gees, staying alive. And something I want to highlight here for Dark Zero is obviously the fact that they have the top 3 rated players in the league in the survival rating. So that's going to be NJR, Newers, and J90. And now, guys, I know I said survival rating. I am not talking about that they're baiters at all, right? I'm not saying that. But in fact, if you watch them play the new DZ style, NJR is actually quick inside the building. Newers on the backstab. J90 a little bit more aggressive than normal. This DZ
you gotta
is
shut Newers
playing
down.
Extremely fast. So the
Have
fact
to
that they're
shut
able
Newers
to
down.
stay alive, and also they have the best conversion rating in the league at 80% is super impressive. And Fultz actually said this in the past that I gelling with this team.
I do it because Paul's in here.
Able to stay alive. He's able to come up with the plans, and his players are allowing him to create normal ideas, not have to create extra ideas. Because once you know you're trying to make a call, someone ends up dying, you have to come up with a new idea as the IGL. It's never a fun time.
And I love that we're seeing here highlights of the time that these two teams faced just earlier on this year, right? It just was that one-sided. I mean, just looking at the scoreline,
I just watched Canadian die to a nade.
You're looking at 6-2. Dark Zero would go on to win this. Like, they just have that much of an edge over SR right now. They have to find a way, SR do, to break that rhythm.
Yeah, the reality is, I mean, losing 7-2, that's not just on one single player. That's an entire team issue that, again, when you're losing a series like that, the loser's going to walk away from that and learn more from that matchup. So whether we're revisiting that map, whether we're just revisiting this matchup, there's a lot more that SR can bring into this match that DZ is just going to have to be able to stay on top of what they continue to do best, which is just having the upper hand literally almost in every single category over SR, which is why I was saying they need to beat them in every single game and
I don't know why it switched. There you go.
Well, let's talk maps. As we said, best of 3 changes the dynamic a little bit from a best of 1 in Shopify Rebellion. They're going to have to hope to rely on
DZ picked Clubhouse with a 7-2.
Things didn't go too well either, but we start with Labs and then see Clubhouse, the map that we just saw DZ take over SR not too long ago. What do you make of these picks?
Yeah, I mean, obviously DZ is going to get rid of Fortress, which is great. That's SR's best map, but the next best map for them is Nighthaven Labs. Extremely comfortable attacking on this map. That is going to be their bread and butter right here. I wouldn't even surprise they're going to be probably starting on the attacking side, I'm guessing, and then Clubhouse, another step-by-step map. We like to call Labs, Clubhouse, and Lair. So these maps are kind of right up SR's alley.
I was going to say it. If there's any maps that could possibly go in SR's favor here. I do see these maps heavily playing in SR's hand, especially when you go back to the Clubhouse. Again, they lost 7-2. There's going to be a lot more you're going to take from that game. And a game like Clubhouse, it's literally just fundamental errors that cripple you, cripple your sight, cripple your attacks, defenses, whatever that is.
Cool,
and as
bro.
long as you're not making those mistakes and you're
Bro,
not
it is. But you see Dark Zero, bro. Like they do this before every game. I don't know what this is.
Pool for the side of SR. Not saying it's bad
Why
for
have I
DZ,
never
but
seen
just for
that?
that mental aspect to be able to start out strong. These are maps they can certainly do.
So you choosing SR here? Are you out for him?
Fellas really be
It's
doing
hard, but
anything to
honestly, given what we've
exploit.
seen
Like,
so
are they
far in best of
meditating,
threes and
bro?
what we can expect,
I have no idea
from
what they're
SR,
doing, bro.
know
I really
this is a
don't.
hurdle for them.
They're like,
I think
they're
you want to
like,
be able to get behind.
Also,
Tom
your point,
Clancy,
DZ
give
have
me
never
your
lost
powers.
twice that we pulled
They
out,
have.
right? They just got off a loss, so I'm expecting prime
Yo,
DZ
if they
here.
win this game, bro, it's scripted.
Well, Prime DZ may indeed make a showing here on Labs. That's where this thing begins for our Salt Lake City Grand Final.
From what I've seen, though,
rematch.
SR's
Shopify
really good on
Rebellion
Labs.
Looking for
Like, they beat
redemption.
FaZe on Labs.
Jesse, Intero, are we going to see something happen here?
I love the Dark
What is
Zero
it,
staying
Labs
alive
first,
clip because
Yeah.
I've said staying alive a bunch of times, and I know that people that watch this are approximately 1/8 of the age of the Bee Gees, so they'd have no idea who they are. But somebody on production got this right, and I appreciate the old soul. Jonah, you said something that I thought was excellent before we got into this, Jesse. He said, this is like El Clasico for North America. It's always Troy's teams versus his old teams, whether it be DZ, whether it be SSG, it doesn't matter what the look is. It always has that heavyweight bout to it. And my God, doesn't the community ever feel the same? 51% for SR, 49% for Dark Zero. Jesse, you think it's going to be quite that close?
No, I don't know what Spoit fans are in the chat, Parker, but DZ always dominate this matchup. I'm sorry, that's kind of a crazy stat. It is the greatest rivalry in NA, but it's also the most lopsided rivalry in North America. Dark Zero have consistently beaten Shopify Rebellion over the last couple of months. You go back to the last 4 maps that these two played against each other. 3 of those 4 maps were 7-2 blowout victories for Dark Zero. That's the tail end of that grand final series in Salt Lake and the group stage game. So the Rebellion really need to prove themselves for me to believe in them, Parker. They're an amazing team. They're a really good squad.
A Cade ban and an Ace ban?
But these guys just seem to be their boogeyman. They cannot find a way to top Dark Zero. The Death brought up the overall record. It's bleak out there for the Rebellion. But if there was ever a time to tilt the stats,
I knew it, bro.
if there was ever a
I knew it was
time
gonna be
to
double
make
Heart
that
Breacher ban.
upset happen, why not here in
And
the
a
lower
double
bracket
denial
stage?
ban. Jeez.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a good test for both of these teams. The match that preceded this, if you didn't watch it, was definitely worth your time and is worth going back and seeing again, particularly if you happen to be a wild card fan. M80 looked like the top dogs for so long, sitting atop the regulation standings through the regular season, and yet wild card somehow had their number today and look like a very formidable foe. Jesse, I'm not an NA enjoyer. I'm not an NA enthusiast. Some would use the word shill. That's not me, okay? I'm not biased. I actually cheer against NA more often than not because I think it's quite funny.
Yo, Ambi 21 and
But
1
I will
bomb.
say, you're a lunatic if you don't think
You think it's gonna
that
happen
NA
again?
is the favorite heading into EWC, and these are
Yes,
two
sir.
teams that definitely could claim the crown as well, particularly the team on the left side of your screen.
Nah, probably not. That was
This
like
is a rematch from the
that's like a
SLC
once in a
major
lifetime thing,
finals where
not gonna
Dark
lie.
Zero toppled the Rebellion. Will the Rebellion have their revenge? We'll find out now. Round number 1 underway here on Labs.
And just to touch on the op bans
I
really
don't really
quickly
know
here,
how this
Parker.
is gonna
Dark
go,
Zero
to be
banned the
honest.
Ace and the Thermite, and the Mira doesn't get banned out. So that's going to mean that those Mira windows are going to be the only form of wall denial. You can see Fault here pairing it with the mute jammers. Always on Night Haven, IT wall is the most important thing. You have to keep this wall closed if you're the defenders. You must get it open if you're the attackers. And Surf at the last moment swapped off of the Hibana, so they're not going to have ranged hard breach to work around this Mira window. I'm very excited to see how the Rebellion choose to deal with this. Got us a couple sets of can openers for sure. Surf's gone over to the Ying. Might just mean that they're going for a little bit more of an aggressive strat, and maybe the wall isn't as important to them, but I'm excited to see them kind of switch things up here. Dark Zero played a very standard setup just for the very first round. Both of these teams have so much history on Night Haven Labs. DZ are playing a lot of what you'd expect, but already Shopify Rebellion making a bit of an interesting call here with this hard breach. I'm excited to see how it goes.
SR changed some things up when they had to do battle against Dark Zero in those SLC finals. One thing you and I noted, you in particular, was the unreliance or the lack of reliance on shields, which pushed Canadian into other roles. This time around, he's going to be rocking those shields a little bit more commonly. One note that we have talked about the last few times we've casted SR, and it was touched upon by the Desk Laxing in particular, was how Rexton has now taken a more supportive role on this team. Again, it really depends on the bomb state, depends on the player. That was a quick blow by Surf to NJR, almost netting the very first kill. I don't know, frankly, how Surf didn't get that one, Jesse.
No. He does it. It's noise canceling. I'll talk about it later.
And a re-aggress from NJR, but Surf still has his number. He thought that SR had gotten out of the vicinity, and boy, was he wrong.
It's a crazy push from the Rebellion. They don't.
Is that a
need
Macy
Night
J
Duel.
charm?
I guess they have control of it just because of the Monty walking up rafters.
Oh, is that not a? I was about to say what?
Dark Zero coming out on top.
The headphones are just
Ambi missed. That's an odd thing for us to say. Fultz had outdueled him, and now Fultz will stand the test of time against the 3 remaining
Fultz is looking at
players.
nobody.
Circling
Literally looking at no one.
Through connector.
Yeah.
And he gets
Wow.
by
Good
Rex,
round.
and that cut roll is a support roll. Don't
No, the
get
IEMs are where they hear the audio, and then that's noise canceling headphones. Like they put white noise in there to cancel out any outside noise.
He always plays this up on this bomb site, and it's good to see him finding some success. Again,
Right. That also holds the mic too, because the IEMs don't have mics unless you have to like attach a mic to them.
Happening very often, but hey, the Rebellion knew their win con.
But you'll see it like when you look at EWC
free control of rafters,
and like everyone's playing EWC, everyone plays.
So many different ideas.
Unless you have your own sort of headphones, like Ambi or maybe like Spoit, you'll play with IEMs and then some sort of noise canceling or white noise headphones
We are starting
on top.
this series the exact same way we started the Salt Lake City Major Finals with Shopify Rebellion being the first map.
Must be nice.
Using the exact same map of Nighthaven Labs.
But it's really good, especially when you get to like the arena, and you've got fans, and it's like super loud in the crowd and whatnot. Like you won't hear them, you know.
You'd expect Shopify Rebellion to be confident here on their own map pick, and it's a good attack to start things off.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Also came down to gunfights, right? NJR losing his duel. There was one kill as well that happened in a hurry where Rexon took advantage of some chaos by DZ where they had their back turned. And they weren't fully prepared for that push because, again, I mean, even we were a bit confused there as to how the execute would go off. We thought they were going to try to get the wall open and push in that way, but then they found a golden opportunity, and once NJR was removed from that position, it was clear passage for Rebellion, and they were very quick to pivot. And honestly, credit to them for that. Again, I know that he takes quite a bit of a beating on social media, and even just talking about this right now is going to get a couple tongues wagging in Twitch chat, I'm certain of it. But Canadian's ability to be quicker with these calls is something that he's focused on over the last little while, and you can tell that the team is a lot faster to land punches, particularly counter punches. So DZ, a very fast team themselves when they need to adapt. They're not really known as fast for their executes, but their comms are usually quite clear.
Good pick.
Spoit will start off by taking care of Fultz, and immediately the Rebellion are in the building, already encroaching upon
He's
these
so locked.
defenses. Ambi doesn't miss this time. He takes down Kino J90, trades
It's
it out.
actually insane. That just sucked.
Situated over by rafters, plugging holes as Nizami does, walking his way away from these attackers, but they are in full pursuit, Jesse, and he is living on borrowed
It's tied to a nade.
Canadian
That's
another isolated over towards Fish Stairs, I believe that's Newers, and he is on the run. Half of the round to go, and DZ already reduced to 2.
Just a perfect top floor clear coming out from the Rebellion. Now you put it all on NJR and Newers to make this
on my alt
happen. Now I gotta say, these are two incredible players. This is far from over, but with how much time there is on the clock,
because I have the Paragon on my main, so it's like, I buy it on my main.
Drone things out, spot these last couple players, and try to work in a plan. With full top floor control, they could go either bomb sites. Sometimes if you don't see teams take this top control, they're forced to go storage, but they have options on the side of SR. Still looks like storage might be.
Is he glitched or is the Ying stuck there?
First of 3 toxic babes will go to slow this round down and hopefully buy more time off this clock.
And that's really the win con right now, right? Is delay as long as possible, hopefully pick up a kill.
Holy good pick from Spoit again. They know exactly where he is.
Still have utility. They have better guns. And they're finding their marks. Canadian
wow.
To surf, Spoit, a huge round from the Swede will get the job done before the defuse kit could be planted. And oh yeah, you're going to be seeing that a lot. It is swelteringly hot in Toronto today as wildfires choke the sky. These guys are Not a lot of deep breaths, hopefully, on the side of SR. So they're hoping
They've got AC. They're fine, no?
And immediately, a tactical timeout coming through from Dark Zero. Parker, call out the head coach of this team not liking the start. It's been back-to-back opening.
Bro, every time DZ goes down 0-2, call out, calls the tag timeout.
As well as Spoit got his own triple there in that second round. It really feels like the early game has been dominated by
it was
SR.
because when he did this and they were versing wildcard, DZ came back and made it 2-2, and then I think it became a 2-4 split.
Heard of from the Rebellion on this map. Again, they play so many different styles of Nighthaven, but it is pretty rare to see them rely on the Ying this heavily when attacking on the map. So it might not have been expected by Dark Zero to see that being brought out in the first couple of rounds. It's also kind of awkward because you might want to ban the Ying after round 3, but you also have started focusing on hard breach. You probably want to keep that up. So they're in a bit of a difficult spot when it comes to that final op ban. I just feel like SR are playing so much more together on these clears. You see the nade getting the pick here from Canadian.
Oh, they had him. Oh, okay, they had a snake. Don't know what they knew where he was. It's like, what?
We're matched up on the side of the Rebellion. They are playing together. So even if they lose a fight, like Andy went down at some point in that top clear, immediately the trade comes out. DZ are spreading themselves out a little bit more, so getting those trades back is a little bit tougher.
Bomb located by attackers.
Not exactly the most confidence-inspiring start for Dark Zero, but again, this is not their map pick. After the head-scratching implosion of SR, which I think is a fair thing to say in that Salt Lake City Grand Finals, one thing that Troy talked about at length was how the mental on the team got chalked after they lost that Chalet game. Now, again, you know you're likely to lose your opponent's map pick. This is SR's map pick. Dark Zero being down 0-2. All things considered, Jesse, should not be sounding the alarm bells, and yet it has. So there's obviously more going on that we don't get to hear or see that this team doesn't like, as they will attempt to fix it. Candela's going off. That's NJR being targeted. He'll be blinded and might think that the push is coming. This could be a feint. If that's the case, DZ have taken the bait. At least NJR has.
Yeah, fine with that Candela coming through. This is going to be back to the exact
what is
same
Spoit
bomb
looking
site we
at,
just
He's
saw.
watching for
Rebellion
someone to
have
drop
last
that
seven
Animus
attacks
hatch.
on storage here on Nighthaven Labs. They are 7-1 this season on this, including the round that we just saw. So they're
The person most likely to do that is someone with some sort of C4.
And again, this Ying is likely to continue to be played throughout this map unless it gets banned in the next round. Surf is really just able to play with his food here. Force players to move based on these Candelas. Make them think maybe you're going to go for a rush, but actually no, it will eventually be a top floor clear. Makes it so difficult to deal with, and he's going to use this next one, hopefully to get a little bit more breaching happening on the IT wall. Again, hasn't been a huge focus for SR in this game, despite how the meta usually goes.
Out go the Candelas. This one might not be quite the fake. Down goes Canadian, surrendering that first pick. Gambi might show a bit of reluctance now as he's got the Black Mirror cutting off his line over on Rafters. Down goes Newers to Spoit. They might have yet another.
No head.
Tino wins the engagement with just a single point of HP remaining. A frustrating one for Spoit, I'm sure, and DZ walks away from that initial bout with the advantage.
They're gonna have to. They have nothing to clear the mirrors. That's the problem.
So that's going to be a little bit awkward for the Rebellion. Right now, Rexon's on a mission to retrieve it, but at the same time, these top floor players are just worried about the vert control. Ambi goes down to NJR. That puts a lot of pressure now onto Surf. He's going to back off and try to, I think, group up with Rexon in this 2v4, but it's a very similar result to the last round. The only thing is the colors have swapped.
Still yet to die on the side of Rexon as he holds that defuse kit. He and Surf have been getting tougher deployment as of late. Down goes Surf. Rexon now, what can he muster? Nothing at all. DZ
all right, so they're coming up on a ban phase.
Back from Dark Zero as they read into that.
Ban the mirror.
Take a bunch of isolated gunfights. A very spread out execute from SR does not ultimately end up with them linking up.
Yeah, I think the idea there is they're trying to show a lot of force on the top floor. They throw 3 Candelas into the IT breach, while at the same time, they've got a couple of players pushing elsewhere. Canadian jumped in the window at the bottom of Aqua Stairs. Rexon started to walk in the bottom of Garage, and Spoit jumped in Cargo.
There you go.
So they had a lot of mid-floor pressure right as we were watching those Candelas hitting the top floor. Unfortunately, as you just said, Parker, they were quite spread apart. All of those players in the Rebellion weren't in good positions to trade out. Newers gets the opening pick onto Canadian. It's the only kill that Newers has gotten in this game, but I think it's such a high value pick because it downs the defuse kit, it gives that entry frag over to Dark Zero, and it really snowballs from that point forward.
Yeah, once you end up with 1 or 2 people losing that map control, It's very tough. Very, very tough to get it back. We saw the inverse happen in round number 2, right? Where Dark Zero was just spread apart and the last two players were trying to keep themselves alive and use utility as best as they could. And at that point, it's like, if you don't win your next engagement to narrow those numbers significantly, if you're in a, if you're the 2 in a 2v4 and you don't get it back to a 2v3 or even a 2v2 situation, the round is more often than not lost. Obviously, there are caveats to that. I know people will but the inverse is also true, which is what we just saw. And on attack, it's a lot harder because the objective is quite literally in your hands. Rexen had the defuse kit, but there was no universe in which 4 easy defenders were allowing that to go down, especially when he just had Surf as his coverage. So all falls apart for the Rebellion. Dark Zero have done the opposite of what you're supposed to do, which is they've won their 3rd defender site, and that's it. Usually it's the other way around, right? Usually the defenders win the first 2 and lose the 3rd. No, DZ finally win 1, and we'll hope to close the gap now here in round number 4.
We were down to the basement for the first
Got
time
you,
this
Mason,
game,
got you.
Parker, and now DZ are showing a bit of a different look. This pulse is not something that they've brought very frequently down on the bottom floor. Usually NJR would be on his signature Tachanka playing this site, or maybe the Kaid or the Mira, but of course those banned out here. So we'll move over to the pulse and we'll be able to feed some information to Roamer's top floor. He is the only person in the basement, the only guy on site for Dark Zero. So everybody else playing on these top floors are going to be the main focal point for the Rebellion. Sometimes you'll see a rush just down the vending stairs when you do have such a heavy roam game from the defense, but I don't think that's what we're seeing SR go for. We've got a very heavy commitment to the roam clear, the Snake, the Deimos.
Damn it,
Dokkaebi,
Newers.
and just like that, the Deimos and the Snake will both fall. And the Dokkaebi, not far off. Newers barely misses those shots. 2-man lead for DZ.
Bolts has been down, so it is a little bit more winnable, and there goes J90 to Surf from the
Is he gonna
window.
down? He called a zombie.
Using Dokkaebi's calls to try and locate Newers as he'll be isolated. Expect to see a lot more Zofia over the next couple days. She just got a whack of buffs, and I believe somebody referred to her as the Terminator in the pro scene. I'm sure you saw that. A really terrific operator once before, and now
That's gonna get traded out by Zofia, though, no?
back to find form. Newers takes down
Where's
Canadian.
Zofia?
Fultz finally bleeds out as Kino's on the board, and it's all up to Rexen yet again. A very familiar position for SR, and I fear for SR fans, they're about to meet the same fate this round.
Yeah, it feels like things have fallen apart a little bit in that 3v3. They had a good position, but once they tried to get into that mid floor, maybe hoping that DZ players had fallen back a bit, that wasn't the case. Now everybody in the basement, they're going to have information from NJR. They're going to have really good guns on the side of Newers and Kino too, so you've got to be so careful if you're Rexen. No more util to play with either, as he's used all 6 of those charges.
That's 6 charges, good lord. I get it. Look, she was very powerful during the... I'm pausing because it looked like they were about to attack each other, and I didn't want to stop from this. But Rexen is just... There's a word I'm thinking of right now that Rexen is doing. Toying. He's toying with us. Of course, that's what I meant. Still case in hand, just delaying the inevitable at this point.
Hold on.
He'll get one on Aquino, but the moment that he crosses this door, Jesse, I fear that it's over. Yeah, there we go. Newers, there were 2 players on DZ staring in the same direction. And just like that, DZ has tied the game.
Nice to tie that one back up, and as he said, you know, that really fell apart in the early game, Parker, as they committed to that roam clear. I'm not sure if maybe they rushed that a little bit on the side of the Rebellion. They lost a lot of their information tools early, right? Spoit goes down very early on the demos. Andy goes down very early.
That's why you call the tag timeout, right?
In this game, if you
call it right, you call it for
entry
those
tools,
situations.
star fraggers at the start of the push aren't finding success, it's going to be really hard for either team to come back and clutch things up here in this matchup, because these are the 2 teams that are best at converting advantages in the league. Mint mentioned it, Dark Zero, an 80% conversion rate so far through stage 1, the highest in the North American League, but Shopify Rebellion have them tied on that stat, 80% conversion as well from them. So it really does feel like these are the 2 best teams in the league at converting those man advantages. We're seeing that continue to spiral here. Is if Ambi's not having a good game, if Newers isn't having a good game, you're going to see these teams struggling in particular. So keep an eye out on that going forward. Dark Zero tied this game up and keep us competitive. The 7-2 scoreline that these 2 teams so often end up in is still on the table, but that makes this next round very important.
Attackers are moving out to locate
Jesse, every round is important because it means we get to spend more time together.
Wow.
Hey,
I
yo,
suppose.
are they gay?
No.
I guess I do want this to go as quickly as possible, so I have to stop casting with you.
Why do you say it like
That's
that?
I fear you didn't hear what I said.
I don't know.
I said the opposite. I said it's it's nice to spend time together, and now you're saying you hope that we don't.
Yeah, no, I got that. Yeah.
Oh.
I love this clash play from False. Just the top of lobby stairs. It makes it really tough to get the top floor control. He is all alone, but even still, you don't know that if they're Rebellion.
Not really.
You might be able to get that information from Ambi, but it's so scary to try to get in this doorway, and he likely has a little bit of angle into meeting.
Damn.
Maybe he's closed it off to protect himself, but in any case, top floor is going to be really awkward, even more so now that you've lost your captain.
There's
The entries
Canadian just,
continue
like,
to be
completely
important, and Noor will
useless.
find his first kill in this round.
Can he get Zophia'd? Isn't that a
Just
thing?
rocking that Twitch, which again is another familiar operator for him. Monty was not the one that was banned out. It was the Ying, so shields are still very much available. DZ is not punishing the shield play whatsoever on the side of Rebellions. They say, bring me your Blackbeards, bring me your Monty. We can deal with this. SR is accepting that challenge and instead will opt out. The only shield on the board right now is actually Clash, a defender operator, which is not uncommon, but is still kind of a funny thing to say when Blitz, Fuse, Osa, Blackbeard, and Monty are all still available. Halfway point of the round, Dark Zero looking for their first lead. If they get it, it would be 3 rounds in a row for them.
Noor's and Ambi potentially about to go head-to-head here, Parker. Ambi is lurking up from the basement. He's watching a flank, but there's nobody coming. Instead, he's got to worry about the terrible path ahead of him. Here we see it. Great third-person POV. This is going to be a really important fight. Again, the star entries of both teams going head-to-head. At the same time, the rest of the Rebellion are doing good work on the vert play. The Ram is starting to open things up. So if they're not careful on DZ, this round could spiral out of control despite the man advantage that they have.
Yeah, I know. Killed Spoit.
He's got 5 kills to his name, but the last couple rounds has not been able to have the same impact he did to start things off. Ambi sees the head of the Wamai. Down goes Newers. The reflexes on both of those.
Good aim. 3v3.
If you try to cover it too much. Now Rexon walks in. Ambi
Double kill by Annie. Okay.
The Clash will walk backwards as Kino's the only player still
Oh.
upright, but Fultz pulls out the SMG. It surprises Rexon. It surprises us. Fighting from behind.
Wow.
And DZ wins a head scratcher
Wow.
and takes the lead.
He had no idea Clash pulled his gun out.
Parker. It felt like
Yeah, I
sure the
saw
early
that,
game was going
but-
their way, but then Ambi comes up from the basement, finds 2 huge frags, and all of a sudden tilts the entire landscape of that round. It ends up being so close as Fault and Ambi trade each other at the final moment. But Kino is still alive on the map. He's the only person that remains after killing Surf. So we got 2 separate 1v1s in that final 2v2. One of them was a direct trade. The other one was won out by Kino. So that'll be a defense round win for Dark Zero. A very close round that could have gone either way.
Hello?
You heard it in the team comms just after the
What's
last
up, what's
round,
up?
Parker, about how good the F2
Just
is.
woke
I
up.
expect to
That's
see
what I'm
both
doing.
teams on the attack relying on this weapon an incredible amount.
That's
Value
crazy.
out of it, but it just wasn't enough.
From
This lobby
Moose
push fell
screen.
apart in the face of the Clash.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Spoit just lost 3 rounds in a row. It's great.
That's fine. I'll get it back. This is top floor, right? Or no? This is control.
Get him, Kino. Get him.
Yeah, they were control and storage. Okay.
A great first
Not
half so far.
Shopify with
Irrespective
Diddy,
of who
bro.
wins, we know that when these two do battle, we are treated to a pretty nice contest. For the sake of fairness, to be fair and balanced here, and to be as unbiased as possible, it would be nice if the Rebellion do not completely implode. That would be quite nice.
And where have you been for like
For
the past
DZ
5
fans,
years?
they have had a very long road, and I know that you and I have talked about this an awful lot about how the heart palpitations
No.
that come with
We've
this
all been
organization
texting
are
for
something
3
that
days straight and you haven't said
sign up for. When
anything.
they
It's
send
just
you
been
a
your brother
jersey
playing
in the
Roblox the
mail,
whole day.
It comes with a disclaimer saying that it might cause cardiovascular issues.
I was low-key close.
Because of the way that they play. Same could be said about Shopify Rebellion. As of late, DZ has looked so dominant that, you know what? There's no jokes even to be said here. I'm happy that the DZ fans are finally seeing their
I've
team
been on
reward
every
them
day,
for their
bro.
patience and their hard
Usually
work.
I get on it like 1 in
And
the
I mean,
morning.
if you're a DZ fan in chat right now, you're probably very elated that Dark Zero have now won 3 rounds.
Damn,
back-to-back.
another opening
They get the lead
pick.
pick in a crucial round.
Wow.
And they're primed and geared up. With
I don't know how
another
Surf
in the
loses
hands of
that.
J9O, this is an unthinkable massacre
J9 is just,
happening
like,
right
popping
now in IT.
Parker, as I
How does
said,
Surf lose that,
so
though?
important for 5
That's not a fight.
rounds.
That's not a
That
fight you
has
can.
determined
That's
who
not a
will
fight
win
you can
the round.
lose.
We've had a 100% conversion rate so far, and it looks like it's going to be 6 for 6. J9O, what a start. Takes down 2 of the flex player on the Rebellion. Now it leaves a huge job to be done by Ambi, Spoit, and Canadian. This top floor is still firmly under control of the defenders. J9O did not leave this position, so he's still just roaming around Fish as he goes down now. Fault still remains on this top floor as well, though, and if they're not aware of this on the side of SR, this is going to be really tight.
They still have
don't
two
a
gunners,
ton of
though,
time to
Ambi
play
and
with. They
Spoit.
probably won't be able to drone out the entire top floor, so a late flank from Faults could be
Wasn't
really
there, like,
devastating.
3
Unless they
people
spot him out
like
here.
first floor right now?
I mean, even if they find him, it's still going to be a 3v4 as they push to site.
Yeah, there's one sort of
Really
on a
looking awkward
flank.
for them trying to convert this round.
But do they have a cam? Do they know?
I think Spoit knows. Yeah, Spoit knows they're there.
Good aim.
Canadians opted to not
And
go with
Ambi
F2,
knows the
by the
flank.
way.
Now it's a
The
3v3.
417's,
Wow.
Definitely an interesting choice, because Ambi and Spoit both get on the board, and
Wait.
DZ's numbers advantage is all but evaporated. Diffuse keep going down. Spoit's coverage not good enough.
Oh my god.
J9 on the flank of his
This guy's
life.
about to ace. I told you
4
he's
kills to his name, and all he needs is Ambi to complete them all.
Like
You can see it in the
J90's, like,
camera.
crazy.
He's still fighting for that last kill, but he's chuckling, laughing in total glee as he seeks out all 5
he's getting the
members of
ace.
the rebellion. Squared away, and he'll
He's
get
got the ace.
to take
Wow.
the round. Smile away, Jack. What a huge moment. 4-2 as DZ take the first half.
What a way to send us to the half. J90 with an ace for Dark Zero. 4-2 right
okay.
now. Kyle, what do you see?
Okay.
Well, I'm seeing him staying alive because that's what he's doing. He stayed alive and he got the ace. But I mean, what I'm seeing is I thought we were rooting for SR for a second here. First two rounds, first 2 rounds were perfect, right? They got the opening pick, which
I
has
saw
been
him
a
get
problem
positive.
for them this entire, basically year, to be honest. They got the opening pick the first 2 rounds, and they were getting
like
everything
rare,
handed
bro.
to them on a silver platter. But at that point, DZ, for me, they just kind of woke up. They figured out they needed to get aggressive on them. They started being a problem, getting into SR's face early into the rounds, and that's kind of why we're here where we are.
And it's what we've been seeing from DZ is typically the team that they're going up against gets the first 2 initial rounds, but then you'll start to see DZ understand what the game plan is, what the strategy is going to be going forward, and then they start to control that aggression from the side of SR, not allowing them to get the opening
Moose, I
kill. We
remember
heard
SI
Jesse and Parker talk about
2025,
how
we were pulling,
big these
like,
opening
400
kills,
viewers.
every single one was converted into a round win with 4 going into Dark Zoo's favor, but again, it just shows how good Dark Zoo is at reading their opponents, understanding what needs to be done to put the rounds back into their favor, and it really was,
was
just slowing down the aggression side of SR, get the opening kill into the favor,
SI
and then just
25.
play back into those layers.
I don't
and
think
then
I've
even
streamed
in
it
that
yet.
last round in particular, just a dominant half from J90, 10-4, big ace at the end of the round.
were.
Beautiful.
And again, if I was going to say play of the game again, what you
No, that was,
after that second round? What happened? Call out, calls the time.
Was that
out, as
2020?
he
No,
normally
that was
does after
2026, I think.
Round losses, and that completely switched up this game again. Like,
Or, sorry, wait.
him just getting right into the face.
SI hasn't happened for
That's exactly what you
2026
said,
yet,
with,
right?
With all the problems in the other series, but I'm just thinking back to even like the
It
last time
hasn't.
they did
Okay, yeah,
Clubhouse.
never mind,
They
you're
opened
right.
the wall. What's
So it was like
happening?
late
Newer's gonna
2025.
stick his face in it. J90 is going to go for more aggressive fights. So yeah, it's just a trend again and again. SR now though, I mean, they got to play onto the defensive side, which I actually think they're stronger on their attacking side on this map. So maybe a little bit worried for them. I'm wondering if we're going to see possibly some shield bans. How are we going to target playing against DZ? Are we going to try to do the blueprint that other teams have been doing against them, bringing those C4s? We look at Wildcard, what were they able to do against Kino, right?
Use the information they were.
Well, they're definitely going to bring the clash, so I think that's going to get banned.
In that same direction. It's really only one player that utilizes that information efficiently, which is Troy.
Or it could be double walled now, bans.
Everybody is using
Because you
that
know Canadians going to play
using
clash.
that
You know
detail.
it.
And it is a great strategy. It's a great way to deal with Dark Zero. I just don't know if SR is going to be the team to do the same thing.
I think it is a good strat, especially nowadays, again, with how much the attack has, the shields.
Yeah,
the
double
range,
walled
the
now. Okay.
mobility, and-
Okay.
Oh, this is actually, okay, they're going to get rid of the Nomad. So for me, getting rid of that Nomad means they can get aggressive around the IT position. The wall's going to get open. We see electric ban, so IT is going to be open very easily. But normally you're going to want to air jab off that IT door once you get the wall open. So we should be seeing, hopefully, SR get a little aggressive against DZ.
All right, that's what's going to need to happen. They're down 2 rounds right now, but second half on defense, a lot can happen.
Yo,
So there's
Cyro,
the kid from Oconomowoc, Wisconsin, who
figured
just
out the
got the
method for
first
4K
ace
class.
of the North American League Stage 1. It's shocking to me that it took that long, Parker, but we do finally have an ace here in the league, and of course, J90 does it to secure that 4-2 half on Nighthaven Labs. I'll remind you, when we saw these two teams play Nighthaven in the first map of the Salt Lake City Grand Finals,
What is it?
was a 7-2 victory for the Rebellion. DZ now have a chance to answer with the exact same scoreline back against SR on their own map pick. I'm starting to get worried for them because Mint even just said on the desk he thinks Dark Zero are better on the attack on this map. This is SR's pick. If they lose this, I have to imagine Clubhouse goes the way of DZ, and we might be.
Did I do
staring down
Canadian
the
and bring the
barrel of
clash
another
out?
Domination from Dark Zero against SR.
Just set us up on a collision course with Wildcard and Dark Zero in the finals if that happens. A reminder that these teams have already locked their spots at EWC. This is just the playoffs coming to a conclusion. If you are fans of M80 or Wildcard, the two teams that played in the matchup before this, or if you are a fan of Dark Zero
that's
or
close as
Shopify
hell.
Rebellion, you will see them in Paris in just a couple weeks' time as they compete at the Esports World Cup. Now it's about seeding and making it deeper into the NAL playoffs. A little bit extra money and some bragging rights, let's not kid ourselves, but also experience. EWC is going to be played on a completely different patch, and as we talked about, the desk has talked about, Lynx and X talked about in the match before this, there were quite a whack of changes that happened with the patch yesterday that we are already starting to see, and a big one of that is Zofia, who was just being piloted by J9O, the man who got an ace in the previous round.
Yeah, the Zofia has been really strong. We've seen Wamai have a lot of presence coming through as well. So the buffs have been very impactful, as we saw just a couple days ago. We saw it in EML and APAC as well. So all regions getting on board. Here comes a Nitro from Rexon that almost found a success, but I think it was shot out of the air, perhaps. Doesn't manage to find any value for his teammates. Again, this Clash from Canadian is his signature operator. I don't think anybody plays Clash as well as Canadian does. It was a huge reason why they qualified the Esports World Cup. And now he's running it once more here up against the Cali from NJR.
There's like a full connector.
Firing away.
I mean, there's no pressure. IT
anything.
or
I love the
Rafters.
sound of the Kali sniper rifle, by the way, just as a small aside. Some of the
Kino
sound design
brought
in this game
Grim
is really
Shoddy.
wonderful. Kino with the shotgun takes care of Serve. How many times do you see a Grim shotgun, by the way? Well, you're seeing it today. NJR gunned down by
Holy
Rexon.
pressure by Grim.
Kino's taking no prisoners. He's sprinting right in, but he has to be close quarters. He finds Ambi taken care of by Rexon, who's holding this round together for his team. He's the only one able to muster a kill, and he and Canadian will now need to do even more work. As it's just the two of them, shield goes down, planted in the ground, like a knight dropping his sword, and he will die on it. Canadian unable to do much. Rexon finished off his newest.
Hey, wait, is Grim Shoddy it?
Kit goes down and
Yo, he downed Ambi from so far. Holy.
It's a beautiful push from DZ Parker. They are in full control of this game, continuing the momentum through.
Bro, is Grim Shoddy to play?
You could just tell how ready they were for SR's defense.
He downed Ambi from that far.
The clash, and there it came out from Canadian. Of course,
like,
it's really the only operator that he plays
on
that site, so it's not like it was a hard prediction, but a lot of the operators really being run. Spoit on his signature Azami, Surf on his signature Smoke, right? Everybody was playing the ops that were known to see them play here on the top floor of Night.
It was low-key. This push was so like one-sided though. I'm really surprised that they won. They low-key got bailed out. That shotgun, that shouldn't have killed Ambi.
It forces him back, right? It means he can't play close on pillar, and UC Troy really.
But that was low-key such like a weird push. Like there was no Rafters pressure with the late IT play. It was all connector.
Have been red again. They have a crazy winning streak here on this map, but Dark Zero now.
Yeah, bro. I would be so pissed. That's me.
How well they're playing, and I'm worried about the mental.
Doesn't do that.
No, it doesn't.
The mental's the bigger issue, right?
Yeah.
They admitted as much. Getting blown out on a map that they knew they were going to lose still chalk their mental. If you are losing your mental in a we know for sure we're losing this situation, when you should just be all smiles and like, you know what, guys, we got 2 rounds. Hell yeah, that's great. Let's move on. If that's what's blowing your mind up, how does your mind function when you are now losing your own map? And it started out so promising. The first 2 rounds for the Rebellion were quite good. They took advantage.
Oh. Oh.
We love to see that.
Hey,
that's why you ban
Right, so he told the commentators shut up.
Mirror on the IT wall. But if you're losing 5 consecutive rounds on your own map after you hit such a promising start, there's some serious mental resiliency that needs to be shown here by the Rebellion. Now they might actually have the bounce back. They took down Fultz, they took down NJR.
He's like no idea. He's like stuck. He's like stuck.
He'll be felled as well. It's Kino and Newers against all 5 of SR, and not a single point of damage has been done to the Rebellion.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult to lose this round for the SR.
Wait, it's
so
actually pretty
I cannot
crazy how they make it
imagine we see another
shotgun
7-2
shot
score
right where he
line.
was
Newers and
at.
Kino will do their best, but 5v2, really tough. Again, IT wall stayed closed thanks to that one kill from Canadian, and just off the back of that, you expect this to go the way of SR. All the kills afterwards are really just gravy. But
wait, Moose, it doesn't
they're
even
close to
matter
the
like
site.
who
Never
wins
mind.
this, correct?
What's up?
1v5 for Newers
It
Parker.
doesn't even matter like who
Well,
wins
we've seen an
this,
ace.
though, right?
It kind of does for these two teams.
I think it really hinges on Newers being able to find this final kill.
Because the thing with this matchup is whoever loses this has to play in the EWC play-in. Like, yeah, they get to go to Paris and play in Paris.
Again, one has to wonder
but
how much of that is SR versus how much of that
they're
is
playing in the
DZ,
play-in.
just
They're not
kinda
exactly
playing loose, saying, hey
in.
guys, look, we're up 5-2. We can take some chances. We can be kind of
They're not
funny,
exactly
and
in the group
when we need
stage
to lock
of
in, we can lock
EWC.
in.
So
That remains
that's
to be
why.
seen, but still some frustration on the faces of SR despite a successful round.
I'm quite surprised that Faults did go down to Canadian in that spot. You don't see the captain of Dark Zero making mistakes like that very often, but this is a round that I think will be easy for Dark Zero to shake off. You lost two players through the mirror window on the IT breach. I mean, that's kind of just insta-GG.
Were you okay in the 14?
Obviously Canadian killing Faults, but NJR also died in that position to Ambi, so
yeah.
the fact that you lose two players so early in that round, I think is gonna be one to
France
forget.
got 2-0'd, I think? 2-1,
They won't have to
2-0.
go back to that bomb site until round 11 should we get there. Until then, we'll have to rotate back through the basement and potentially the top floor as well if SR want to go there.
If Argentina wins again, I'm never supporting soccer ever again.
Play a little bit of kitchen, so
I mean, no, it's
we'll see how it
literally
goes,
just
but
France had
plenty
the
more work
worst
to do from
game in the
SR.
whole
If they
World
lose
Cup,
this map, they will be
that
in
was
tough
Spain's
shape and
best
they'll go to the
performance
basement
they've
with
had
a
in
heavy
literally,
drone
like,
strategy coming out
40 years,
from the
bro.
Rebellion. Dark Zero did a very similar strat with a pulse down in the basement.
Before,
I'm not seeing anybody currently on bottom floor. I guess Canadian kind of on this smoke will be the one anchor.
The fuck is your
Everybody else is roaming
Ashlow?
around this mid floor, hoping to find some of these players as they enter the map.
It lines up actually quite well with what
I'm
we see in the
on
basement
walls
defense
and
of Clubhouse, our next map,
altitude.
right? You stick one person in the basement, you have 4 people roam, you keep avenues back to the basement by opening up some of those hatches, maybe put 2 people on the top floor, 2 people on the mid floor. Night Haven Labs is a very big map. It's something that we honestly don't talk about.
Bro,
that
what
much
is this
because
castle
there is
set
so
up?
much complexity to labs.
I've
but
never
it is
seen
a
this before.
genuinely large map, so you can roam effectively if you don't get caught by a drone or any of the utility work of the attackers, be there a Deimos or a Snake or a Lion or any of those
Got the
things on
ban
the
that
board.
grim, bro.
You can get back to the bomb
Oh,
site
Canadian got
quickly.
another first
And
pick.
DC's
Wow.
advance is already falling on its face. Kino dies. Canadian for the 2nd round in a row will get kill number 1. He could have another now as he's red one over on these cargo stairs.
I would say give it up,
Kills to his
Canadian.
teammates. Boyd will get it.
Oh, he just got hopped down on.
The reload as J90 vaults on over. Fultz now hoping for a kill of his own as J90 takes a beating. SR locking out DZ. All of this action occurring with 1:35 still to go in the round. A very quick pace set by DZ here, but the Rebellion were ready and waiting.
It's not bad space from Dark Zero. They really actually didn't commit to the roam game that hard from SR. They fell back pretty early, and as their captain gets them a man advantage, this is not a bad spot to be in at all. You took down Kino, the primary shield player on Dark Zero. It leaves just Faults now as the only shield left on the board. Faults does not really play shields. Dark Zero are not a big double shield team, so this is a rare operator to be brought out by him. Not completely unheard of, but there's so much util still to go through. NJR has the clear, so it should be fine. This push will be focused on cargo, Parker. You're going to see them try to get down those cargo stairs, get a plant back behind the tank.
Oh,
At the same time,
they're going
NJR
to try
will provide that
and
auxiliary
single
support,
out
so it has a
Spoit.
second dimension, but this is going to be tough to actually get into the site.
Now drop on in. Does out go the smokes? A kill or 2 here could really crack open the
Ooh.
site, but no, it's SR who's going to do that. Answering back, Canadian so far the only casualty is this has been a great round and a half, almost 2 rounds for the Rebellion as they bounce back to the form we saw to start off this map. Spoit is bleeding out, but Ambi with a huge round will seal the deal.
See,
and
I
there
told
you
you
go,
their
a bit more
defense.
confidence starting to show in the body language and faces of SR as they have shrunk this gap to just a single round.
It's a big round from Spoit, who has
Yo, is
quietly
Rexon
amassed the
wearing
most amount of
contacts?
kills
Why is his
here
eyes
in the
so
lobby,
blue?
Parker. He's been playing his signature as zombie
No
for
idea.
all 3 defense rounds so far.
No idea.
Could see it banned, but could be a Mira or a Clash as well.
This guy's like
talking a little bit in chat too. We'll see what comes through of it. It will be the Mira instead, so we can keep playing his favorite operator. Again, I think just positioning himself super well in these late rounds. They understand the win con on the defense. The Rebellion are doing a good job setting themselves up inside the site, waiting for those players to come through, not getting over aggressive, not extending too much, and back-to-back opening kills from Canadian as well cannot be ignored. He's consistently starting them out on the right foot.
Also, why is Bolo like
so
still
far
getting
this game,
skins after
9 straight.
retirement?
The team with the
Because he's him. He's had such a big impact on the game.
In the end of it. So it's really important that they continue to win those duels. Dark Zero, they shouldn't be getting surprised by any of the setups they're seeing from SR. It's not like we're seeing a brand new setup coming through from the Rebellion, but they just play this map
Oh, my
so
goat?
well, and again with those advantages,
In Siege,
they're
probably, yeah.
really good at closing them down.
I think there was a belief forming when Dark Zero took the first half, and then that
It's pretty nice. I'm affiliated with his brand too, so.
Towards a quick 2-0. 51% of the community said that SR had the upper hand.
I just signed up. I'm not gonna lie to you. I sent in a submission and I got it.
DZ is the presumptive favorite of these two squads. I think for a myriad reason, frankly.
Code Mooseife if you want 5% off or gaming gear.
I think Clubhouse has the
He
potential
co-owns
to be a
it with
blowout
someone.
for DZ,
I forgot
but
the other guy.
this should be a close one. If SR completely bottle this map, then yeah, it's curtains. It's over. I do not see Cafe being played, but crazier things have happened, especially with Troy Canadian-led teams that just somehow find a way to level up when things are at their hardest.
Rehost?
Coming in for a rehost. It doesn't look like we're gonna.
Oh, he said never mind.
Keeping us on our toes here.
You know, just trying to get more screen time on the brand new Dark Zero bundle, which is just released into the shop. You can go pick it up now if you're a big fan of DZ. He's using both the skin and I believe the uniform as well. They've got pink with it, Parker. They are really leaning into the whole gamer aesthetic, which I like to see.
A lot of pink, a lot of purple. Across all the skins. I'm not even going to talk about the Blitz bundle because I haven't had to see it, thank God, today. Haven't seen any. Haven't had to deal with the Blitz skin.
Altitude isn't the best. It ain't the best.
We've had one Blitz. It was played by Kino in the previous round. It did not work out, and frankly, I was not paying attention to what skin he had. But yeah, just a reminder that Anime Boo.
Oh.
Look at that.
All three. That's the Zofia buff coming in clutch, Parker. It deals about 80%.
Damn, Newer's got to pick on Ambi.
Unbelievable, and he's pushed off of his position as Newers grabs Ambi. Ambi steadily improving after the rougher start that he had. He's drawn even.
Still 1 minute left though.
8 deaths. It means that these defenders will now consolidate also more inside the site. Not as many opportunities to roam, unless of course you're Spoit playing with those Kiba barriers in the pocket of his army. Depending on the way that the next couple kills go, Spoit might have the freedom to do a lurk of his own.
60 seconds on the clock, man disadvantage for the
Damn, what a
Rebellion.
long flashbang.
Determined who wins these rounds. So Dark Zero in a favorable spot. Good control of connector, good control of electrical. They want a little bit more than that, of course. They might have a player rotating over towards Raptors, but it looks like meeting is just going to be the call. If they have this in IT, they could definitely go for a pillar plant. But Canadian still is a problem despite his low HP.
He's playing on this shield.
Yeah, but they've got the Grim. They can work on him.
On his roll, that must be a sigh of relief for these SR guys, as now Kino's been dropped. Finally,
oh, they're gonna double Spoit.
SR is able to bring the aggression towards Dark Zero, but there's so much more job to be done. They buffed the recoil, but J9O still having some problems right now as SR is locking out Dark Zero. They march their way towards the bomb site, but they might be sleepwalking themselves into a trap. J9O finally gets Rexton. He's had a terrific game. A missed opportunity.
Canadian clutch.
Gets surf, and now it's all up to Canadian with 5 seconds to go, and he gets
oh, it was that Attackers one.
DZ
Damn.
still had men alive, and because of that, they take the round.
I look, thought Canadian clutched that.
J9O is playing the game of his life, Parker. He's absolutely doing everything for Dark Zero. He's finding so many good ways to get into the site. There were a couple of whiff shots there on Rafters, okay? We're not going to ignore it, but all in all, it will be forgiven because all people will remember after that round was the multi-kill. A huge 3K coming in from Jack after they really weren't in a great spot. Most of that push was focused on connector. It was focused on electrical, and that kind of fell to pieces. Despite the early utility work coming out from J9O, J9O, Canadian was
Holy.
never really dealt with. So J9O had to go huge once again, flanking up this Raptor side. He was the only player pushing this side of the map. He was all by himself. He loses just one gunfight. They lose that round, but he wins 3 straight and sends Dark Zero to match point. What a game Jack is having.
You're back for 3 minutes. What's up, Mason?
He was the highest rated player on this team quite some time ago. He's sitting in 6th place, entering today with 119 kills, and he is continuing to add to that tally. Everybody is chasing Newers at 136 kills, which is an eye-watering number. And don't count out Newers, by the way. We've been talking and singing the praises of J9O quite a bit, but Newers has had some very high impact kills, particularly in that first half. And he himself is sitting at 8 frags.
Said, am I getting hot?
Might be a little bit below
Low-key, I'm not, actually.
of him, but the depth has been pretty good on this DZ.
Pretty good as of right now.
So far. They've got the Rebellion on the ropes, Jesse. Potentially 2 minutes and 30 seconds for SR. They'll lose their own map.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's having a bad game in this contest. Dark Zero on the whole definitely playing a little bit better. And
yes.
There are some low kill totals like NJR, but I haven't.
That's part of his. That's part of his like IGL style. He'll play all shields.
It's been a high level game of
74. Must be nice. Must be nice.
Dark Zero now though, 2 opportunities to close things out. They likely won't get to attack the top floor again. This is where they've been successful twice, so they'll go to the mid floor here for round 11.
Spoit and Rex in the
Canadian remains on his signature clash, and this top floor clear is always going to be so important for this bomb site. Canadians on the clash, Ambi and Spoit are up here as well.
This guy's just on shields, like planning.
Kino on the black here to try to make some space. J9O with his Ying. They've got a lot of good tools on the side of Dark Zero. How do they actually get past the util though?
No shot. Oh my gosh, dude.
It's not as unconventional as you think. Use the impact, break your Kiba barrier. Somebody's out on that.
That's such a beautiful play. Good play. Good play. You need the aggressiveness. You need the aggressiveness.
Found out. Newers has him in his sights. Kino down means that Newers cannot stand here and wait.
Yeah, but you shoot the barrel.
So what is he gonna do? He's just gonna take matters into his own hands. It's a down, not a secure. Which
wow.
Might be a bit frustrating. For
That's not bad. That's still not bad though.
Off is now NJR and Newers will need to work together. Another
EG super hot. Yeah, it's terrible over here.
Circling in,
ooh.
Rexton takes down one, NJR another, and now the mayor will have to deal with 3 players on SR. Doing their best DZ's impression, staying
nice,
alive.
Nice.
Oh boy.
All right, bro, I gotta use the bathroom, bro.
To each other as they do just
be
that.
back in like 2 seconds.
One more round.
Big round from Willie. Spoit again, finding lots of success here on the Azami, up in Raptors for that opening pick. The fact that it was an opening pick straight onto Kino as well was so valuable. Straight onto J9O, I should say. Kino died moments after to Ambi, who got that frag, also roaming up on the top floor. Really good defense coming out from the Rebellion, and now we see a tactical timeout, Parker. I like this call from Super. You've got one final round in regulation. You have to be able to win this bomb site. You've got options. Every site will be unlocked here except for storage, so it's not obvious to DZ what site you're going to play. Super can call for a strategy. This is must win for the Rebellion. Again, this is their map pick. Right? After losing round 10, these last 2 rounds have had so much pressure on them because if you lose this map, I'm sorry, Clubhouse looks really, really rough for SR. So this has to be where they mount their comeback. This has to be their big stand. I'm very interested to see what comes out of this tack timeout from them. Still very close game, 6-5 at the scoreline, but Dark Zero in a more commanding spot. Such brilliant shots to come through from these 2 players. Again, both Ambi and Spoit, I think, having massive impact in this game so far.
Combined for 20 kills.
Yeah, it's 7.
Nothing to sneeze at. Spoit, the highest rated player on SR. Ambi not far behind. It really is a battle of the heavyweights. Newers entered today in 2nd place in terms of EPS. Everybody chasing Ashen, who's sitting at a 127. Newers in 2nd with 119. J9O in 6th. NJR in 10th. For Shopify Rebellion, it's Spoit in 3rd, Ambi in 7th, and then you got to go down to 17th to find Surf. Spoit and Ambi have flourished in their roles. Spoit in particular going through a mid to later career renaissance as he had some relatively rough statistical years, if you recall.
Oh, Spoit.
Koi roster before then moving over to, what was it? I don't know if it was technically Exit that he played on or M80 in that original situation he was in. I mean, the M80 Exit brand split was a bit of a blur timeline-wise, but Spoit's been doing really, really well, and he's been getting very high impact kills, and again, he's playing on a very critical role. It is not easy to play Azami on this map. Even though she is a strong operator, you have so much that you need to
Whose map is this? This is Shopify's map.
Job of it today.
My focus is going to be on the kid himself, Ambi, who comes off here playing alongside Spoit in this double entry role, but he's going to be all the way down in the basement. They chose to go back to the top floor part. Really, this is the site that SR have lost twice now in this half against Dark Zero.
So you know what they say about Shopify? They suck against NA teams, but they'll kill any other EU or they'll kill any other international team.
Canadians still on the Clash. Spoit is still on the Azami. Surf is still on an SAS operator. Like, this is a very similar setup. The main difference for me is just Ambi, who's lurking down below. I believe you just heard him blow his nitro cell.
That's not a difference, though.
Idea that there's somebody playing on that bottom floor. He's got himself a camera here in the mid floor, so he's definitely.
It's always using DC. They're always using NAL teams. Like they're weak when it comes to NAL, you know. But yeah, DC they are the kryptonite.
Whole focus is hunting down Ambi and making sure they can secure.
I feel like everyone knows that too.
Quite a collision course it would be, right? J9O and Ambi, both terrific players. We highlighted Ambi versus Newers a little bit earlier today, and well, again,
holy Wamais.
Fraggers on both sides of the coin. Ambi sitting at a 992, Newers sitting at a 993. That's what as close as they can get. Oh my!
Oh my gosh!
Just about a second.
Oh my
gosh!
gosh!
You need to be faster than that. That's an easy walk-in for Kino, and they have completely dislodged the defenders from this connector position. That's a huge boon for Dark Zero.
Canadian might have been flashed in that moment, Parker, so just doesn't have good vision.
No, he was flashed. That's not the problem.
Continues to be so incredibly important. Kino, another one now, playing on that thermite with the DZ bundle inside a connector. Ambi, Rexton, and Spoit, everything to do in this critical round.
Still downstairs?
You gotta feel for SR. Unless they can turn this one around, that'll be curtains. Newers gets Spoit. There was very little of him emerging, and yet he's punished all the same. Rexton keeping up with his very good day. Trying to catch Spoit's dozen kills. Rexton will be a huge feature.
Where?
As DZ looks to plant the defuse kit. Newers and NJR for the coverage. The mayor's been awfully quiet. Just 3 kills to his name.
So they're gonna like show us for Ambi.
The 2 remaining players from Rebellion, Ambi and Rexton, will need to deal with this DZ lockout, or there goes the map. Good
he's
so far
he's pillar.
SR choosing next steps.
When did he
trapped? The cross being held by Newers. High likelihood he gets both of them. He'll start with one. Full credited with the other.
You're better than Spoit? No one's better than Spoit. It'll never be like that. Damn.
Well, the major final rematch may have started in the same place, Parker, but it's not going to start with the same result. Dark Zero take the Rebellion off one of their best maps
that's just so like
steal their opponent's
oh man
1-0 in this series. They're looking incredible here in this matchup. The Rebellion have a lot of work to do in map 2.
Yo, this reminds me of Cyro selling every single lead in a custom game.
Oh, he had his shield down. I was like, why didn't he back up? Like he got flashed, why didn't he back up? He had it down and then went to go pick it up.
Yeah.
Damn. That was a good play by whoever that was. So it was Kino?
Yeah. Kino. I'm gonna start using Flores more. He seems pretty broken.
So we're gonna watch map 2, but like map 2's DC's pick on what was map 2? It was Labs and Clubhouse. Map 2's Clubhouse. Jeez, dude. Wait, so you said someone is walling in my Discord?
Yeah, your Ash lol. He shared his screen and he's like full walling.
In my Discord. Who invited this guy?
Oh crap. That might have been me.
Yeah, he shared a screen. He was in a ranked game and he died to someone with wall hacks.
Oh, you're hilarious, bro. Now you're actually hilarious.
What?
Yeah, that's your buddy, huh? He's in the chat. I also heard something about scripts. There's scripting in my Discord.
Type in chat. Type in chat. Type in chat.
August 4th. EWC's in 2 weeks. 3 weeks, I should say. Okay.
Oh, Zero Sun, bro. Damn, you're getting on, or like just gonna stand there like that? Oh, you got on. How is he not dead? How is he not dead? How is he not dead? That's us in Matrix. Oh. That's us in Matrix.
Or Zyro, are you in? You're in Vamp's Discord?
I'm in BM to us.
Oh my gosh.
What did BM to do?
Nothing.
Leave it? What's happening? No, man.
I don't like him. I hate him. I especially hate the idiots that do it and then sell it. It's so stupid.
Yeah, sure.
No, you don't. You like Vamp. You like Silent. Hell no.
Dude, you like Syra, dude.
You don't sell scripts. You use free pickle scripts, bro.
Yeah, but it gets me giggling. Yeah.
Sure.
You like really can't be mad over Rico scripts. If you have good Rico control, it's the same thing.
What scripts you got on, sir?
The different thing would be if I was just like tracking everyone's head through the wall with absolutely no recoil.
I got walls, but I don't be doing that. I closet.
What's is different, bro? Rico scripts? If you have good Rico, it's the same shit.
Nah, don't go scripting. Learn your recoil.
If you're a scripter, you're a loser.
Exactly.
I don't want to hear from you, Lamb.
I didn't even really cheat that much.
What, you're acting like I'm scripting?
I'm not.
So the first game was BTA? No, it wasn't. It was 7-5, you know? Like, it's not... It wasn't exactly BTA. But, you just didn't...
Go legit, bro. You're gonna be 30 times better.
I just didn't expect it. I didn't expect DZ to pull it off. Especially when, like, you watched the first 2 rounds of the game and it looked like Shopify was just they were them. They were better. But... No.
Huh. Back to that too.
So you're gonna be playing MNK on console?
I mean, I tried it, but I don't like it.
Did he say it was like a 1 second delay?
It was such a fat. It was such a fat delay.
Shopify Rebellion losing their own map pick. Not the way they wanted to start a best of 3 with their lives on the line. And as we discussed, important seeding.
You meant the first matchup
on the line as well. It's very clear.
Oh, do you mean like you mean like
prepared here? I mean, they were prepared for just about anything.
You meant the first matchup. Oh yeah, the 7-2.
I want to talk about the bans real quick. Obviously, Rebellion.
But you're asking if I still have. You're asking if I still have SR? No, because that was because Night Haven was SR's map pick. You know, they play 3 games. They play 3 games, giving each team a map pick. You know, after all the bans are said and done.
I mean, look at this angle. Like this
so
is
like
unlosable if you're NJR. He's getting a lot of free chip damage right into the
if you,
shield.
it's pretty known you should win your map pick. You shouldn't lose your map pick. If you lose your map pick, then that's just not. Wow, that was an insane shot right there. That was so stupid. So no, I have DZ because this next map is Clubhouse, and if you don't know anything about Clubhouse, when DZ and Shopify verse each other in because this is playoffs, when they verse each other in like the group in the just the stage to qualify for playoffs, they got 7-2. SR got 7-2 on Clubhouse. Like you know.
He did end up getting the kills and ultimately winning the round. And
then you could go off the fact that DZ is, you know, DZ is SR's, what's it called, Kryptonite?
At EWC.
Definitely. I love that you mentioned Jack specifically.
Just better hope, like when SR gets to EWC, they don't have to verse DZ.
In this series. I mean, even in that ace, we saw him laughing, smiling, having a good time. But you got to look at the head-to-head between both teams. You know, I talked about going into this matchup for the side of SR. We needed to see Star Fraggers step up and perform. And arguably, Spoit definitely showed up. Ambi maybe not at the same level, but even then, I believe he was 1 kill away from double digits. Well, arguably, both sides are performing where they need to. It's again, it's just that mental hurdle that I think SR loses time and time. Well, I say time and time again. That time and time and time and time again continues to rear its ugly head.
Right, that's the thing. Like when you have someone performing as well as Jane I know has been performing, even when you throw in Spoit, you throw in Rex, and you throw in Ambi, like it is very difficult to go against this Dark Zero team. I mean, going back to your point, Kyle, just the confidence.
Yeah, Spoit with a 75% cost, Rex with an 83% was not enough.
And just being better in the round. I mean, that just shows you the
holy full at a 42% cost.
They are
damn.
Not afraid of Shopify Rebellion. They've never been, and they're not going to start being afraid of them now.
Yeah, and that's exactly why I love rooting for this DZ team. They might have the best support staff right now in the NAL with Call Out. And if there's going to be new updates to the game, mid-season patch notes, sometimes pro players worry. They're like, how are we going to be innovative? But Call Out, everybody on that team, all the players as well. I mean, they're going to be like first in line to using some of that new stuff. And we've seen it today. Again, SR looked like they had problems with it.
Right, but even systematically, allowing Troy to play something he's clearly comfortable in, clearly has been finding success for SR. Give him that comfort and then immediately take it away by bringing things that are going to counter, will not only impact his play, but that also possibly impact his IGLing. Again, they do a very good job at attacking that mental. Even in that last round, it was such a great strategy. They understood Ambi was going to go for the flank. They had Rex inside IT. What do they do instead? They immediately push through site, get in CC, hold IT, and they cut the site off. They go for the plant. And again, there's nothing left for SR. It's just DZ is always one step ahead to respond quicker.
We'll talk about Clubhouse then. Right as you're saying,
sorry, you going live today?
One step ahead. It was 7-2 just a couple of weeks ago when these two teams played Clubhouse. SR need a win on their opponent's map to stay alive. What do they need to rely on here? What can they rely on?
I've just seen it across my For You page, but I haven't been able to join.
Minor mistakes, because that's really where Clubhouse does tend to nip you in the butt. Once you start making those small mistakes, other teams do capitalize on top of it. But if there is one category you really want to highlight specifically, even in this most recent series, is is the opening kill. When you look at their last series, they lost 7-2 to DZ, and they also lost, I believe, 7 out of those 9 opening engagements going in the favor of DZ. So if there's anything that SR really can try to do, especially on a defensive half, is to get those opening kills swung into their favor and then be able to play the man advantage, especially when you go into those late run executions.
Yeah, they got to know it's coming, right? Going onto that clubhouse again, they were just opening up walls, DZ were sticking their faces in, getting the free man advantages, and then backing up. And SR were too slow to realize that was going to happen. So going into this clubhouse, I expect them to realize that they're going to get in their face, they're going to try to play fast, they're going to try to play aggressive. Maybe they should start bringing shield operators, those info ops that they love to use, and try to go faster against DZ, try to get those kills in their advantage.
Damn, take the trash out, will you? Jeez. I don't know why I noticed that.
For redemption here on Clubhouse, and in a big way. Now their backs against the wall. If they want to avoid that 4th place spot and send us to a 3rd map, we're going to have to see some magic right now.
Excellently said. Could this be the end of the road for SR temporarily, might I add? Well, we'll find out. It is a razor-thin margin that originally swung for the Rebellion, but now has shifted ever so slightly to Dark Zero. It's their map. It's their soil. Can they pull off a 2-0 on Clubhouse?
Rebellion fans are nothing if not loyal, Parker. Despite what history suggests, they still have full faith in their team, and I need the players to have that faith as well coming into this game. You're facing a really difficult challenge. Going up against Clubhouse here versus Dark Zero, it's one of their best maps. They beat the Rebellion 7-2 on this map back during the group stage, and then if you win this, you've got to face Cafe down as well, which will not be any easier than this one. So it's a long road ahead of SR, but if there's any team that can make that comeback happen, maybe it is just the guys that have all the support in the world from the community. Bans coming out, and it's a heavy shield focus coming out from SR. You don't see this too often on Clubhouse. Usually on this map, the bans will revolve around either hard breachers like Ace and Habana, or it'll revolve around clearing out that Raptor position. Operators like Capitao and Grim getting a lot of bans on this map. Instead, focusing the shields
it's gonna make it virtually impossible because you can't put as much pressure with the blitz in Rafters.
Kino in particular, he is the main shield player on this game, and they want to force Kino into opposite he plays. Otherwise, maybe the Glaz, maybe the Dokkaebi.
Dokkaebi's so strong and ever present.
What was that? What is that, Goyo?
A lot of these teams. But again, I do wonder how a lot of these buffs are going to play in. We've immediately seen Zofia rise from the ashes, like the Phoenix in her operator icon, becoming a staple play. If you go back to map number 1, she was played at the tail end of the first half, both by Rexen and by Surf, and then was played almost every single round of the second half by Dark Zero, primarily by J90, but once by NJR, a very strong operator. Again, the gun is the bigger issue. Utility is.
Bro, are they? They're doing a second floor vert hold.
Easily adapt even some of the hardest controlled guns to control. Hey, remember the Buck C8 back?
There's shields banned for the Raptor hold, but Cappy's still on the board. Yeah, I know, but it's like
your hand had tremors when you were trying.
Right. So, but you can't just put. Oh, that's such a good drone.
Some of the best fraggers.
You can't put much pressure walking up Raptors with a blitz, you know, so it's kind of like you'll have to get pretty creative.
Look for a kill inside a bar.
Andy that they see. They'll deal 50 damage, but unfortunately not quite enough, so he will stay alive. Dealing a damage bit back still. He's playing inside the spar position. There's lots of roamers on the top floor, too. Don't forget, Canadian and Spoit remaining up there.
Took out Rexen.
The first one to go down, trying to push up
He's
through
won.
to support his teammates. An opening duel for Dark Zero. The desk has touched on it. We've said it a lot, Parker, but still 100% conversion rate for both teams, and it's a fast fight hit.
Oh my gosh. What? I don't understand this. I don't understand this.
All right, call in the cavalry. And Kino will finally assess that they are returning to the bomb site. Rexen taking care of Ambi, taking some damage as well. Kino found a way in, and he will try to box these out. Canadian, a nice kill. The only
what is
one so
happening
far for his team. He and the rest of the supporting cast will need to do some serious work. Ambi, a sitting duck, dies to J90, but so many have died to him so far today.
Wait.
An unfortunate team kill. Jack just wants to kill them all. Choked out by the gas as Canadian hopes to prolong this round. 1 minute and 20 still remaining on the clock.
Whoever's grimmed out is stuck.
They figured out
okay, cool.
the other bomb site's free for the taking. So J90 will link up with NJR. The defuse kit will get planted. SR held outside of the bomb site. One moto, one bottom main stairs. NJR giving his position away.
Okay.
A single shot on the Spoit, an unwinnable position for the Swede, and it's all up to the team captain. SR fans hoping for a better start to map 2 than the end of map 1. Will have to wait a little bit longer unless Canadian can pull off a miracle and roll back the clocks to his EG days. Running out of time as he's desperate for a kill. They will not come easily. DZ giving him absolutely nothing.
Okay,
NJR,
so
his
like
former teammate, will be the one to deliver
what I'm
the
so
knockout
confused at
blow.
is the bomb site. You know, it's a basement.
It's a
you know,
great gap
bomb
hit
site's
from
base.
the
Why
major
are they holding
champions,
Vert?
Parker. They
You
find
know,
that opening pick
in
on
second.
He was playing upstairs
Why
in
are they
the
holding
gym. He dropped down to
top floor
billiards to try
Vert?
to
Like,
support
I don't
Andy,
get
and
it.
He's the first one to go down. Whilst we're watching the chaos unfold, while we're watching newer,
Like, I get sure you hold that for, you know, anyone
Falls, who's pressuring around blue and who realizes
going bar, but I mean, any good team does exactly what DZ does and realize that like site is free as hell.
on this roam game,
So like now you have to drop. Now you have to drop, and you can't flank. You can't flank like, you know, blue or I don't know. It's just like I don't know. That was really
somebody down there on the blue stairs. So they saw that gap. They run into the basement as quickly as possible. Surf
It doesn't make
playing
sense to me.
dirt tunnel, but it goes down early in that execute, and it's just a really nice read to come out from DZ. Might put a little fear into the hearts of the Rebellion. They're going to have to maybe rework that strat a little bit when they go back to that bomb site. But even still, this is a really good way to start off this map.
Someone asked me a question.
Yeah, I said, do you want to go to Gen 2 since they're playing ranked?
We knew that the road would be very difficult for SR on this
That's why I was
map.
deafened.
The desk mentioned it many times. This is very familiar and comfortable territory for DZ, and when that team is locked in, particularly over the last couple months, they have been
shoot, I didn't know it stopped.
dominable. Now, Dark Zero has bled to their credit. They have not been an unbeaten team. In fact,
Where's
I would argue that domestically through stage 1, M80 and Wildcard both looked like better teams against other North American squads. But you're not only going to be playing NA teams when you make it to international events, whether your focus is on Osaka later in the year, whether it's immediately
Ooh,
on
Osaka's gonna be nice. I wish I could go to
Paris,
that.
You have to prepare yourself for international competition, and that was one place that DZ did not falter back in Salt Lake City. Right now, though, they are well primed.
Osaka, that's
to be
a
able to
Japan
put the
major.
Rebellion in the bin and move to the grand finals, where they will be on a collision course with the white-hot wild card.
It's a great point you bring up, Parker. Dark Zero domestically really has.
Oh, what's up,
struggled.
Zach?
This is a crazy stat I looked up before this game. It's been more than 5 years since DZ won a domestic stage of the NA League. You have to go back to the US division since they won a domestic competition. They've won 2 majors in that time. So
Hold up, I have
Hold on,
to
Justin. Let me interrupt you for a second. That is the
turn.
one thing that Kyle loves to remind people about. You know, I'm a major winner. I won the NA mini
I gotta turn
major
you
on
up.
Dark Zero online.
Okay. I was more talking about Charlotte, but yes, I guess they also won
right, now
some
we're
mini
good.
majors.
No, I just wanted to make fun of Mint. He's been doing too well. We got to knock him down a peg. He hasn't talked about golf anywhere near as much as I thought he would.
Well, DZ's doing really well as well. They're hoping to get knocked down a peg by SR, but I mean, so far it's just been all purple. Bottom floor control from the buck of J90.
Whoa, it's a 5. It's gonna be 5v5 in a minute with a minute left.
Had to clear anybody out of the cash side. We still have a couple players on the Rebellion over on that side of the map, but instead DZ are going for a bit more of a direct site hit.
There's a zombie exploit.
Pressure Jacuzzi, pressure Logi, pressure from down below, and make it really claustrophobic in and around the bomb site.
Damn, Newer's got a. Ooh, Spoit dropped on Buck.
Fingers of Kino. J90 gone. Spoit gets that head for the trophy wall.
Nice, Surf.
To have as well. Surf still firing away. He's been a bit quiet today, but you know Surf can hang when need be. Slow start for Ambi as he's 0-2, but that's the only player that the Rebellion have lost, and this round has gone by in a hurry. 30 seconds still remaining.
Oh.
DZ fishing for kills outside. They will get Canadian. Potentially more to be found, but these Kiba barriers giving them pause for the time being. Kino knows all too well that somebody was inside a weight room. He saw that Kiba barrier give them some comfort and concealment before.
So
Nate
last
goes
two are
out,
outside?
Rexon
Oh, it was
on
one
Keo.
con and
Yours
one's
unfolds
outside.
now the damning task of walking through singular
Oh, shoot.
doorways. A leg appears.
No, why did you
Pulls
peek
from the
that?
vault, and he has to take matters into
Rexon.
his own hands. He's all on his lonesome, and he is completely out of time.
Well, the Mel's are
Defuse
still,
gets
the Mel's are
surrendered
so
over on
good.
Jacuzzi.
They had nothing to clear
A good
that.
bounce back as SR locks DZ out.
Didn't have defuse kit there. It's gonna be really tough to clutch things up. Nice
Bro,
job
I feel like
for Rebellion
DZ's
downing that
trying some
Jacuzzi
new.
side
I feel like
when
both teams
NJR
are
tried to
trying
get
new
into the building.
strats.
The Deaths touched on how Dark Zero
That was
were
not a
really the first
default,
team
you
in
know.
NA that we're seeing lean
That was not. That's sort of
heavily
like
into the
default
Sophia.
take.
We saw it back in map number 1, and now in map 2 we're seeing that again with DZ focusing really
Almost
on
won it.
that below take. Both Faults and Newers.
But he had the
and J9
Mel on the
all
door. Where
pressuring
was the
down
Mel?
below at some point in that round, but it was a good response coming out from the Rebellion too. You saw that great angle of Spoit dropping down through the hash. People just pressure those vert players down below. Did a really good job of reading where that was coming from. Newers got a couple of big kills in the midst of that. He actually did find success from downstairs. And then
No,
eventually
they
were
don't.
hitting up red.
They didn't bring a. They didn't bring a Bravo. They didn't bring anything to clear it. You know, they'll bring nades. They'll bring the Zofia to probably do it. That or they'll most likely bring the Flores. That's what you'll see a lot more.
Back in map number 1, Jesse, that SR would show up and bring the same heat.
Because he can do a lot
to
more than
DZ
just
that
hack.
we
You know.
DZ is well and capable of.
So
The one black mark
So
that the
they're gonna
Rebellion
hold. They're gonna
have
hold
on their scorecard
rafters. They're gonna bring a. They're gonna bring a
is
Jaeger
consistency.
and a
Do
Wamai.
keep
That's
in
interesting.
mind that SR looked like a team possessed,
Dude,
hot
Wamai,
off of their
his new
second place
buff,
finish
his
at the
rework.
major just a couple months ago. They went on a tear to begin stage
Nah, he's
1,
goated.
all
He's
before
goated. Wait, are they?
losing 3
Did I get the wrong bomb
matches,
site?
some of which on paper they probably should have won.
No,
It was
man, I
a
didn't.
Frustrating thing that many of these
No,
players
no,
on
no.
SR
They're
talked about
they're
on Twitter. They
Oh,
talked
they're
about
up
on
top?
podcasts.
Yeah.
They talked about it on their stream. They were able to bail themselves out towards the end of the stage.
So who's
and they
holding
go on a
garage then? I'm
triumphant
guessing
run
like a Jaeger or
and claim
Wamai.
one of the 4 spots at EWC, leading people such as Bet and others to call Canadian
Jaeger.
inevitable when a major or a live event spot
Who
is
is that?
on the line. Stakes are a little bit lower now. You've already qualified, so I can understand why maybe some of that plot armor isn't as strong. But SR need to find that qualification.
Who's a zombie?
level
Oh,
that
the
they
zombie's
were
gonna
able
get
to last
bum
week,
rushed,
or
bro.
else DZ,
Watch this.
well, they're in the favored spot from here on out.
Oh no.
Might be another rush coming out, Parker. They've got the main breach open. Fault's trying to clear out.
Yeah.
Does just that.
That was good by
Kill
Surf,
is
but
traded well
run back
by
up.
Surf. That's going to be 4v4
Nice.
now, but we're still going on. The Raptors play will go the way of Dark Zero. J90 finds Spoit, leaving just Rexon there to play the top of Garage. Surf and Canadian still inside of sight as well. They wanted to go fast with that, and they stalled that out. Despite losing the numbers advantage, that is kind of mission accomplished from SR. I feel like they wanted to just run straight up those red stairs or maybe run straight into Garage, but they will stall things out as Faults, the main shield player, goes down. Very weird to see Faults on a shield once again, but with Kino and Cali, it makes sense.
Another
Oh,
operator we haven't
no,
really
dude. He
discussed
has
that
this as
just
a
saw
zombie
some
league.
changes during the mid-season patches. Jaeger almost back to his old self. All reliable for a lot of these
Such a
players
good
and for
swing,
fraggers,
too.
They will be delighted. Doesn't really help Surf there, though. He was able to amass a kill earlier to add to the 2 that he had prior. Doing pretty well. He and Spoit leading the way on the team through 3 rounds with 3 kills apiece, averaging 1 per round. That's not too bad for them, especially for Surf, who again doesn't play that same forefrontal role. DZ
Damn.
in prime position.
All
as they
right.
now
Shopify
down
needs to stop
Rexon.
being aggressive.
And it's the old
killing them.
dog going up against DZ, Canadian in a 1v4. You have any hope here, Jesse?
Hell no.
Particularly.
I knew exactly what you were going to do. He trades himself out. You were waiting for Canadian to die, so then you could go, nope. And look like you were the smartest man alive. Unfortunately,
I said no
Canadian
before he
left.
died.
Yeah. DZ regains the lead.
Slander on the cast and slander in the server as that rush push a little bit disrespectful to come out from Dark Zero. It's the second time in 3 rounds where they've gone quite fast at the start of it, but it's not coming blind, right? They're doing it because they have the information, and they're always so good at trading those kills back when they go for those fast moves. I really like how closely they played together, kind of down below the site inside of Lounge. This push was not bad for SR. The fact that Surf gets a trade on the Faults is fine, but then Surf is left in kind of a poor position. He's trying to hold this defuse kit, but if he goes back up the red stairs, he might have just been in a safer spot altogether. They close him out really easily there on the side of DZ. They just wait for him to come into their crosshair, and they find that frag as he's got really nowhere else to go. So a nice pressure move coming out from Dark Zero. They regain the lead here on their own map pick.
Bomb located by attackers.
I do quite like when these teams do battle with one another. A lot of history here, and a lot of storylines for people who are just some of the more casual observers. be fascinating to watch EWC, Jesse, and see how these operator changes will impact these teams.
You know, one thing I was thinking about during the between the maps part that I haven't been able to really talk about, but I think it's good to mention now is
scary when you think about things, Jesse.
I was thinking about Ambi, as I often.
You're thinking about Ambi.
And how he wasn't really so involved in the entries back in map number 1. Of all the players in the league, he has the highest entry participation rate, 37% of any player in the North America League. But despite that, he was just involved in one opening gunfight back on the first map, and he lost it.
Now, Ambi's 0-3? I didn't realize that.
He's been involved twice, but he lost both of them in the previous 2 rounds. I think Ambi is the key to success for the Shopify Rebellion side, Parker. They have to get Ambi more active, I think, in some of these opening duels, and he has to find some success being supported by his team.
Oh, gosh, dude. Oh, wait, they put a C4. No shot.
Bomb site for Scopos. A great map for Scopos as well. Spoits played the operator a number of times. Ambi taking over now. So you've got bottom floor bomb site. You usually hide one upstairs inside a bathroom, and sure they know this, right? Holt is about to see him.
They have a nade for it too, I think.
Yeah.
No problem.
Handled.
So that's the C4 gone?
Yeah.
Damn.
I think that was literally the first Scopos strat I ever saw when this operator got pulled into the game.
Yeah, I think it was this map. You had one down in church, and you have one upstairs in the bathroom.
Yep, I think it's exactly that spot.
And while Scopos has a shield when the second robot is immobilized, you are still just a bot and a gun. Kind of like me when I play ranked. Canadian will be the only shield at this current point in time. He loves this operator. He loved it on Nighthaven Labs. He loves it here on Clubhouse. It allows him to call while still being somewhat protected. It doesn't make him unkillable. We saw that in full effect to some comedic effect as well back on that first map. Final minute now as Dark Zero are dotting their I's, crossing their T's on the main floor.
Oh.
For an execute, and they get point. Oh my goodness. NJR punishing him. A very good dance by both of these teams, and unlucky for Spoit.
Spoit made those holes to try to impact right the hatch, but instead it's his own demise. That's a brutal way to go out for Willie. Now 40 seconds, the plant will come in through the hatch.
Ambi with 1 kill. You said you wanted more about Ambi. You were thinking longingly about it.
Wait, that's bomb. Bomb's down. Bomb's down. Bomb's down.
The opposite of a caster curse. And he's in a very powerful spot now. Watching cross towards the main stairs, but distracted from above. Newers dropping bombs on this SR team from Kitchen. And yet still at a full man count. That L85 doesn't get the love that it used to get, but it's still quite the formidable gun in the right hands. Newers showing that one off. Surfing Canadian on the run for SR. Time running out. They need to get the defuse kit down, but nobody on DZ has control. SR might just win this off of time, and they will do just that. Sloppiness from DZ as they are unable to pivot quickly enough, and SR takes full advantage.
Wow, I've got good timing today, Parker. It really was Ambi for me that came alive.
Told you,
and made that
stay
possible
stop being aggressive.
Rebellion. He's able
They're
to
gonna
jump
stall.
in and get 2 big kills, including Kino, who's playing.
In turn, DZ needs to get more
it's
aggressive.
Really massive for him to be able to step up and get those kills. It's maybe not an entry pick like I was hoping to see from him, but instead, down in the basement, he still has huge value there on the Scopos, playing the operator for the first time this stage. Once that diffuse planter goes down, like once you lose that plant, it gets really awkward. Sure, Newers can grab a couple of kills from the hatch. That's definitely valuable. But you lose that main focal point of the push. You lose your ability to plant and take control of the clock for yourself. You saw it. The timer ticking down was the whole reason.
I play with a sleeve.
The end of it. So if they are able to plant, that clock starts working for the attackers. Everything changes. But Ambi puts a stop to it. So a huge round coming out from the youngster on Shopify Rebellion.
Long sleeve clothing, not even an arm sleeve.
And again, it's that entry pick that does eventually result in a round win.
This was.
It just started out so well for DZ. Newers.
What? Yeah, no, it does. Your aim will fall off.
I think technically he only got 2 kills, but he was a main contributor in a couple other points of damage that were being done, and it's a round that really.
Well, you don't know. He might have it. He might be wearing the hoodie, but have that like
DZ lost
rolled up.
Argue. SR outright won, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's not like you get to the winning screen and they go, well, actually, you won 7-5, but 2 of those rounds you really shouldn't have, so we're going to give it to the other guys. Rebellion are going to be happy that they took that round. DZ just needs to tighten things up a little bit. Conventional wisdom here is that because it's their map pick, Jesse, they start on the harder side. And even though DZ are a pretty decent attacking team, the fact that they've been able to muster 2 rounds already, that's about where most attacking teams will get, playing on maps where they don't choose that starting side. So signs are still quite positive for DZ.
Yeah, I would agree. I think if this half ends 3-3, it's fine for both sides. Like, it's not the end of the world for the Rebellion, but they're certainly going to be hoping for
Oh, Canadians on
split.
tube.
The fact that it's already 2-2 definitely makes you...
Yeah, that DMR is deadly. He could do a lot of damage with that.
Even if they lose the next 2, they'll be in a decent spot to close things out in the second half. But plenty of games still to play. Sometimes things don't always align with our expectations. We've gone back to the Gin bomb site, Parker, and this time I think we're going to see a little bit more of a cash clear.
Oh my gosh, who
They've got more
the hell?
on that side of the map.
Wait, no.
That said, they also still have some players. They've brought the Buck once again who can play down below, and they haven't really started opening the walls. So it might be a similar push where they just really focus on this vert and they try to condense themselves here on the bomb site and make it really awkward to play these positions.
One of the slower rounds.
Of course.
So far. Used to breakneck pace being set on Clubhouse. Again, it's a very big map. We said similar things about Nighthaven Labs, our first map that was played, and now we can say the same here on Clubhouse. This is a death drop from Kino as he's hoping for an opportunity on the side of Logi, but he's gassed out immediately. This is a really good call and response by Surf. Kino yet to find a kill, the only person in the lobby that doesn't have one just yet. A bit of a fall from grace given how good he was back in map number 1. A little worried about DZ stalling out here, Jesse.
Yeah, they need to use their utility.
Damn, NJR got spoiled.
Will go down. That's NJR for the first frag. There it is. A Faith opening
Damn.
pick now, and Jin, I know another one right after. They know these players are in Logi. It's going to be a bit of a problem as they drop the defuse.
Oh,
kit
3v3.
right in the hands of the Rebellion, and this all of a sudden gets so difficult. Newers gets a pick back from the Surf, but it's immediately traded.
2v2.
Everybody's going down with 30 seconds to go. It's
Both
2v2.
two are huddled together, I think.
Because of
No, they're not. Sorry. One's in
sluggishness
tight.
of this execute, there's no opportunity to find greater information. Your only real intel op was the snake of Fultz, who I don't feel was able to do his job well enough for this team.
Oh my gosh,
You can't go
Canadian, you're
underdogs,
him.
You don't have any left, so now you just waltz into the waiting arms of SR, and they punish
Wait,
you
yo,
for
Canadians.
that.
Yo, that was a good round by Canadian. That was a really good round from him.
Kills, and SR takes the lead.
All right, Lamb, you back?
Rebellion playing into their own game, Parker. That's
Okay,
exactly what you have to
I think I
see
heard
if
your
you're a fan
brother.
of this team. They're stalling things out. They're playing this.
I heard like a
They're
little
using
kid.
their utility to just make sure that Dark Zero can't do much. For the second time now, we've seen DZ kind of ignore the eastern side of that top floor, mostly focusing on Jacuzzi,
But Canadian low-key won that round right there.
It kind of's been hurting them as they try to go for this play. It was really an
Get him on a DMR more.
with the diffuse kit on the Ying to get that Logi control. And while, you know, it's a good position for a Ying to be pushing, the fact that he was completely by himself and then just gets smoked by Surf at the SMG-11 is a bit of a brutal outcome for him. It was the entry fraggers of Ambi and Spoit that were the main stars on Nighthaven Lab, but now it's a support duo of Canadian and Surf.
Ambi went. Oh, this is the same setup from when they lost that round, I think.
Team for top frags 5 apiece, Parker, and I think
No, it's not. I don't think Sport was on Thorn.
Unequivocally so. For those that are wondering, just a really quick touch on the mid-season patch notes. It was actually shown on the broadcast earlier today, but if you didn't watch the preamble, you might be a little confused as to what happened. Dokkaebi, her logic bombs, now renamed the Jegio payload, not the same name, different gadget. The cooldown is now per target, and the cooldown has been increased. It's been doubled. Jaeger back to a 3-speed. Everybody is happy about that.
Not give him an
Sophia
ACOG.
getting 1 concussion and 1 impact added to her arsenal, and Wamai getting some serious buffs across the board to make him more viable. So if the issue is too much throwables, too many gadgets on the attack,
He
well,
will always be
Jaeger
played.
and Wamai getting buffs, that's pretty good, but the Sophia buffs kind of negate them. So I mean, you take some good with the bad, I suppose, here, but it's immediately pushed Sophia into an almost must-pick role, and Jaeger has also seen quite a bit of prominence as well. So these buffs clearly working as intended.
Yes, Kino has jumped on this operator, and obviously 0-5, a rough start for him on this map, but they also banned out 3 of his primary operators, so he is being heavily focused here on the bans. Still would have a shield as an option, but instead gonna run this newly buffed op that you were just talking about, Parker. And it looks like Dark Zero are going to apply some pressure here on the Master side. Last time they went for a bit of a weird rush down in towards Lounge. It went their way. This time it's a bit of a different strat, but it's still the same result. Newers an opening pick finds Surf to start this push.
Rough one for Surf, who's been integral in those opening moments for
Damn.
the Rebellion. It will get worse now.
Oh, Spoy hopped out? Oh, no. No, they know Spoy. This is not good.
Still to go, and it's only Spoit on the side of SR. Boxed out of the bomb site, defuse kit going down. NJR successful in that endeavor, and the first line of defense for DZ will be Fultz.
So 3-3 split. I don't know if I like that for Shopify.
Holding that single door panel. There's a rotate inside of construction. Spoit might be able to just walk right past him. Fultz's attention elsewhere. Damage done to Spoit, so he's in rough shape. Still drones to go out to assess his position. Giant gap that is between these two teams, ever wide, even bigger than the wall that's been opened up with the defuse kit in front of it. No hope whatsoever for SR as they were outside the building on the side of DZ. NJR the final kill, and we have a 3-3 first half.
Well, no better way to start this game with a 3-3 first half. Clubhouse, we often see this kind of score line though, but Dark Zero on the attacks, what do you like so far? What don't you like?
Yeah, I mean, well, for me, DZ's attacks are kind of looking a lot like my golf game. Like, some really good ideas, but honestly poor in the execution phase. They 3-3 is a great attacking half, and I know we're going to talk about that, but there's definitely some rounds that could have went into their favor. Specifically, I want to talk about the bans real quick out of the Rebellion. I mean, they got rid of the Montaigne, they got rid of the BB, and they got rid of the Glass. So basically, they left everything on the board for Dark Zero. They were able to use the Blitz, they were able to use the Grim, Capitao if they wanted it, Ying was up, right? There was a lot that they could have used, and they had some really good ideas with it, kind of pulling the Rebellion in different directions. However, the Rebellion just kind of had some players kind of step up big time. Ambi on that basement round gets underneath the armor.
I did see this guy.
And shuts down around there. And then Troy actually stepping up big for the Rebellion on that cash round when they were pulling toward the Logi side with the Candelas and the Grimbees. They started walking Ambi up the red stairs, or J90 up the red stairs. But again, it came down Troy making some great plays.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we were looking at those opening engagements. It's something that I highlighted in the previous series. Dark Zero ran away with it. If I said for SR, they need to get opening engagements going in their favor. However, they did get 3 opening engagements to not go into their favor. On the other side, they weren't able to give Dark Zero able to convert those into wins. But again, they're going on their attacking half, and going 3-3 on your defensive half is not painting a good picture, where I'd argue any other map, that's great. On a map like Clubhouse, not great. You win off your attacks here, and the fact that DZ already is up 3 is setting them up for great success. And again, back to those opening kills, where we saw Dark Zero thrive was on their defensive half. They were getting
Ambi needs to turn it up, bro.
Converting them into rounds win.
He hasn't been fragging.
Of SR to not swing those opening kills into Dark Zero's favor, because we know exactly how
he's
Dark
a gunner,
Zero
you know. Like him and Spoit need to be
layers, and then they're
right by each other on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and I feel like
at the top of the leaderboard.
Canadians out-fragging you, bro.
Winning any of the opening kills, but you can absolutely play 4v5s, and I think a lot of people, even in our ranked games, they start throwing their lives away when you lose someone early.
I'm swinging.
You could still win 4v5s on defense, but attack is where it's going to be important, that they need to start winning some of those opening duels, right? They need to start getting that more so into their favor, because they cannot play a 4v5 on attack. It's going to be a lot harder when DZ inevitably runs back to site.
Agreed. Do these bans change at all how you're thinking about this second half, or do you feel like this is going to be an uphill climb for SR?
It's pretty default. I think if you're going to go for Dark Zero, you're eventually going to get rid of the Grim. You're going to get rid of the Capitao, possibly for, any of the site holds. What have you got to that?
Well, I do love Newers on the castle. One time, or he really liked to use this against DZ, and he liked to have a lot of pocket castles. There was one round specifically on Jim where they're layering back on that side. You see they're using a lot of Goyo as well. They're going to put those castle barricades late round against SR, and it seemed to give them a lot of a big problem, so I'm wondering if that's going to continue.
All right, Dark Zero move to the defense. SR, they want to send it to a map 3. We have to see it here on the attacking half.
Well, the last time Dark Zero and the Rebellion met in the server was back during the Stage 1 group stage, Parker, June 26th. And that game was also played on Clubhouse. And that match started with Dark Zero winning 5 straight defense rounds in a row. The Rebellion have to be better attacking on this map versus DZ. If they give up a 5-1,
what's Ambi on? Ambi's on Deimos? Okay.
This is going to be wraps, and they'll be headed to
Canadians on Dokkaebi. All right.
Phase 2. So this needs to be where we see improvement out of SR.
100%. I believe the idiom that we would say is that the rubber meets the road, and that's exactly where we are at this current point in time. The rubber meeting the road in the very car-friendly Hamburg, Germany. I believe is
the toilet
setting of
paper
this
charm.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think he runs that usually. Yeah.
Hamburg, that sounds right. It's also a biker gang, so like that makes sense. Rubber hitting the
I
road.
saw someone with
They got
no
tires
weapon
on
skin
bikes.
with toilet paper charm in my rank game.
That makes sense to me as well. Yeah. Okay, good. Look at that 1-2 punch we got there. Good for us.
Took us a minute, but
we are capable of being cordial. Being kind to each other is tough, but being cordial is doable. Even after earlier today, I said I like spending time with you, and you said you did not. So it goes. One thing, Jesse, that defines some of these DZ attacks is most of them were quite quick. Rebellion, for their very first attack, their maiden voyage here on the second half, they're playing a little bit more sluggish, playing a little bit more practiced, and that is A-okay. You just saw a big fallback from DZ to respond to this.
Yeah, it's very similar to round 1, right? Where the Rebellion went for a very roam-heavy defense on the bottom floor of Clubhouse here, but instead of getting rushed like we saw from the Rebellion, DZ are choosing to fall back towards the site. I think that's the right call. You lose a little bit of that utility. You had to lose some of those castle barricades, some Kibas. We've got an exploded phone in the pocket of J90, so they definitely burned some util, burned some time, and now they're happy to play.
They burned a lot of time because there's not. Oh, they're not going for much vert though.
If I had to guess, they've got Kino with those Goyo canisters still down below. There might be a castle downstairs, although there's a good chance they were all coming into the roam anyways. So there's a lot of stall being played out by Dark Zero in the basement, which is going to mean that Rebellion have a lot of work to do before they can go for the Sens plant.
Nitro spell goes out.
Damn.
And it works.
Beauty.
Surf taken down yet again. An early death for Surf and some trash talk from the mayor in chat.
Is he so
oh my
goodness. This guy shoots bodies.
That's how it is, bro. That's how it is. That's how you get in their head, you know?
It's going to make things all the more difficult. 30 seconds. We haven't even smelt the basement on the side of the Rebellion.
You really haven't. It's like the world's fattest stall. Like, they gotta get there.
Obviously not on the side of Rebellion right now, and the worries that they will trickle into their impending doom. Foltz, Newer is a kill apiece. A drop from Rexon and Ambi. Ambi has managed to find one to his credit. Rexon lets one slip through his fingers. Ambi doing his damnedest to keep this one close, but will now need to ace as he's caught out. Nowhere near the bomb site. Flames still lingering in front of him, soldiering through, taking damage in the process. And his chances, much like those,
it's not looking good, bro. It's not looking good.
In smoke. Look at the enthusiasm on the face of Foltz. DZ takes the first round of the second half.
You know, just to give a little bit of positive, I really like that Sens play from Rexon down towards blue. SR are one of the only teams that do this. It's not the first time they've shown it, but just using those Sens walls to try to isolate some picks in blue, it was the only position where they really caught some good value. It's the only spot where they started to find a little bit of map control, but going down 5-2, obviously a tough spot to pull yourselves out of. The time really being wasted well by Dark Zero. Usually on the bottom floor of Clubhouse, right, you have to choose. Are we going to commit to the roam game and try to delay time up above, or are we going to commit to the site and try to waste time?
They're going cash?
Like
what do they have?
And stuff like that, stalling things out. DZ kind of got both in that round, and if you let a team get both in the defense, it's going to be really tough to come up against them.
No Monty. They're not gonna play the Monty.
When you're in that position, Dark Zero got time waste on the roam game and inside the site, which meant the Rebellion had.
I'll do that later, Mason. I have to edit.
Even without, I think, Surf dying to that Nitro cell, it would have been.
I have to edit after this and go eat.
First attack, it's fine. You don't necessarily expect to win that one, but it's a good lead from Dark Zero.
5 seconds left before insertion.
That's our first, I guess, like the first bit where we think to ourselves.
I'm back. I'll be on my main tonight, so.
Okay, maybe they.
Wait, John.
Maybe they know a thing or two about this second half. Dark Zero showed a lot of confidence on that first half too. Their numbers, their underlying numbers, very, very good.
Yeah, another today's another solo queue.
So far in this series, Newers and NJR.
I have to film it and then edit it and then edit the TikTok.
Yeah. Everybody has died early on Rebellion. The only person who has not been an opening death is Canadian right now, who's sitting at 5-5. He's been showing up from a fragging perspective, but yet again, he is not the guy
picking my
you
nose
want to get kills. If Canadian is getting kills, that is a bad sign for SR. And right now, he's in a 3-way tie for most kills on his team.
Oh, Spoy with the opening pick.
There it is, Parker. Just as you say, Dark Zero had every entry coming into this round, but there's going to be one back for the Rebellion. Spoit finds it on the Snake, one of his signature operators. Takes out Kino on the roam game, who's himself having a bit of a rough game playing there over towards
Nice.
Master. Also, Newers, a bit of an aggressive move towards bottom garage. Shut down by Rexon, I think feeling the pressure a little bit as they finally lose an entry duel, thinking I gotta get a kill back, but it's not to be for Newers.
Holding. Rebuffed by the great aim of Rebellion. That's the one thing you cannot take away from them, is that even if they struggle to find kills and strategically might have issues, they've almost always got some level of offensive threat in here. Speaking of, there's Spoit wandering into the Lion's Den. NJR takes care of him. NJR looking for so many, securing Surf, and suddenly Rexon is all on his lonesome, but he finds the final
Where's the cross? Where's the cross? Where's the cross? Where's the cross? That is insane. No cross by NJR. Holy cell. Should make a duo queue collab on console KBM down? I'm not gonna be on console KBM. I'll be on PC, but I'll be playing with anyone. Mostly anyone. It's my main, so we're in Champ B though. That's the only bad thing.
Was 9-3, I believe, after that round finished up. So really good games.
Yeah, thank you for telling me that you're pooping for the 10th time, Jalen.
A little bit better there to be able to get that one back.
When am I gonna hop on support for G2? G2 doesn't need any new changes, new roster changes. They need to switch their roles.
On this cash side, I almost wonder if they're using this as an opportunity to
someone needs to dude, did you not see this 1v2 clutch by Rexon? Where's the cross? Where's the why did NJR shoot? Why did he shoot and then reload? That's really bad by NJR, low key. You have to hold that cross there.
So last round Rexon 1v2.
Yeah.
Again,
someone was top red. They were attacking Cash. Someone was top red. The other one was like tucked on the server wall. Kind of like breach, right on the CC door between CC and Cash. Okay, you have to hold across on the breach. Instead of holding across, NJR shot like one bullet, went to reload. Rexon swings the guy red, kills him, swings NJR and kills him. Like that is it's okay. Some people have bad games. Are you talking about G2? No. When you lose out on going to an event with that sacked of a roster, something's got to change. Something has to change.
On the side of Clubhouse that they much prefer going up against a team that might not be the most familiar.
And I can tell you who I think would want to change, but I'm not as knowledgeable as like others.
That's going to put Dark Zero in winning position.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a weird tack time to call because, again, I think even round 7 was quite good from DZ. Like, it was nearly
It's not. I like the tag timeout from Call Out.
Really, really well. So,
probably tell them to just fix their comms, fix their style.
One bad round, Call Out choosing to call it.
What?
Oh, really good to come through. Impact, I believe that was, just stops that.
Yeah, well, who's Mav? I don't know what Surf is doing.
That hole, Parker, but it comes up against them, and now it also will get taken out.
Oh, no.
Oh,
what was the point of the Mav hole? Of that, whatever that is. Oh. Oh my gosh.
Never have Surf on map ever again.
Dude, what was the point? Like, if you're gonna do that, make like feet holes.
You know, if you asked me to
what
draw
was that?
The worst way possible to try to get that open, I would think that
I'm with the commentator.
Would be too outlandish.
He was trying to sell, right? What was that?
And yet, that's ultimately where it went. So a really good start for Dark Zero here, as that's just over a minute burned on the clock, and SR will need to go back to the drawing board.
So for anybody keeping track, it was Newers with an impact that got the first denial, it was Faults with a bandit trick that got the second denial, and then it was Faults with a nitro that killed Surf. That is just brutal work happening there on the CC wall.
Yeah, go next round, bro. I really...
This is nice, but 90 seconds have already been burned.
I really want to know what the problem was with. I like
by Canadian on a drone, so it might not be that bad, but even still, the util play has been really rough from SR. They're still wasting more time as they're triggering barbed wire and thorn traps. They will get this space, but it's only because Dark Zero let them have it.
Which is low-key weird. I would have fell off at like the minute mark.
SR has been very quick to pivot over the last 45 seconds.
Like
yeah, give them some credit for that.
He's wearing a hoodie in a cold room.
As they still have drones out, and Surf will be the one to watch those little cams. As The rest of the
I think they'll
team
be better.
has
They'll
the work
they'll
need
definitely
to
be better in
do.
pairs, you
Circling
know.
around now towards the gym bedroom portion of this
Oh.
map, and Rexon will find Newers on a relatively easy kill outside. Those windows giveth, and boy, do they taketh away. Spoit will now also gain
Dude,
information on the
Snake is
4
so
remaining
broken. Look at
players.
that.
Look at that. How well is the Swede able to relay that information to the rest of his team? Because knowledge is
Azami.
power. And right now, SR's looking to overpower DZ, but they've come out
Spoit can low-key win this if he's got Snake, you know.
Are the last two alive. He knows exactly where they are, but they know his position too. And Fultz is on a heater with the sidearm out, guns down Spoit. Ambi in a 1v3 finds one of the remaining players. 2 more to go. Diffuse, get out of reach. It'll all come down to bloodshed, and Ambi's looking to spill as much of it as humanly possible. Dancing around the Razor Bloom, a pre-fire from Kino seals the deal, and DZ takes the lead.
Knowledge is power, but
You really can't have Spoit taking every gunfight and Ambi being a little more passive. But it's fine.
So much about, but Kino getting one late in that round as well was really crucial to stop that push from coming in. It was scary after Spoit got all that info. 4 players all spotted on the scanner, but ultimately it just wasn't quite enough as they were dropping bodies left and right. Beautiful shot with the pistol to come out from the DZ captain to get his 9th frag of the board. Again, Kino stepping up big time. Been a bit of a rough game from him so far, but I think that was a really nice round to come out from him, just playing inside of the bathroom and hallway position deep inside the site. We continue to stay close here, but Dark Zero continue to be the team leading more often than not. Again, the util play on the wall was just phenomenal from Dark Zero, and while it's good gunplay that gets this close, it's the aggressive play over towards Jim that I think tilts that man count back in their favor.
Undeniably so. And a good timeout from Callout as he gets the team back.
Yeah, the timeout was good. The timeout was good. The commentator didn't like the timeout. It's like, you're not a coach.
Shopify Rebellion and moving into a berth of the grand finals.
Dude, NJR is 9-4. I didn't realize that. Well, he's low-key cooking.
M80 versus Wildcard
I said low-key way too many times.
Billed as a battle for the life of the NAL, and Wildcard destroyed M80. It was... Map 2 was a little close, but the comeback from Wildcard was just, such a thing of beauty. And now Wildcard finds themselves.
Dude, they have no idea. I feel like sometimes they have no idea what they're like talking about.
I swear, dude, it's like, are you kidding me? I probably would have had a heart attack by that point.
Bracket here. So
I don't.
Tomorrow we will have M80 versus the winner, and then the winner of
but
that
you know what? Whatever.
up against
Like I told Zane,
Forgot
like
for
it's their
all
job to
the
talk and
theatrics
commentate,
and
but
heroics
like
that we were
it's not their job to
in
just
the lower bracket, but
just say anything.
that's where we find ourselves. Loser is done and goes out. And remind me again, Jesse, what happens if you lose this match?
If you lose this match, Parker, you'll be forced to start in Phase 1 of the Esports World Cup, which makes your journey to that championship spot all the more difficult. You'll have to play against some of the international teams. There's only 1 NA spot in Phase 1. The other 3 spots all go directly to Phase 2. So it's never going to be an easy road when you're playing through that.
You know, it doesn't matter though if Shopify goes into Phase 1 because they're really good against international teams.
All the way to the grand final.
I was about to say, yeah, they did the same thing with SLC.
You never want to make things harder for yourself if you can help it.
Bro, look at Ambi. Like,
I, for one,
what about him? Are you talking about like what he's wearing and stuff?
Jesse.
Yeah, they
like so tired.
They gave that up. Maybe the content creation's got to him.
Defense looked like it was going to be a bit more roam focused, but even earlier than the previous rounds, they all fall back towards the site. It's a little interesting because they don't have a crazy amount of site util. I guess they do have more Kibas to play with and the Goyo canisters, but Newer's on the Vigil, Fault's on this Jaeger as well. Like, these are ops that could have stuck around on the roam game, but it's going to be another slow one.
DZ's really passive right now. Yeah, you have to meet that passiveness with aggressiveness.
By the way, I like when our observers get to have some fun here with it.
10-8, he's leading the lobby.
He is.
Fultz is ratting.
NJR had just relinquished control of top frag a round or 2 prior. Fultz also having a very good statistical game. Canadians' numbers still in a 3-way tie, but now for the bottom of the team, which again is a promising sign for SR. Dog on them all you want. If Canadian is even competing for top frag on the team, that means terrible things for Shopify Rebellion. He's the one feeding kills to his teammates. He's not the one amassing them. Final 45
Surf
seconds
gonna
to
get
go
C4
right now,
like
and
last time.
SR still scouting for something upstairs.
It's only
in
one
kitchen. This
C4
is a
actually.
very strong position if Surf can stay here. They've been unable
Yo,
to get that hatch open.
another thing that's pissed me off with SR. They're just every execute is taking like seconds. And then what is Canadian doing?
To shut this down. You're right. The clock is a huge issue for them. 25 seconds.
Yeah, like come on, bro.
That's GG's for SR.
Like 25 seconds to execute.
Ready, primed. Ambi squeezes by, but NJR gets them in the process. The Nitro Cell doesn't work, but the guns do. Surf on the ground now as well.
I'm telling you.
My goodness,
I'm telling you.
dead.
Every time you're waiting to 30 seconds in the round.
And Jesse, it's
to get an execute down, you're not gonna win that, bro. You're not gonna win it. Everyone has to drop. Everyone has to run up.
Hard. This basement bomb site has been so
like,
difficult for the Rebellion.
It's so
it's
passive.
Been the clock over and over again that has
so
caused
passive.
them issues. We'll get attack timeout from Super, knowing that everything is
Super,
on the
please,
line. They've got to
help
be
me.
flawless for these next 2 rounds. They've got to win the overtime, and now they've got to win map 3 Cafe as well. So there is plenty still to do. The Rebellion are hoping for a long, I'd say long night tonight, but it's barely past the afternoon, so long day, we'll say, here on the North America League. So much, again, still to be accomplished by this SR team. You go back to that previous round, Parker, and it really just feels like they're not able to put the execute together. This time it's a 5v5 rather than a 5v4. It doesn't make a lick of difference. It's always just this clock where it comes down to it. You're panicking trying to get into the site. The kitchen drop is being red. You've got pressure main stairs, but you're just getting bodied. It's another opening death from Ambi. He's 0-3 now on this map after going 0-1 back on the first map. To me, that's the biggest difference maker. Like, for SR, Spoit seems like he's showing up today. I don't think Canadians played too badly. Like, Rexon and Surf are having their moments. And Ambi's not having a bad stat line either by typical performance, but like by his standard, by the role he plays on this team, we need to see him having so much more of an impact, and it just hasn't been his day today. There's no doubt he is one of the most talented players in the world. We saw that back in Salt Lake City. We've seen it at dozens of events over the last couple of years, but it just feels like today against this Dark Zero team, it's something he's not really been able to overcome.
Very limited opportunity for Rebellion to get back in this one, Jesse. CCTV cache upstairs. The top floor is where this reign of terror for DZ ultimately began. The one thing for SR is that they were triumphant here before, and Super must know this as he calls his timeout. And if SR can replicate the success they had back in round number 8, then we will prolong this matchup. If not, that's it for the Rebellion. They are out of the lower bracket. DZ will square off against M80 tomorrow, and then we will have the grand finals follow shortly thereafter with Wildcard up against the winner of that. Wildcard likely watching this matchup quite intently, and then we'll be doing so in the lower bracket grand finals tomorrow, or before we move to the total grand finals. And again, the loser here has to play through phase 1 of EWC. Shopify Rebellion know that all that well. They did the exact same in Salt Lake City, didn't they, Jesse? And they still made it to the grand finals. So adversity is only a 9-letter word for some teams. For Rebellion, it's probably their favorite word in the whole language.
That's okay, a bar.
They'll be used to.
I'm gonna give him that.
Trying to bail themselves out of that.
That was a bar.
The series itself will be long, much like the tournament result in front of them. There is Newers. Finds
Gosh.
the entry onto Ambi. Does that not encapsulate the entire game we've seen so far? It's good
trade game.
That means the numbers remain on the side of Dark Zero. 4v3 now. The main breach is open, but Raptor still firmly in the control of Dark Zero. And SR will have to go for a bit of a reset. 3v4. It's all on Spoit, Surf, and Canadian to pull this one back.
Rexon's the closest player on the team to positive. He's sitting at 9-9. The rest of SR underwater. Kills have been much harder to come by. And Canadian will wander in all haphazard like.
This is over.
J9O got an 8.
This is over.
On Nighthaven Labs is broken double digits with his back-to-back kills. And Willie is the last one standing, holding the defuse kit on the breach. The Shumika launcher used to slow the Swedes' advance. He will approach that position himself now, running up red stairs, giving his position away, and Fultz denies him anything. DZ move on. SR
damn.
the NAL playoffs tomorrow.
All right.
Zero and M80 to kick off our show. What a match that will be.
One of the best rivalries in North America continues to be lopsided as Dark Zero will take down the Rebellion in this major.
GG's. That's all. That's it for me. I gotta go film and edit.
Dominant on their own map. Nick Parker.
Gotta go. I'll be back tonight for ranked.